"Thou errest," said Burleigh, "we must work by means, and these worldly men shall be our instruments at all events. The Moabitish woman shall be despoiled of her inheritance, and neither the malignant Evandale nor the Erastian Morton shall possess yonder castle and lands, though they may seek in marriage the daughter thereof." So saying, he led the way to Tiliatudlem, where he seized upon the plate and other valuables, for the use of the army, ransacked the charter-room and other receptacles for family papers, and treated with contempt the remonstrances of those who reminded him that the terms granted to the garrison had guaranteed respect to private property. Burleigh and MacBriar, having established themselves in their new acquisition, were joined by Kettledrummel in the course of the day, and also by the Laird of Lankill, whom that active divine had contrived to seduce, as Poundtext termed it, from the pure light in which he had been brought up. Thus united, they sent to the said Poundtext an invitation, or rather a summons, to attend a council at Tiliatudlem. He remembered, however, that the door had an iron grate, and the keep a dungeon, and resolved not to trust himself with his incensed colleagues. He therefore retreated, or rather fled, to Hamilton, with the tidings that Burleigh, MacBriar, and Kettledrummel were coming to Hamilton as soon as they could collect a body of Cameronians sufficient to overawe the rest of the army. "And ye see," concluded Poundtext with a deep sigh, "that they will then possess a majority in the council, for Lankill, though he has always passed for one of the honest and rational party, cannot be suitably or precisely termed either fish or flesh or gude, red herring, woever has the stronger party has Lankill." Thus concluded the heavy narrative of honest Poundtext, who sighed deeply as he considered the danger in which he was placed betwixt unreasonable adversaries amongst themselves, and the common enemy from without. Morton exhorted him to patience, temper, and composure, informed him of the good hope he had of negotiating for peace and indemnity through means of Lord Evandale, and made out to him a very fair prospect that he should again return to his own parchment-bound Calvin, his evening pipe of tobacco, and his noggin of inspiring ale, providing always he would afford his effectual support and concurrence to the measures which he, Morton, had taken for a general pacification. Note: moderate Presbyterians, the author does not by any means desire that Poundtext should be regarded as a just representation of the moderate Presbyterians, among whom were many ministers whose courage was equal to their good sense and sound views of religion. Were he to write the tale anew, he would probably endeavor to give the character a higher turn. It is certain, however, that the Cameronians imputed to their opponents an opinion concerning the indulgence or others of their strained and fanatical notions, disposition not only to seek their own safety, but to enjoy themselves. Hamilton speaks of 3 clergymen of this description as follows: "They pretended great zeal against the indulgence, but alas, that was all their practice, otherwise being but very gross, which I shall but hint at in short. When great Cameron and those with him were taking many a cold blast and storm in the fields, and among the cothouses in Scotland, these 3 had for the most part their residence in Glasgow, where they found good quarter and a full table, which I doubt not, but some bestowed upon them from real affection to the Lord's cause. And when these 3 were together, their greatest work was who should make the finest and sharpest roundel, and breathe the quickest jests upon one another, and to tell what valiant acts they were to do, and who could laugh loudest and most heartily among them. And when at any time they came out to the country, whatever other things they had, they were careful each of them to have a great flask of brandy with them, which was very heavy to some, particularly to Mr. Cameron, Mr. Cargill, and Henry Hall. I shall name no more faithful contendings." p. 198. Thus backed and comforted, Poundtext resolved magnanimously to await the coming of the Cameronians to the general rendezvous. Burleigh and his confederates had drawn together a considerable body of these sectaries, amounting to 100 horse, and about 1,500 foot, clouded and severe in aspect, morose and jealous in communication, haughty of heart, and confident as men who believed that the pale of salvation was open for them exclusively, while all other Christians, however slight were the shades of difference of doctrine from their own, were in fact little better than outcasts or reprobates. These men entered the Presbyterian camp rather as dubious and suspicious allies, or possibly antagonists, than as men who were heartily embarked in the same cause, and exposed to the same dangers with their more moderate brethren in arms. Burleigh made no private visits to his colleagues, and held no communication with them, on the subject of the public affairs otherwise than by sending a dry invitation to them to attend a meeting of the General Council for that evening. On the arrival of Morton and Poundtext at the place of assembly, they found their brethren already seated. Slight greeting passed between them, and it was easy to see that no amicable conference was intended by those who convoked the council. The first question was put by MacBriar, the sharp eagerness of whose zeal urged him to the van. On all occasions he desired to know by whose authority the malignant called Lord Evandale had been freed from the doom of death, justly denounced against him. By my authority and Mr. Morton's, replied Poundtext, who besides being anxious to give his companion a good opinion of his courage, confided heartily in his support, and moreover had much less fear of encountering one of his own profession, and who confined himself to the weapons of theological controversy, in which Poundtext feared no man, than of entering into debate with the stern homicide Balfour. And who, brother, said Kettledrummel, who gave you authority to interpose in such a high matter? The tenor of our commission, answered Poundtext, gives us authority to bind, and to loose. If Lord Evandale was justly doomed to die by the voice of one of our number, he was of a surety lawfully redeemed from death by the warrant of two of us. Go to, said Burleigh, we know your motives. It was to send that silkworm, that gilded trinket, that embroidered trifle of a lord, to bear terms of peace to the tyrant. It was so, replied Morton, who saw his companion begin to flinch before the fierce eye of Balfour. It was so, and what then are we to plunge the nation in endless war, in order to pursue schemes, which are equally wild, wicked, and unattainable? Hear him, said Balfour, he blasphemeth. It is false, said Morton, they blaspheme who pretend to expect miracles, and neglect the use of the human means, with which Providence has blessed them. I repeat, a tower avowed object is the re-establishment of peace on fair and honorable terms of security to our religion and our liberty. We disclaim any desire to tyrannize over those of others. The debate would now have run higher than ever, but they were interrupted by intelligence that the Duke of Monmouth had commenced his march towards the west, and was already advanced halfway from Edinburgh. This news silenced their divisions for the moment, and it was agreed that the next day should be held as a fast of general humiliation for the sins of the land, that the Reverend Mr. Poundtext should preach to the army in the morning, and Kettledrummel in the afternoon, that neither should touch upon any topics of schism or of division, but animate the soldiers to resist to the blood like brethren in a good cause. This healing overture having been agreed to, the moderate party ventured upon another proposal, confiding that it would have the support of Lankill, who looked extremely blank at the news which they had just received, and might be supposed reconverted to moderate measures. It was to be presumed, they said, that since the king had not entrusted the command of his forces, upon the present occasion, to any of their active oppressors, but on the contrary had employed a nobleman distinguished by gentleness of temper, and a disposition favorable to their cause, there must be some better intention entertained towards them than they had yet experienced. They contended that it was not only prudent, but necessary to ascertain from a communication with the Duke of Monmouth whether he was not charged with some secret instructions in their favor. This could only be learned by dispatching an envoy to his army. And who will undertake the task, said Burleigh, evading a proposal too reasonable to be openly resisted? Who will go up to their camp, knowing that John Graham of Claverhouse hath sworn to hang up whomsoever we shall dispatch towards them, in revenge of the death of the young man his nephew? Let that be no obstacle, said Morton. I will with pleasure encounter any risk attached to the bearer of your errand. Let him go, said Balfour apart to MacBriar. Our counsels will be well rid of his presence. The motion therefore received no contradiction, even from those who were expected to have been most active in opposing it, and it was agreed that Henry Morton should go to the camp of the Duke of Monmouth, in order to discover upon what terms the insurgents would be admitted to treat with him. As soon as his errand was made known, several of the more moderate party joined in requesting him to make terms upon the footing of the petition entrusted to Lord Evandale's hands. For the approach of the king's army spread a general trepidation, by no means allayed by the high tone assumed by the Cameronians, which had so little to support it, excepting their own headlong zeal with these instructions. And with Cuddy as his attendant, Morton set forth towards the royal camp at all the risks which attend those who assume the office of mediator during the heat of civil discord. Morton had not proceeded 6 or 7 miles before he perceived that he was on the point of falling in with the van of the royal forces, and as he ascended a height, saw all the roads in the neighborhood occupied by armed men marching in great order towards both Wilmere and open common, on which they proposed to encamp for that evening, at the distance of scarcely 2 miles from the Clyde on the farther side of which river the army of the insurgents was encamped. He gave himself up to the first advanced guard of cavalry, which he met as bearer of a flag of truce, and communicated his desire to obtain access to the Duke of Monmouth. The non-commissioned officer who commanded the party made his report to his superior, and he again to another in still higher command, and both immediately rode to the spot where Morton was detained. "You are but losing your time, my friend, and risking your life," said one of them, addressing Morton. "The Duke of Monmouth will receive no terms from traitors with arms in their hands, and your cruelties have been such as to authorize retaliation of every kind. Better trot your nag back, and save his mettle today that he may save your life tomorrow." "I cannot think," said Morton, "that even if the Duke of Monmouth should consider us as criminals, he would condemn so large a body of his fellow subjects, without even hearing what they have to plead for themselves. On my part, one fear, nothing. I am conscious of having consented to or authorized no cruelty, and the fear of suffering innocently for the crimes of others shall not deter me from executing my commission." The two officers looked at each other. "I have an idea," said the younger, "that this is the young man of whom Lord Evandale spoke." "Is my Lord Evandale in the army?" said Morton. "He is not," replied the officer. "We left him at Edinburgh, too much indisposed to take the field. Your name, sir, I presume, is Henry Morton." "It is, sir," answered Morton. "We will not oppose your seeing the Duke, sir," said the officer with more civility of manner, "but you may assure yourself it will be to no purpose, for, were his grace disposed to favor your people, others are joined in commission with him, who will hardly consent to his doing so." "I shall be sorry to find it," thus said Morton, "but my duty requires that I should persevere in my desire to have an interview with him." "Lumley," said the superior officer, "let the Duke know of Mr. Morton's arrival, and remind his grace that this is the person of whom Lord Evandale spoke so highly." The officer returned with a message that the general could not see Mr. Morton that evening, but would receive him by times in the ensuing morning. He was detained in a neighboring cottage all night, but treated with civility, and everything provided for his accommodation. Early on the next morning, the officer he had first seen came to conduct him to his audience. The army was drawn out, and in the act of forming column for march or attack. The Duke was in the center, nearly a mile from the place where Morton had passed the night. In riding towards the general, he had an opportunity of estimating the force, which had been assembled for the suppression of the hasty and ill-concerted insurrection. There were 3 or 4 regiments of English, the flower of Charles Armather, were the Scottish Life Guards, burning with desire to revenge their late defeat. Other Scottish regiments of regulars were also assembled, and a large body of cavalry, consisting partly of gentlemen volunteers, partly of the tenants of the crown, who did military duty for their fiefs. Morton also observed several strong parties of Highlanders, drawn from the points nearest to the lowland frontiers, a people, as already mentioned, particularly obnoxious to the Western Whigs, and who hated and despised them in the same proportion. These were assembled under their chiefs, and made part of this formidable array. A complete train of field artillery accompanied these troops, and the whole had an air so imposing that it seemed nothing short of an actual miracle could prevent the ill-equipped, ill-modelled, and tumultuary army of the insurgents from being utterly destroyed. The officer who accompanied Morton endeavored to gather from his looks the feelings with which this splendid and awful parade of military force had impressed him, but true to the cause he had espoused, he labored successfully to prevent the anxiety which he felt from appearing in his countenance, and looked around him on the warlike display, as on a sight which he expected, and to which he was indifferent. "You see the entertainment prepared for you," said the officers. "If I had no appetite for it," replied Morton, "I should not have been accompanying you at this moment, but I shall be better pleased with a more peaceful regale for the sake of all parties." As they spoke thus, they approached the commander-in-chief, who, surrounded by several officers, was seated upon a knoll commanding an extensive prospect of the distant country, and from which could be easily discovered the windings of the majestic Clyde, and the distant camp of the insurgents on the opposite bank. The officers of the royal army appeared to be surveying the ground with the purpose of directing an immediate attack, when Captain Lumley, the officer who accompanied Morton, had whispered in Monmouth's ear his name, and Aaron the Duke made a signal for all around him to retire accepting only 2 general officers of distinction, while they spoke together in whispers for a few minutes. Before Morton was permitted to advance, he had time to study the appearance of the persons with whom he was to treat. It was impossible for anyone to look upon the Duke of Monmouth without being captivated by his personal graces and accomplishments, of which the great high priest of all the 9 afterwards recorded. Whate'er he did was done with so much ease in him, alone 'twas natural to please his motions all accompanied with grace, and paradise was opened in his face. Yet to a strict observer, the manly beauty of Monmouth's face was occasionally rendered less striking by an air of vacillation and uncertainty, which seemed to imply hesitation and doubt at moments when decisive resolution was most necessary. Beside him stood Claverhouse, whom we have already fully described, and another general officer, whose appearance was singularly striking. His dress was of the antique fashion of Charles I's time, and composed of chamois leather curiously slashed and covered with antique lace, and garniture. His boots and spurs might be referred to the same distant period. He wore a breastplate over which descended a grey beard of venerable length, which he cherished as a mark of mourning for Charles I, having never shaved since that monarch was brought to the scaffold. His head was uncovered, and almost perfectly bald. His high and wrinkled forehead, piercing grey eyes, and marked features evinced age unbroken by infirmity and stern resolution, unsoftened by humanity. Such is the outline, however feebly expressed, of the celebrated General Thomas Doutsel. Note usually called Tom Doutsel in Crichton's memoirs edited by Swift, where a particular account of this remarkable person's dress and habits is given. He is said never to have worn boots. The following account of his rencounter with John Patten of Meadowhead showed that in action at least he wore pretty stout ones, unless the reader be inclined to believe in the truth of his having a charm which made him proof against lead. Doutsel, says Patten's biographer, advanced the whole left wing of his army on Colonel Wallace's right. Here Captain Patten behaved with great courage and gallantry. Doutsel, knowing him in the former wars, advanced upon him himself, thinking to take him prisoner. Upon his approach each presented his pistol on their first discharge. Captain Patten, perceiving his pistol ball to hop upon Doutsel's boots, and knowing what was the cause, he having proof put his hand in his pocket for some small pieces of silver he had there for the purpose, and put one of them into his other pistol, but Doutsel, having his eye upon him in the meanwhile, retired behind his own man, who by that means was slain. A man more feared and hated by the Whigs than even Claverhouse himself, and who executed the same violences against them out of a detestation of their persons, or perhaps an innate severity of temper, which Graham only resorted to on political accounts, as the best means of intimidating the followers of Presbytery, and of destroying that sect entirely. The presence of these 2 generals, one of whom he knew by person, and the other by description, seemed to Morton decisive of the fate of his embassy. But notwithstanding his youth and inexperience, and the unfavorable reception which his proposals seemed likely to meet with, he advanced boldly towards them upon receiving a signal to that purpose, determined that the cause of his country and of those with whom he had taken up arms should suffer nothing from being entrusted to him. Monmouth received him with the graceful courtesy which attended even his slightest actions. Doutsel regarded him with a stern, gloomy, and impatient frown, and Claverhouse, with a sarcastic smile and inclination of his head, seemed to claim him as an old acquaintance. "You come, sir, from these unfortunate people, now assembled in arms," said the Duke of Monmouth, "and your name, I believe, is Morton. Will you favour us with the purport of your errand?" "It is contained, my lord," answered Morton, in a paper, termed a remonstrance and supplication, which my Lord Evandale has placed, I presume, in your Grace's hands. "He has done so, sir," answered the Duke, "and I understand from Lord Evandale that Mr. Morton has behaved in these unhappy matters with much temperance and generosity, for which I have to request his acceptance of my thanks." Here Morton observed Doutsel shake his head indignantly, and whisper something into Claverhouse's ear, who smiled in return and elevated his eyebrows, but in a degree so slight as scarce to be perceptible. The Duke, taking the petition from his pocket, proceeded, obviously struggling between the native gentleness of his own disposition and perhaps his conviction that the petitioners demanded no more than their rights, and the desire, on the other hand, of enforcing the king's authority, and complying with the sterner opinions of the colleagues, in office who had been assigned for the purpose of controlling as well as advising him. There are Mr. Morton in this paper proposals, as to the abstract propriety of which I must now waive delivering any opinions. Some of them appear to me reasonable and just, and although I have no express instructions from the king upon the subject, yet I assure you, Mr. Morton, and I pledge my honor that I will interpose in your behalf and use my utmost influence to procure you satisfaction from His Majesty, but you must distinctly understand that I can only treat with supplicants, not with rebels. And as a preliminary to every act of favor on my side, I must insist upon your followers laying down their arms and dispersing themselves. To do so, my Lord Duke, replied Morton undauntedly, were to acknowledge ourselves the rebels that our enemies term us. Our swords are drawn for recovery of a birthright, wrested from us. Your Grace's moderation and good sense has admitted the general justice of our demanded demand, which would never have been listened to had it not been accompanied with the sound of the trumpet. We cannot therefore, and dare not lay down our arms, even on your Grace's assurance of indemnity, unless it were accompanied with some reasonable prospect of the redress of the wrongs which we complain of. Mr. Morton, replied the Duke, you are young, but you must have seen enough of the world to perceive that requests by no means dangerous or unreasonable in themselves may become so by the way in which they are pressed and supported. We may reply, my lord, answered Morton, that this disagreeable mode has not been resorted to until all others have failed. Mr. Morton, said the Duke, I must break this conference short. We are in readiness to commence the attack, yet I will suspend it for an hour, until you can communicate my answer to the insurgents, if they please to disperse their followers, lay down their arms, and send a peaceful deputation to me. I will consider myself bound in honor to do all I can to procure redress of their grievances, if not let them stand on their guard, and expect the consequences. I think, gentlemen, he added, turning to his two colleagues, this is the utmost length to which I can stretch my instructions in favor of these misguided persons. By my faith, answered Dalzell suddenly, and it is a length to which my poor judgment durst not have stretched them, considering I had both the king and my conscience to answer to, but doubtless your Grace knows more of the king's private mind than we who have only the letter of our instructions to look to. Monmouth blushed deeply. You hear, he said, addressing Morton, General Dalzell blames me for the length which I am disposed to go in your favor. General Dalzell's sentiments, my lord, replied Morton, are such as we expected from him, your Grace's such as we were prepared to hope you might please to entertain. Indeed, I cannot help adding that, in the case of the absolute submission upon which you are pleased to insist, it might still remain something less than doubtful how far, with such counselors around the king, even your Grace's intercession might procure us effectual relief. But I will communicate to our leaders your Grace's answer to our supplication, and since we cannot obtain peace, we must bid war welcome as well as we may. Good morning, sir, said the Duke. I suspend the movements of attack for 1 hour, and for 1 hour only. If you have an answer to return within that space of time, I will receive it here and earnestly entreat it may be such as to save the effusion of blood. At this moment, another smile of deep meaning passed between Dalzell and Claverhouse. The Duke observed it, and repeated his words with great dignity. Yes, gentlemen, I said, I trusted the answer might be such as would save the effusion of blood. I hope the sentiment neither needs your scorn, nor incurs your displeasure. Dalzell returned the Duke's frown with a stern glance, but made no answer. Claverhouse, his lip just curled with an ironical smile, bowed, and said it was not for him to judge the propriety of his Grace's sentiments. The Duke made a signal to Morton to withdraw. He obeyed, and accompanied by his former escort, rode slowly through the army to return to the camp of the nonconformists. As he passed the fine corps of Life Guards, he found Claverhouse was already at their head. That officer no sooner saw Morton than he advanced, and addressed him with perfect politeness of manner. I think this is not the first time I have seen Mr. Morton of Milnwood. It is not Colonel Graham's fault, said Morton, smiling sternly, that he or anyone else should be now incommoded by my presence. Allow me at least to say, replied Claverhouse, that Mr. Morton's present situation authorizes the opinion I have entertained of him, and that my proceedings at our last meeting only squared to my duty. To reconcile your actions to your duty, and your duty to your conscience, is your business, Colonel Graham, not mine, said Morton, justly offended at being thus, in a manner, required to approve of the sentence under which he had so nearly suffered. Nay, but stay an instant, said Claverhouse. Evandale, insists that I have some wrongs to acquit myself of. In your instance, I trust, I shall always make some difference between a high-minded gentleman, who though misguided acts upon generous principles, and the crazy fanatical clowns yonder with the bloodthirsty assassins, who head them therefore if they do not disperse. Upon your return, let me pray, you instantly come over to our army, and surrender yourself, for be assured they cannot stand our assault for half an hour if you will be ruled. And do this, be sure to inquire for me Monmouth Strange, as it may seem cannot protect you Doutsel, will not I both can and will, and I have promised to Evandel to do so, if you will give me an opportunity. I should owe Lord Evandel my thanks, answered Morton coldly. Did not his scheme imply an opinion that I might be prevailed on to desert those with whom I am engaged for you, Colonel Graham, if you will honor me with a different species of satisfaction? It is probable that in an hour's time you will find me at the west end of Bothwell Bridge, with my sword in my hand. I shall be happy to meet you there, said Claverhouse, but still more so should you think better on my first proposal. They then saluted and parted. That is a pretty lad, Lumley, said Claverhouse, addressing himself to the other officer, but he is a lost man, his blood be upon his head. So saying, he addressed himself to the task of preparation for instant battle. Chapter Roman 10, but hark, the tent has changed its voice. There's peace and rest nae langer. Burns! The Lothian militia, they came with their coats of blue. 500 men from London came, clad in a reddish hue. Bothwell lines. When Morton had left the well-ordered outposts of the regular army and arrived at those which were maintained by his own party, he could not but be peculiarly sensible of the difference of discipline, and entertain a proportional degree of fear for the consequences. The same discords which agitated the councils of the insurgents raged even among their meanest followers, and their pickets and patrols were more interested and occupied in disputing the true occasion and causes of wrath, and defining the limits of Erastian heresy, than in looking out for and observing the motions of their enemies, though within hearing of the royal drums and trumpets. There was a guard, however, of the insurgent army posted at the long and narrow bridge of Bothwell, over which the enemy must necessarily advance to the attack. But like the others, they were divided and disheartened, and entertaining the idea that they were posted on a desperate service, they even meditated withdrawing themselves to the main body. This would have been utter ruin for on the defense or loss of this pass. The fortune of the day was most likely to depend. All beyond the bridge was a plain open field, excepting a few thickets of no great depth, and consequently was ground on which the undisciplined forces of the insurgents, deficient as they were in cavalry and totally unprovided with artillery, were altogether unlikely to withstand the shock of regular troops. Morton therefore viewed the pass carefully, and formed the hope that by occupying 2 or 3 houses on the left bank of the river, with the copse and thickets of alders and hazels that lined its side, and by blockading the passage itself, and shutting the gates of a portal, which according to the old fashion was built on the central arch of the bridge of Bothwell, it might be easily defended against a very superior force, he issued directions accordingly, and commanded the parapets of the bridge on the farther side of the portal to be thrown down, that they might afford no protection to the enemy when they should attempt the passage. Morton then conjured the party at this important post to be watchful and upon their guard, and promised them a speedy and strong reinforcement. He caused them to advance vedettes beyond the river to watch the progress of the enemy, which outposts he directed should be withdrawn to the left bank. As soon as they approached, finally, he charged them to send regular information to the main body of all that they should observe. Men under arms and in a situation of danger are usually sufficiently alert in appreciating the merit of their officers. Morton's intelligence and activity gained the confidence of these men, and with better hope and heart than before they began to fortify their position in the manner he recommended, and saw him depart with 3 loud cheers. Morton now galloped hastily towards the main body of the insurgents, but was surprised and shocked at the scene of confusion and clamor which it exhibited at the moment when good order and concord were of such essential consequence. Instead of being drawn up in line of battle, and listening to the commands of their officers, they were crowding together in a confused mass that rolled and agitated itself like the waves of the sea, while 1,000 tongues spoke, or rather vociferated, and not a single ear was found to listen scandalized at a scene so extraordinary. Morton endeavored to make his way through the press to learn, and if possible to remove the cause of this so untimely disorder. While he is thus engaged, we shall make the reader acquainted with that which he was some time in discovering. The insurgents had proceeded to hold their day of humiliation, which, agreeably to the practice of the Puritans during the earlier Civil War, they considered as the most effectual mode of solving all difficulties and waiving all discussions. It was usual to name an ordinary weekday for this purpose. But on this occasion, the Sabbath itself was adopted owing to the pressure of the time, and the vicinity of the enemy. A temporary pulpit or tent was erected in the middle of the encampment, which, according to the fixed arrangement, was first to be occupied by the Reverend Peter Poundtext, to whom the post of honor was assigned as the eldest clergyman present. But as the worthy divine, with slow and stately steps, was advancing towards the rostrum which had been prepared for him, he was prevented by the unexpected apparition of Habakkuk Mucklewrath, the insane preacher, whose appearance had so much startled Morton at the first council of the insurgents, after their victory at Loudenhill. It is not known whether he was acting under the influence and instigation of the Cameronians, or whether he was merely compelled by his own agitated imagination and the temptation of a vacant pulpit before him to seize the opportunity of exhorting so respectable a congregation. It is only certain that he took occasion. By the forelock sprung into the pulpit, cast his eyes wildly round him, and undismayed by the murmurs of many of the audience, opened the Bible, read forth, as his text, from the 13th chapter of Deuteronomy, certain men, the children of Belial, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, saying, Let us go and serve other gods which you have not known, and then rushed at once into the midst of his subject. The harangue of Mucklewrath was as wild and extravagant as his intrusion was unauthorized and untimely, but it was provokingly coherent, in so far as it turned entirely upon the very subjects of discord of which it had been agreed to adjourn the consideration, until some more suitable opportunity. Not a single topic did he omit which had offense in it, and after charging the moderate party with heresy, with crouching to tyranny, with seeking to be at peace with God's enemies, he applied to Morton by name the charge that he had been one of those men of Belial, who in the words of his text had gone out from amongst them to withdraw the inhabitants of his city, and to go astray after false gods to him. And all who followed him, or approved of his conduct, Mucklewrath denounced fury and vengeance, and exhorted those who would hold themselves pure and undefiled to come up from the midst of them. Fear not, he said, because of the neighing of horses, or the glittering of breastplates. Seek not aid of the Egyptians, because of the enemy, though they may be numerous as locusts and fierce as dragons. Their trust is not as our trust, nor their rock as our rock. How else shall 1,000 fly before 1, and 2 put 10,000 to the flight? I dreamed it in the visions of the night. And the voice said, Habakkuk, take thy fan, and purge the wheat from the chaff, that they be not both consumed with the fire of indignation and the lightning of fury. Wherefore I say, take this Henry Morton's wretched Achan, who hath brought the accursed thing among ye, and made himself brethren in the camp of the enemy, take him, and stone him with stones, and thereafter burn him with fire, that the wrath may depart from the children of the covenant. He hath not taken a Babylonish garment, but he hath sold the garment of righteousness to the woman of Babylon, hath not taken 200 shekels of fine silver, but he hath bartered the truth, which is more precious than shekels of silver or wedges of gold. At this furious charge, brought so unexpectedly against one of their most active commanders, the audience broke out into open tumult, some demanding that there should instantly be a new election of officers, into which office none should hereafter be admitted, who had in their phrase touched of that which was accursed, or temporized more or less with the heresies and corruptions of the times. While such was the demand of the Cameronians, they vociferated loudly that those who were not with them were against them, that it was no time to relinquish the substantial part of the covenanted testimony of the Church, if they expected a blessing on their arms and their cause, and that in their eyes a lukewarm Presbyterian was little better than a prelatist, an anti-covenanter, and a nullifidian. The parties accused repelled the charge of criminal compliance and defection from the truth with scorn and indignation, and charged their accusers with breach of faith, as well as with wrong-headed and extravagant zeal, in introducing such divisions into an army, the joint strength of which could not by the most sanguine be judged more than sufficient to face their enemies. Poundtext and one or two others made some faint efforts to stem the increasing fury of the factious, exclaiming to those of the other party, in the words of the patriarchate, there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between thy herdsmen and my herdsmen, for we be brethren. No pacific overture could possibly obtain audience. It was in vain that even Burleigh himself, when he saw the dissension proceed to such ruinous lengths, exerted his stern and voice commanding silence and obedience. To discipline, the spirit of insubordination had gone forth, and it seemed as if the exhortation of Habakkuk Mucklerath had communicated a part of his frenzy. To all who heard him, the wiser, or more timid part of the assembly, were already withdrawing themselves from the field, and giving up their cause, as lost others were moderating a harmonious call, as they somewhat improperly termed it to new officers and dismissing those formerly chosen, and that with a tumult and clamor worthy of the deficiency of good sense and good order, implied in the whole transaction. It was at this moment, when Morton arrived in the field and joined the army in total confusion, and on the point of dissolving itself, his arrival occasioned loud exclamations of applause on the one side and of imprecation on the other. "What means this ruinous disorder at such a moment?" he exclaimed to Burleigh, who, exhausted with his vain exertions to restore order, was now leaning on his sword, and regarding the confusion with an eye of resolute despair. "It means," he replied, "that God has delivered us into the hands of our enemies." "Not so," answered Morton with a voice and gesture which compelled many to listen. "It is not God who deserts us, it is we who desert him, and dishonor ourselves, by disgracing and betraying the cause of freedom and religion. Hear me," he exclaimed, springing to the pulpit, which Mucklerath had been compelled to evacuate by actual exhaustion. "I bring from the enemy an offer to treat. If you incline to lay down your arms, I can assure you the means of making an honorable defense. If you are of more manly tempers, the time flies fast, on let us resolve either for peace or war, and let it not be said of us in future days that 6,000 Scottish men in arms had neither courage to stand their ground and fight it out, nor prudence to treat for peace, nor even the coward's wisdom to retreat in good time, and with safety. What signifies quarreling on minute points of church discipline, when the whole edifice is threatened with total destruction? Oh, remember, my brethren, that the last and worst evil which God brought upon the people whom he had once chosen, last and worst punishment of their blindness and hardness of heart, was the bloody dissensions, which rent asunder their city, even when the enemy were thundering at its gates." Some of the audience testified their feeling of this exhortation by loud exclamations of applause, others by hooting and exclaiming, "To your tents, O Israel!" Morton, who beheld the columns of the enemy already beginning to appear on the right bank, and directing their march upon the bridge, raised his voice to its utmost pitch, and pointing at the same time with his hand, exclaimed, "Silence, your senseless clamors yonder. Is the enemy on maintaining the bridge against him depend our lives, as well as our hope to reclaim our laws and liberties there? Shall at least one Scottishman die in their defense? Let any one who loves his country follow me." The multitude had turned their heads in the direction to which he pointed. The sight of the glittering files of the English foot guards, supported by several squadrons of horse of the cannon, which the artillerymen were busily engaged in planting against the bridge, of the platted clans, who seemed to search for a ford, and of the long succession of troops, which were destined to support the attack, silenced at once their clamorous uproar, and struck them with as much consternation as if it were an unexpected apparition, and not the very thing which they ought to have been looking out for. They gazed on each other, and on their leaders, with looks resembling those that indicate the weakness of a patient when exhausted by a fit of frenzy. Yet, when Morton, springing from the rostrum, directed his steps towards the bridge, he was followed by about 100 of the young men who were particularly attached to his command. Burleigh turned to MacBride. "Ephraim," he said, "it is Providence points us the way through the worldly wisdom of this latitudinarian youth. He that loves the light, let him follow Burleigh." "Tarry," replied MacBride, "it is not by Henry Morton, or such as he that are going out and are coming in, are to be meted. Therefore tarry with us. I fear treachery to the host from this nullifidian Achan. Thou shalt not go with him, thou art our chariots and our horsemen." "Hinder me not," replied Burleigh. "He hath well said that all is lost if the enemy win the bridge at Hereford. Let me not. Shall the children of this generation be called wiser or braver than the children of the sanctuary? Array yourselves under your leaders. Let us not lack supplies of men and ammunition, and accursed be he who turneth back from the work on this great day." Having thus spoken, he hastily marched towards the bridge, and was followed by about 200 of the most gallant and zealous of his party. There was a deep and disheartened pause. When Morton and Burleigh departed, the commanders availed themselves of it to display their lines in some sort of order, and exhorted those who were most exposed to throw themselves upon their faces, to avoid the cannonade, which they might presently expect the insurgents cease to resist, or to remonstrate, but the awe which had silenced their discords had dismayed. Their courage they suffered themselves to be formed into ranks with the docility of a flock of sheep, but without possessing for the time more resolution or energy, for they experienced a sinking of the heart, imposed by the sudden and imminent approach of the danger which they had neglected to provide against. While it was yet distant, they were however drawn out with some regularity, and as they still possessed the appearance of an army, their leaders had only to hope that some favorable circumstance would restore their spirits and courage. Kettledrummel, Poundtext, McBriar, and other preachers busied themselves in their ranks, and prevailed on them to raise a psalm, but the superstitious among them observed as an ill omen that their song of praise and triumph sunk into a quaver of consternation, and resembled rather a penitentiary stave sung on the scaffold of a condemned criminal than the bold strain which had resounded along the wild heath of Loudenhill, in anticipation of that day's victory. The melancholy melody soon received a rough accompaniment. The royal soldiers shouted, the Highlanders yelled, the cannon began to fire on one side, and the musketry on both, and the bridge of Bothwell with the banks adjacent were involved in wreaths of smoke. Chapter Roman 11, as ere ye saw the rain down fa, or yet the arrow from the bow. Sae our Scots lads fell even down, and they lay slain on every knowe. Old Ballad. Ere Morton or Burleigh had reached the post to be defended, the enemy had commenced an attack upon it with great spirit. The 2 regiments of foot guards formed into a close column, rushed forward to the river. One corps, deploying along the right bank, commenced a galling fire on the defenders of the pass, while the other pressed on to occupy the bridge. The insurgents sustained the attack with great constancy and courage, and while part of their number returned the fire across the river, the rest maintained a discharge of musketry upon the further end of the bridge itself, and every avenue by which the soldiers endeavored to approach it. The latter suffered severely, but still gained ground, and the head of their column was already upon the bridge when the arrival of Morton changed the scene, and his marksmen commencing upon the pass, a fire, as well aimed as it was sustained, and regular, compelled the assailants to retire with much loss. They were a second time brought up to the charge, and a second time repulsed with still greater loss, as Burleigh had now brought his party into action. The fire was continued with the utmost vehemence on both sides, and the issue of the action seemed very dubious. Monmouth, mounted on a superb white charger, might be discovered on the top of the right bank of the river, urging, entreating, and animating the exertions of his soldiers. By his orders, the cannon which had hitherto been employed in annoying the distant main body of the Presbyterians were now turned upon the defenders of the bridge, but these tremendous engines, being wrought much more slowly than in modern times, did not produce the effect of annoying or terrifying the enemy to the extent proposed. The insurgents, sheltered by copsewood along the bank of the river or stationed in the houses already mentioned, fought under cover, while the royalists, owing to the precautions of Morton, were entirely exposed. The defense was so protracted and obstinate that the royal generals began to fear it might be ultimately successful, while Monmouth threw himself from his horse, and rallying the foot guards brought them on to another close and desperate attack. He was warmly seconded by Doutsell, who, putting himself at the head of a body of Lennox Highlanders, rushed forward with their tremendous warcry of Lochsley. Note this was the slogan or warcry of the Macfarlanes, taken from a lake near the head of Loch Lomond, in the centre of their ancient possessions on the western banks of that beautiful inland sea. The ammunition of the defenders of the bridge began to fail at this important crisis. Messages, commanding and imploring succors and supplies, were in vain dispatched, one after the other, to the main body of the Presbyterian army, which remained inactively drawn up on the open fields in the rear. Fear, consternation, and misrule had gone abroad among them, and while the post on which their safety depended required to be instantly and powerfully reinforced, there remained none either to command or to obey. As the fire of the defenders of the bridge began to slacken, that of the assailants increased, and in its turn became more fatal. Animated by the example and exhortations of their generals, they obtained a footing upon the bridge itself, and began to remove the obstacles by which it was blockaded. The portal gate was broke open, the beams, trunks of trees, and other materials of the barricade pulled down and thrown into the river. This was not accomplished without opposition. Morton and Burleigh fought in the very front of their followers, and encouraged them with their pikes, halberds, and partisans to encounter the bayonets of the guards and the broadswords of the Highlanders. But those behind the leaders began to shrink from the unequal combat and fly singly, or in parties of 2 or 3 towards the main body, until the remainder were by the mere weight of the hostile column, as much as by their weapons fairly forced from the bridge. The passage being now open, the enemy began to pour over, but the bridge was long and narrow, which rendered the maneuver slow as well as dangerous, and those who first passed had still to force the houses from the windows, of which the Covenanters continued to fire. Burleigh and Morton were near each other at this critical moment. "There is yet time," said the former, "to bring down horse to attack them ere they can get into order, and with the aid of God, we may thus regain the bridge. Hasten thou to bring them down, while I make the defense good with this old and wearied body." Morton saw the importance of the advice, and throwing himself on the horse, which Cuddy held in readiness for him, behind the thicket galloped towards a body of cavalry, which chanced to be composed entirely of Cameronians. Ere he could speak his errand or utter his orders, he was saluted by the execrations of the whole body. "He flies," they exclaimed, "the cowardly traitor, flies like a hart from the hunters, and hath left valiant Burleigh in the midst of the slaughter." "I do not fly," said Morton, "I come to lead you to the attack. Advance boldly, and we shall yet do well." Follow him not, such were the tumultuous exclamations which resounded from the ranks. "Hath sold you to the sword of the enemy." And while Morton argued, entreated, and commanded in vain, the moment was lost in which the advance might have been useful, and the outlet from the bridge, with all its defences being in complete possession of the enemy. Burleigh and his remaining followers were driven back upon the main body, to whom the spectacle of their hurried and harassed retreat was far from restoring the confidence which they so much wanted. In the meanwhile, the forces of the king crossed the bridge at their leisure, and securing the pass formed in line of battle, while Claverhouse, who like a hawk perched on a rock, and eyeing the time to pounce on its prey, had watched the event of the action from the opposite bank, now passed the bridge at the head of his cavalry at full trot, and leading them in squadrons through the intervals, and round the flanks of the royal infantry, formed them in line on the moor and led them to the charge, advancing in front with one large body, while other 2 divisions threatened the flanks of the Covenanters. Their devoted army was now in that situation, when the slightest demonstration towards an attack was certain to inspire panic. Their broken spirits and disheartened courage were unable to endure the charge of the cavalry, attended with all its terrible accompaniments of sight and sound, rush of the horses at full speed, the shaking of the earth under their feet, the glancing of the swords, the waving of the plumes, and the fierce shouts of the cavaliers. The front ranks hardly attempted one ill-directed and disorderly fire, and their rear were broken and flying in confusion ere the charge had been completed. And in less than 5 minutes the horsemen were mixed with them, cutting and hewing without mercy. The voice of Claverhouse was heard even above the din of conflict, exclaiming to his soldiers, "Kilkilno, quarterthink on Richard Graham." The dragoons, many of whom had shared the disgrace of Loudenhill, required no exhortations to vengeance, as easy as it was complete. Their swords drank deep of slaughter, among the unresisting fugitives' screams for quarter were only answered by the shouts with which the pursuers accompanied their blows, and the whole field presented one general scene of confused slaughter, flight, and pursuit. About 1,200 of the insurgents, who remained in a body, a little apart from the rest and out of the line of the charge of cavalry, threw down their arms, and surrendered at discretion upon the approach of the Duke of Monmouth at the head of the infantry. That mild-tempered nobleman instantly allowed them the quarter which they prayed for, and, galloping about through the field, exerted himself as much to stop the slaughter as he had done to obtain the victory. While busied in this humane task, he met with General Dalzell, who was encouraging the fierce Highlanders and royal volunteers to show their zeal for king and country by quenching the flame of the rebellion with the blood of the rebels. "Sheathe your sword, I command you, General," exclaimed the Duke, "and sound the retreat. Enough of blood has been shed. Give quarter to the king's misguided subjects." "I obey your grace," said the old man, wiping his bloody sword and returning it to the scabbard. "But I warn you at the same time that enough has not been done to intimidate these desperate rebels. Has not your grace heard that Basil Oliphant has collected several gentlemen and men of substance in the West, and is in the act of marching to join them?" "Basil Oliphant," said the Duke, "who or what is he?" "The next male heir to the last Earl of Torwood. He is disaffected to government from his claim to the estate being set aside in favour of Lady Margaret Bellenden, and I suppose the hope of getting the inheritance has set him in motion." "Be his motives what they will," replied Monmouth, he must soon disperse his followers, for this army is too much broken to rally again. Therefore once more I command that the pursuit be stopped. It is your grace's province to command, and to be responsible for your commands, answered Doutsel, as he gave reluctant orders for checking the pursuit. But the fiery and vindictive Graham was already far out of hearing of the signal of retreat, and continued with his cavalry, an unwearied and bloody pursuit, breaking, dispersing, and cutting to pieces all the insurgents whom they could come up with. Burleigh and Morton were both hurried off the field by the confused tide of fugitives. They made some attempt to defend the streets of the town of Hamilton, but while laboring to induce the flyers to face about and stand to their weapons, Burleigh received a bullet which broke his sword arm. "May the hand be withered that shot the shot," he exclaimed, as the sword which he was waving over his head fell powerless to his side. "I can fight no longer." Note: this incident and Burleigh's exclamation are taken from the records. Then turning his horse's head, he retreated out of the confusion. Morton also now saw that the continuing his unavailing efforts to rally the flyers could only end in his own death or captivity, and followed by the faithful Cuddy, he extricated himself from the press, and being well mounted leaped his horse over one or two enclosures, and got into the open country. From the first hill which they gained in their flight, they looked back and beheld the whole country covered with their fugitive companions, and with the pursuing dragoons whose wild shouts and halloo, as they did execution on the groups whom they overtook, mingled with the groans and screams of their victims, rose shrilly up the hill. "It is impossible they can ever make head again," said Morton. "The heads teen aff them, as clean as I wad bite it," aff a Sibbo, rejoined Cuddy. "A lord, see how the broadswords are flashing. Wars a fearsome thing, they'll be cunning that catches me at this work again, but for God's sake, sir, let us mak for some strength." Morton saw the necessity of following the advice of his trusty squire. They resumed a rapid pace, and continued it without intermission, directing their course towards the wild and mountainous country, where they thought it likely some part of the fugitives might draw together for the sake either of making defense or of obtaining terms. Chapter Roman 12. They require of heaven the hearts of lions, breath of tigers, yea, and the fierceness too. Fletcher. Evening had fallen, and for the last 2 hours they had seen none of their ill-fated companions, when Morton and his faithful attendant gained the moorland and approached a large and solitary farmhouse, situated in the entrance of a wild glen far remote from any other habitation. "Our horses," said Morton, "will carry us no farther without rest or food, and we must try to obtain them here if possible." So speaking, he led the way to the house. The place had every appearance of being inhabited. There was smoke issuing from the chimney in a considerable volume, and the marks of recent hoofs were visible around the door. They could even hear the murmuring of human voices within the house, but all the lower windows were closely secured, and when they knocked at the door, no answer was returned. After vainly calling and entreating admittance, they withdrew to the stable or shed, in order to accommodate their horses. Ere they used farther means of gaining admission in this place, they found 10 or 12 horses, whose state of fatigue, as well as the military yet disordered appearance of their saddles and accoutrements, plainly indicated that their owners were fugitive insurgents in their own circumstances. "This meeting bodes luck," said Cuddy, "and they hae walth o' beef. That's I think cert, for here's a raw hide that has been about the herdies o' a stot not half an hour synates warm yet." Encouraged by these appearances, they returned again to the house, and announcing themselves as men in the same predicament with the inmates, clamored loudly for admittance. "Whoever ye be," answered a stern voice from the window, after a long and obdurate silence, "disturb not those who mourn for the desolation and captivity of the land, and search out the causes of wrath and of defection, that the stumbling blocks may be removed over which we have stumbled." "They are wild western Whigs," said Cuddy in a whisper to his master. "I can, by their language, fiend hae me if I like to venture on them." Morton, however, again called to the party within, and insisted on admittance, but finding his entreaties still disregarded, he opened one of the lower windows, and pushing asunder the shutters, which were but slightly secured, stepped into the large kitchen, from which the voice had issued. Cuddy followed him, muttering betwixt his teeth, as he put his head within the window, that he hoped there was nae scalding brose on the fire, and master and servant both found themselves in the company of 10 or 12 armed men, seated around the fire, on which refreshments were preparing, and busied apparently in their devotions. In the gloomy countenances illuminated by the firelight, Morton, had no difficulty in recognizing several of those zealots, who had most distinguished themselves by their intemperate opposition to all moderate measures, together with their noted pastor the fanatical Ephraim McBriar, and the maniac Habakkuk Mucklerath. The Cameronians neither stirred tongue nor hand to welcome their brethren in misfortune, but continued to listen to the low murmured exercise of McBriar, as he prayed that the Almighty would lift up his hand from his people, and not make an end in the day of his anger. That they were conscious of the presence of the intruders only appeared from the sullen and indignant glances which they shot at them from time to time as their eyes encountered. Morton, finding into what unfriendly society he had unwittingly intruded, began to think of retreating, but on turning his head, observed with some alarm that two strong men had silently placed themselves beside the window through which they had entered. One of these ominous sentinels whispered to Cuddy, son of that precious woman Maz Hedrig, "Do not cast thy lot farther with this child of treachery, and perdition pass on thy way, and tarry not, for the avenger of blood is behind thee." With this he pointed to the window, out of which Cuddy jumped without hesitation, for the intimation he had received plainly implied the personal danger he would otherwise incur. "Winnocks are no lucky why me," was his first reflection when he was in the open air. His next was upon the probable fate of his master. They'll kill him, the murdering loons, and think they're doing a gude turn. But ease, tack the back road for Hamilton, and see if I canna get some o' our ain folk to bring help in time of necessity. So saying, Cuddy hastened to the stable, and taking the best horse he could find instead of his own tired animal, he galloped off in the direction he proposed. The noise of his horse's tread alarmed for an instant the devotion of the fanatics. As it died in the distance, McBriar brought his exercise to a conclusion, and his audience raised themselves from the stooping posture and luring downward look with which they had listened to it, and all fixed their eyes sternly on Henry Morton. "You bend strange countenances on me, gentlemen," said he, addressing them. "I am totally ignorant in what manner I can have deserved them." Out upon the exclaimed Mucklerath, starting up, "the word that thou hast spurned shall become a rock to crush, and to bruise thee the spear which thou wouldst have broken shall pierce thy side. We have prayed and wrestled, and petitioned for an offering to atone the sins of the congregation, and lo, the very head of the offense is delivered into our hand. He hath burst in like a thief through the window. He is a ram caught in the thicket, whose blood shall be a drink-offering to redeem vengeance from the church. And the place shall from henceforth be called Jehovah-Jireh, for the sacrifice is provided up then, and bind the victim with cords to the horns of the altar." There was a movement among the party, and deeply did Morton regret at that moment the incautious haste with which he had ventured into their company. He was armed only with his sword, for he had left his pistols at the bow of his saddle. And as the Whigs were all provided with firearms, there was little or no chance of escaping from them. By resistance, the interposition, however, of McBriar protected him for the moment. "Tarry yet a while, brethren, let us not use the sword rashly, lest the load of innocent blood lie heavy on us come," he said, addressing himself to Morton. "We will reckon with the heir, we avenge the cause thou hast betrayed. Hast thou not," he continued, "made thy face as hard as flint against the truth in all the assemblies of the host? He has murmured the deep voices of the assistants. He hath ever urged peace with the malignants," said one. "And pleaded for the dark and dismal guilt of the indulgence," said another. "And would have surrendered the host into the hands of Monmouth," echoed a third, "and was the first to desert the honest and manly Burleigh, while he yet resisted at the pass. I saw him on the moor with his horse bloody, with spurring long ere the firing had ceased at the bridge." "Gentlemen," said Morton, "if you mean to bear me down by clamour, and take my life without hearing me, it is perhaps a thing in your power, but you will sin before God and man by the commission of such a murder." "I say hear the youth," said McBriar, "for heaven knows, our bowels have yearned for him, that he might be brought to see the truth and exert his gifts in its defense. But he is blinded by his carnal knowledge, and has spurned the light when it blazed before him." Silence being obtained, Morton proceeded to assert the good faith which he had displayed in the treaty with Monmouth, and the active part he had borne in the subsequent action. "I may not, gentlemen," he said, "be fully able to go the lengths you desire in assigning to those of my own religion the means of tyrannizing over others, but none shall go farther in asserting our own lawful freedom. And I must needs aver that had others been of my mind in council, or disposed to stand by my side in battle, we should this evening, instead of being a defeated and discordant remnant, have sheathed our weapons in an useful and honorable peace, or brandished them triumphantly, after a decisive victory. He hath spoken the word, said one of the assembly, hath avowed his carnal self-seeking and Erastianism, let him die the death. Peace yet again, said MacBriar, for I will try him further. Was it not by thy means that the malignant Evandale twice escaped from death and captivity? Was it not through thee that Miles Bellenden and his garrison of cutthroats were saved from the edge of the sword? I am proud to say that you have spoken the truth in both instances, replied Morton. Lo, you see, said MacBriar again, hath his mouth spoken it, and didst thou not do this for the sake of a Midianitish woman, one of the spawn of prelacy, a toy with which the archenemy's trap is baited? Didst thou not do all this for the sake of Edith Bellenden? You are incapable, answered Morton boldly, of appreciating my feelings towards that young lady, but all that I have done I would have done had she never existed. Thou art a hardy rebel to the truth, said another dark-browed man, and didst thou not so act that by conveying away the aged woman, Margaret Bellenden, and her granddaughter, thou mightest thwart the wise and godly project of John Balfour of Burleigh, for bringing forth to battle Basil Oliphant, who had agreed to take the field if he were ensured possession of these women's worldly endowments? I never heard of such a scheme, said Morton, and therefore I could not thwart it. But does your religion permit you to take such uncreditable and immoral modes of recruiting? Peace, said MacBriar, somewhat disconcerted. It is not for thee to instruct tender professors, or to construe covenant obligations. For the rest, you have acknowledged enough of sin and sorrowful defection to draw down defeat on a host, were it as numerous as the sands on the seashore, and it is our judgment that we are not free to let you pass from us safe, and in life, since Providence hath given you into our hands at the moment that we prayed with godly Joshua, saying, what shall we say? When Israel turneth their backs before their enemies, then camest thou delivered to us, as it were by lot, that thou mightest sustain the punishment of one that hath wrought folly in Israel. Therefore mark my words. This is the Sabbath, and our hand shall not be on thee to spill thy blood upon this day. But when the 12th hour shall strike, it is a token that thy time on earth hath run, wherefore improve thy span, for it flitteth fast away. Seize on the prisoner brethren, and take his weapon. The command was so unexpectedly given, and so suddenly executed by those of the party, who had gradually closed behind and around Morton, that he was overpowered, disarmed, and a horsegirth passed round his arms, before he could offer any effectual resistance. When this was accomplished, a dead and stern silence took place. The fanatics ranged themselves around a large oaken table, placing Morton amongst them, bound and helpless in such a manner as to be opposite to the clock, which was to strike his knell. Food was placed before them, of which they offered their intended victim a share, but it will readily be believed he had little appetite. When this was removed, the party resumed their devotions. MacBriar, whose fierce zeal did not perhaps exclude some feelings of doubt and compunction, began to expostulate in prayer, as if to wring from the deity a signal that the bloody sacrifice they proposed was an acceptable service. The eyes and ears of his hearers were anxiously strained, as if to gain some sight or sound, which might be converted or wrested into a type of approbation. And ever and anon dark looks were turned on the dial plate of the timepiece, to watch its progress towards the moment of execution. Morton's eye frequently took the same course, with the sad reflection that there appeared no possibility of his life being expanded beyond the narrow segment which the index had yet to travel on the circle, until it arrived at the fatal hour. Faith in his religion, with a constant unyielding principle of honor, and the sense of conscious innocence, enabled him to pass through this dreadful interval with less agitation than he himself could have expected had the situation been prophesied to him. Yet there was a want of that eager and animating sense of right, which supported him in similar circumstances. When in the power of Claverhouse, then, he was conscious that amid the spectators were many who were lamenting his condition, and some who applauded his conduct, but now among these pallid and ferocious zealots, whose hardened brows were soon to be bent not merely with indifference, but with triumph upon his execution, without friend to speak a kindly word, or give a look either of sympathy or encouragement, awaiting till the sword destined to slay him crept out of the scabbard gradually, and as it were by strawbreadths, and condemned to drink the bitterness of death drop by drop. It is no wonder that his feelings were less composed than they had been on any former occasion of danger. His destined executioners, as he gazed around them, seemed to alter their forms and features like specters. In a feverish dream, their figures became larger, and their faces more disturbed, and as an excited imagination predominated over the realities which his eyes received, he could have thought himself surrounded, rather by a band of demons than of human beings. The walls seemed to drop with blood, and the light tick of the clock thrilled on his ear with such loud, painful distinctness, as if each sound were the prick of a bodkin inflicted on the naked nerve of the organ. Morton awaiting death. It was with pain that he felt his mind wavering while on the brink between this and the future world. He made a strong effort to compose himself to devotional exercises, and unequal during that fearful strife of nature, to arrange his own thoughts into suitable expressions he had instinctively recourse to the petition for deliverance, and for composure of spirit which is to be found in the Book of Common Prayer of the Church of England. McBriar, whose family were of that persuasion, instantly recognized the words, which the unfortunate prisoner pronounced half aloud. There lacked but this, he said, his pale cheek kindling with resentment to root out my carnal reluctance, to see his blood spilt. He is a prelatist who has sought the camp under the disguise of an Erastian, and all and more than all that has been said of him must needs be verity. His blood be on his head. The deceiver let him go down to Tophet with the ill-mumbled mass, which he calls a prayer book, in his right hand. I take up my song against him, exclaimed the maniac, as the sun went back on the dial 10 degrees, for intimating the recovery of holy Hezekiah. So shall it now go forward, that the wicked may be taken away from among the people, and the covenant established in its purity. He sprang to a chair with an attitude of frenzy, in order to anticipate the fatal moment, by putting the index forward, and several of the party began to make ready their slaughter weapons for immediate execution, when Mucklewrath's hand was arrested by one of his companions. Hist, he said, I hear a distant noise. It is the rushing of the brook over the pebbles, said one. It is the sough of the wind among the bracken, said another. It is the galloping of horse, said Morton to himself, his sense of hearing rendered acute by the dreadful situation in which he stood. God grant they may come as my deliverers. The noise approached rapidly, and became more and more distinct. It is horse, cried McBriar. Look out, and descry who they are. The enemy are upon us, cried one who had opened the window, in obedience to his order. A thick trampling and loud voices were heard immediately round the house. Some rose to resist, and some to escape. The doors and windows were forced at once, and the red coats of the troopers appeared in the apartment. Have it the bloody rebels, remember Cornet Graham, was shouted on every side. The lights were struck down, but the dubious glare of the fire enabled them to continue the fray. Several pistol shots were fired. The Whig who stood next to Morton received a shot, as he was rising, stumbled against the prisoner, whom he bore down with his weight, and lay, stretched above him, a dying man. This accident probably saved Morton from the damage he might otherwise have received in so close a struggle, where firearms were discharged, and sword blows given for upwards of 5 minutes. Is the prisoner safe? Exclaimed the well-known voice of Claverhouse. Look about for him, and dispatch the Whig dog who is groaning there. Both orders were executed. The groans of the wounded man were silenced by a thrust with a rapier, and Morton, disencumbered of his weight, was speedily raised, and in the arms of the faithful Cuddy, who blubbered for joy when he found that the blood with which his master was covered had not flowed from his own veins. A whisper in Morton's ear, while his trusty follower relieved him from his bonds, explained the secret of the very timely appearance of the soldiers. I fell into Claverhouse's party when I was seeking for some o'er folk to help ye out o' the hands of the Whigs, sae being atween the deal. And the deep sea, I e'en thought it best to bring him on. Why me for? Hell be wearied why felling folk the night, and the morn's a new day. And Lord Evandale, Osia day in Harst and Monmouth Guy's quarter. The dragoons tell me for the asking, sae haud up your heart and ease. Warrant well do a wheel enug yet. Note to chapter Roman 12, the principal incident of the foregoing chapter was suggested by an occurrence of a similar kind told me by a gentleman now deceased, who held an important situation in the excise to which he had been raised by active and resolute exertions, in an inferior department, when employed as a supervisor on the coast of Galloway, at a time when the immunities of the Isle of Man rendered smuggling almost universal in that district. This gentleman had the fortune to offend highly several of the leaders in the contraband trade by his zeal in serving the revenue. This rendered his situation a dangerous one, and on more than one occasion placed his life in jeopardy. At one time in particular, as he was riding after sunset on a summer evening, he came suddenly upon a gang of the most desperate smugglers in that part of the country they surrounded him without violence, but in such a manner as to show that it would be resorted to if he offered resistance, and gave him to understand he must spend the evening with them. Since they had met so happily, the officer did not attempt opposition, but only asked leave to send a country lad to tell his wife and family that he should be detained later than he expected. As he had to charge the boy with this message, in the presence of the smugglers, he could found no hope of deliverance from it save what might arise from the sharpness of the lad's observation and the natural anxiety and affection of his wife. But if his errand should be delivered and received literally as he was conscious the smugglers expected it, was likely that it might by suspending alarm about his absence from home postpone all search after him till it might be useless, making a merit of necessity. Therefore he instructed and dispatched his messenger, and went with the contraband traders with seeming willingness to one of their ordinary haunts. He sat down at table with them, and they began to drink and indulge themselves in gross jokes, while like Mirabelle, the inconstant, their prisoner had the heavy task of receiving their insolence, as wit answering their insults with good humor, and withholding from them the opportunity which they sought of engaging him in a quarrel that they might have a pretense for misusing him. He succeeded for some time, but soon became satisfied. It was their purpose to murder him outright, or else to beat him in such a manner as scarce to leave him with life. A regard for the sanctity of the Sabbath evening, which still oddly subsisted among these ferocious men, amidst their habitual violation of divine and social law, prevented their commencing their intended cruelty until the Sabbath should be terminated. They were sitting around their anxious prisoner, muttering to each other words of terrible import, and watching the index of a clock which was shortly to strike the hour at which in their apprehension murder would become lawful, when their intended victim heard a distant rustling like the wind among withered leaves. It came nearer, and resembled the sound of a brook in flood chafing within its banks. It came nearer yet, and was plainly distinguished as the galloping of a party of horse. The absence of her husband, and the account given by the boy of the suspicious appearance of those with whom he had remained, had induced Emarsto apply to the neighboring town for a party of dragoons, who thus providentially arrived in time to save him from extreme violence, if not from actual destruction. Chapter Roman 13. Sound the clarion, fill the fife. To all the sensual world proclaim, one crowded hour of glorious life is worth an age without a name. Anonymous. When the desperate affray had ceased, Claverhouse commanded his soldiers to remove the dead bodies, to refresh themselves and their horses, and prepare for passing the night at the farmhouse, and for marching early in the ensuing morning. He then turned his attention to Morton, and there was politeness and even kindness in the manner in which he addressed him. You would have saved yourself risk from both sides, Mr. Morton, if you had honored my counsel yesterday morning with some attention. But I respect your motives. You are a prisoner at the disposal of the king and council, but you shall be treated with no incivility, and I will be satisfied with your parole that you will not attempt an escape. When Morton had passed his word to that effect, Claverhouse bowed civilly, and turning away from him called for his sergeant major. How many prisoners, Halliday, and how many killed? 3 killed in the house, sir, 2 cut down in the court, and 1 in the garden, 6 in all. 4 prisoners. Armed or unarmed, said Claverhouse. 3 of them armed to the teeth, answered Halliday. 1 without arms, seems to be a preacher. Ith trumpeter to the Longyeard route, I suppose, replied Claverhouse, glancing slightly round upon his victims. I will talk with him tomorrow. Take the other 3 down to the yard, draw out 2 files, and fire upon them, and die here. Make a memorandum in the orderly book of 3 rebels taken in arms, and shot, with the date and name of the place. Drumtional, I think they call it. Look after the preacher till tomorrow, as he was not armed. He must undergo a short examination, or better perhaps take him before the Privy Council. I think they should relieve me of a share of this disgusting drudgery. Let Mr. Morton be civilly used, and see that the men look well after their horses, and let my groom wash Wildblood's shoulder with some vinegar. The saddle has touched him a little. All these various orders for life and death, the securing of his prisoners, and the washing his charger's shoulder were given in the same unmoved and equable voice, of which no accent or tone, intimated that the speaker considered one direction as of more importance than another. The Cameronians, so lately about to be the willing agents of a bloody execution, were now themselves to undergo it. They seemed prepared alike for either extremity, nor did any of them show the least sign of fear when ordered to leave the room for the purpose of meeting instant death. Their severe enthusiasm sustained them in that dreadful moment, and they departed with a firm look, and in silence, accepting that one of them, as he left the apartment, looked Claverhouse full in the face, and pronounced with a stern and steady voice, "Mischief shall haunt the violent man," to which Graham only answered by a smile of contempt. They had no sooner left the room than Claverhouse applied himself to some food, which one or two of his party had hastily provided, and invited Morton to follow his example, observing it had been a busy day for them. Both Morton declined eating, for the sudden change of circumstances, transition from the verge of the grave to a prospect of life, had occasioned a dizzy revulsion in his whole system. But the same confused sensation was accompanied by a burning thirst, and he expressed his wish to drink. "I will pledge you with all my heart," said Claverhouse, "for here is a black jack full of ale and good. It must be, if there be good in the country, for the Whigs never miss to find it out. My service to you, Mr. Morton," he said, filling one horn of ale for himself, and handing another to his prisoner. Morton raised it to his head, and was just about to drink when the discharge of carabines beneath the window, followed by a deep and hollow groan, repeated twice or thrice, and more faint at each interval, announced the fate of the three men who had just left them. Morton shuddered, and set down the untasted cup. "You are but young in these matters, Mr. Morton," said Claverhouse, after he had very composedly finished his draught, "and I do not think the worse of you, as a young soldier, for appearing to feel them acutely, but habit, duty, and necessity reconcile men to everything." "I trust," said Morton, "they will never reconcile me to such scenes as these." "You would hardly believe," said Claverhouse in reply, "that in the beginning of my military career, I had as much aversion to seeing blood spilt as ever man felt. It seemed to me to be wrung from my own heart. And yet, if you trust one of those Whig fellows, he will tell you I drink a warm cup of it every morning before I breakfast." Note: the author is uncertain whether this was ever said of Claverhouse, but it was currently reported of Sir Robert Grierson of Lag, another of the persecutors, that a cup of wine placed in his hand turned to clotted blood. But in truth, Mr. Morton, why should we care so much for death light upon us, or around us, whenever it may men die daily? Not a bell tolls the hour, but it is the death note of some one or other, and why hesitate to shorten the span of others, or take over-anxious care to prolong our own? It is all a lottery. When the hour of midnight came, you were to die, it has struck, you are alive and safe, and the lot has fallen on those fellows who were to murder you. It is not the expiring pang that is worth thinking of in an event that must happen one day, and may befall us on any given moment. It is the memory which the soldier leaves behind him, like the long train of light that follows the sunken sun. That is all which is worth caring for, which distinguishes the death of the brave or the ignoble. When I think of death, Mr. Morton, as a thing worth thinking of, it is in the hope of pressing one day some well-fought and hard-won field of battle, and dying with the shout of victory in my earth. That would be worth dying for, and more it would be worth having lived for." At the moment when Graham delivered these sentiments, his eye, glancing with the martial enthusiasm which formed such a prominent feature in his character, a gory figure, which seemed to rise out of the floor of the apartment, stood upright before him, and presented the wild person and hideous features of the maniac so often mentioned. His face, where it was not covered with bloodstreaks, was ghastly pale, for the hand of death was on him. He bent upon Claverhouse eyes, in which the grey light of insanity still twinkled, though just about to flit forever, and exclaimed with his usual wildness of ejaculation, "Wilt thou trust in thy bow, and in thy spear, in thy steed, and in thy banner, and shall not God visit thee for innocent blood? Wilt thou glory in thy wisdom, and in thy courage, and in thy might, and shall not the Lord judge thee? Behold, the princes for whom thou hast sold thy soul to the destroyer shall be removed from their place, and banished to other lands, and their names shall be a desolation, and an astonishment, and a hissing, and a curse. And thou, who hast partaken of the winecup of fury, and hast been drunken and mad, because thereof the wish of thy heart shall be granted to thy loss, and the hope of thine own pride shall destroy thee. I summon thee, John Graham, to appear before the tribunal of God, to answer for this innocent blood, and the seas besides which thou hast shed." He drew his right hand across his bleeding face, and held it up to heaven, as he uttered these words, which he spoke very loud, and then added more faintly, "How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge, and avenge the blood of thy saints." As he uttered the last word he fell backwards, without an attempt to save himself, and was a dead man ere his head touched the floor. Morton was much shocked at this extraordinary scene, and the prophecy of the dying man, which tallied so strangely with the wish which Claverhouse had just expressed, and he often thought of it afterwards, when that wish seemed to be accomplished. Two of the dragoons who were in the apartment, hardened as they were, and accustomed to such scenes, showed great consternation at the sudden apparition. The event and the words which preceded it. Claverhouse alone was unmoved at the first instant of Mucklerath's appearance. He had put his hand to his pistol, but on seeing the situation of the wounded wretch, he immediately withdrew it, and listened with great composure to his dying exclamation. When he dropped, Claverhouse asked in an unconcerned tone of voice, "How came the fellow here? Speak, you staring fool," he added, addressing the nearest dragoon, "unless you would have me think you such a poltroon as to fear a dying man." The dragoon crossed himself, and replied with a faltering voice that the dead fellow had escaped their notice, when they removed the other bodies, as he chanced to have fallen where a cloak or two had been flung aside and covered him. "Take him away now then, you gaping idiot, and see that he does not bite you." To put an old proverb to shame, this is a new incident, Mr. Morton, that dead men should rise and push us from our stools. I must see that my blackguards grind their swords sharper. They used not to do their work so slovenly, but we have had a busy day, they are tired, and their blades blunted with their bloody work. And I suppose you, Mr. Morton, as well as I, are well disposed for a few hours' repose." So saying, he yawned, and taking a candle which a soldier had placed ready, saluted Morton courteously, and walked to the apartment which had been prepared for him. Morton was also accommodated for the evening, with a separate room being left alone. His first occupation was the returning thanks to heaven for redeeming him from danger, even through the instrumentality of those who seemed his most dangerous enemies. He also prayed sincerely for the divine assistance in guiding his course through times which held out so many dangers and so many errors. And having thus poured out his spirit in prayer before the great being who gave it, he betook himself to the repose which he so much required. Chapter Roman 14. The charge is prepared, the lawyers are met. The judges all in terrible show. Beggars' opera. So deep was the slumber which succeeded the agitation and embarrassment of the preceding day, that Morton hardly knew where he was when it was broken by the tramp of horses, the hoarse voice of men, and the wild sound of the trumpets blowing the reveille. The sergeant major, immediately afterwards, came to summon him, which he did in a very respectful manner, saying the general for Claverhouse now held that rank, hoped for the pleasure of his company upon the road. In some situations an intimation is a command, and Morton considered that the present occasion was one of these. He waited upon Claverhouse as speedily as he could, found his own horse saddled for his use and Cuddy in attendance. Both were deprived of their firearms, though they seemed otherwise rather to make part of the troop than of the prisoners, and Morton was permitted to retain his sword, the wearing which was in those days the distinguishing mark of a gentleman. Claverhouse seemed also to take pleasure in riding beside him, in conversing with him, and in confounding his ideas when he attempted to appreciate his real character, the gentleness and urbanity of that officer's general manners, the high and chivalrous sentiments of military devotion, which he occasionally expressed. His deep and accurate insight into the human bosom demanded at once the approbation and the wonder of those who conversed with him, while on the other hand, his cold indifference to military violence and cruelty seemed altogether inconsistent with the social and even admirable qualities which he displayed. Morton could not help in his heart contrasting him with Balfour of Burleigh, and so deeply did the idea impress him that he dropped a hint of it as they rode together at some distance from the troop. "You are right," said Claverhouse with a smile, "you are very right. We are both fanatics, but there is some distinction between the fanaticism of honor and that of dark and sullen superstition." "Yet you both shed blood without mercy or remorse," said Morton, who could not suppress his feelings. "Surely," said Claverhouse with the same composure, "but of what kind? There is a difference, I trust, between the blood of learned and reverend prelates and scholars, of gallant soldiers and noble gentlemen, and the red puddle that stagnates in the veins of psalm-singing mechanics, crack-brained demagogues, and sullen boresome distinction, in short, between spilling a flask of generous wine and dashing down a can full of base muddy ale." "Your distinction is too nice for my comprehension," replied Morton. "God gives every spark of life, that of the peasant, as well as of the prince, and those who destroy his work recklessly or causelessly must answer in either case. What right, for example, have I to General Graham's protection, now more than when I first met him? And narrowly escaped the consequences, you would say, answered Claverhouse. I will answer you frankly, then. I thought I had to do with the son of an old round-headed rebel, and the nephew of a sordid Presbyterian. Laird, now I know your points better. And there is that about you which I respect in an enemy as much as I like in a friend. I have learned a good deal concerning you since our first meeting, and I trust that you have found that my construction of the information has not been unfavorable to you. But yet, said Morton. But yet, interrupted Graham, taking up the word, you would say you were the same when I first met you that you are now true. But then how could I know that, though by even my reluctance to suspend your execution may show you how high your abilities stood in my estimation? Do you expect, General, said Morton, that I ought to be particularly grateful for such a mark of your esteem? Po, you are critical, returned Claverhouse. I tell you I thought you a different sort of person. Did you ever read Froissart? No, was Morton's answer. I have half a mind, said Claverhouse, to contrive you should have 6 months' imprisonment, in order to procure you that pleasure. His chapters inspire me with more enthusiasm than even poetry itself, and the noble canon with what true chivalrous feeling. He confines his beautiful expressions of sorrow to the death of the gallant and high-bred knight, of whom it was a pity to see the fall. Such was his loyalty to his king, pure faith to his religion, hardihood towards his enemy, and fidelity to his lady love. Benedicity, how he will mourn over the fall of such a pearl of knighthood, be it on the side he happens to favor or on the other. But truly, for sweeping from the face of the earth some few hundreds of villain churls who are born, but to plow it, the highborn and inquisitive historian has marvelous little sympathies, little or less perhaps than John Graham of Claverhouse. There is one plowman in your possession, General, for whom, said Morton, in despite of the contempt in which you hold a profession, which some philosophers have considered as useful as that of a soldier, I would humbly request your favor. You mean, said Claverhouse, looking at a memorandum book, one Hatherick Hederichor Hedrig I Cuthbert, or Cuddy Hedricker. I have him. Oh, never fear him, if he will be but tractable. The ladies of Tilliatudlem made interest with me on his account some time ago. He is to marry their waiting-maid. I think he will be allowed to slip off easy, unless his obstinacy spoils his good fortune. He has no ambition to be a martyr, I believe, said Morton. "'Tis the better for him," said Claverhouse. But besides, although the fellow had more to answer, for I should stand his friend for the sake of the blundering gallantry which threw him into the midst of our ranks last night, when seeking assistance for you, I never desert any man who trusts me with such implicit confidence. But to deal sincerely with you, he has been long in our eye. Here, Halliday, bring me up the black book. The sergeant, having committed to his commander this ominous record of the disaffected, which was arranged in alphabetical order, Claverhouse, turning over the leaves, as he rode on, began to read names as they occurred. Gumblegumption, a minister aged 50, indulged close sly, and so forth. Poo-pooey he I, have him here. Heathercat outlawed, a preacher a zealous Cameronian keeps a conventicle among the Campsie Hills. Tusho, here is Hedrig Cuthbert, his mother, a bitter Puritan himself, a simple fellow like to be forward in action, but of no genius for plots, more for the hand than the head, and might be drawn to the right side. But for his attachment to here. Claverhouse looked at Morton, and then shut the book, and changed his tone. Faithful and true are words never thrown away upon me, Mr. Morton. You may depend on the young man's safety. Does it not revolt a mind like yours, said Morton, to follow a system which is to be supported by such minute inquiries after obscure individuals? You do not suppose we take the trouble, said the general haughtily. The curates, for their own sakes, willingly collect all these materials for their own regulation in each parish. They know best, the black sheep of the flock. I have had your picture for 3 years. Indeed, replied Morton. Will you favor me by imparting it? Willingly, said Claverhouse. It can signify little, for you cannot avenge yourself on the curate, as you will probably leave Scotland for some time. This was spoken in an indifferent tone. Morton felt an involuntary shudder at hearing words which implied a banishment from his native land. But ere he answered, Claverhouse proceeded to read Henry Morton, son of Silas Morton, Colonel of Horse, for the Scottish Parliament, nephew, and apparent heir of Morton of Milnwood, imperfectly educated, but with spirit beyond his years, excellent at all exercise, indifferent to forms of religion, but seems to incline to the Presbyterians' high-flown and dangerous notions about liberty of thought and speech, and hovers between a latitudinarian and an enthusiast much admired, and followed by the youth of his own age, modest, quiet, and unassuming in manner, but in his heart peculiarly bold and intractable. He is here follow 3 red crosses, Mr. Morton, which signify triply dangerous. You see how important a person you are, but what does this fellow want? A horseman rode up as he spoke, and gave a letter. Claverhouse glanced it over, laughed scornfully, bade him tell his master to send his prisoners to Edinburgh, for there was no answer, and as the man turned back said contemptuously to Morton, here is an ally of yours deserted from you, or rather, I should say an ally of your good friend Burleigh. Here how he sets forth. Dear sir, I wonder when we were such intimates, may it please your excellency to accept my humble congratulations on the victory. Humblest his majesty's army. I pray you to understand I have my people under arms to take and intercept all fugitives, and have already several prisoners, and so forth. Subscribed Basil Oliphant. You know the fellow by name, I suppose? A relative of Lady Margaret Bellenden, replied Morton, is he not? I, replied Graham, an heirmale of her father's family, though a distant one, and moreover a suitor to the fair Edith, though discarded as an unworthy one, but above all a devoted admirer of the estate of Tilliatudlem, and all thereunto belonging. He takes an ill mode of recommending himself, said Morton, suppressing his feelings to the family at Tilliatudlem, by corresponding with our unhappy party. Oh, this precious Basil will turn cat in pan with any man, replied Claverhouse. He was displeased with the government, because they would not overturn in his favour a settlement of the late Earl of Torwood, by which his lordship gave his own estate to his own daughter. He was displeased with Lady Margaret, because she avowed no desire for his alliance, and with the pretty Edith because she did not like his tall, ungainly person, so he held a close correspondence with Burleigh and raised his followers with the purpose of helping him, providing always he needed no help, that is, if you had beat us yesterday, and now the rascal pretends he was all the while proposing the king's service. And for aught I know, the council will receive his pretext for current coin, for he knows how to make friends among thiemen. A dozen scores of poor vagabond fanatics will be shot or hanged, while this cunning scoundrel lies, hid under the double cloak of loyalty well-lined with the fox fur of hypocrisy. With conversation on this and other matters, they beguiled the way, Claverhouse all the while speaking with great frankness to Morton, and treating him rather as a friend and companion than as a prisoner, so that, however uncertain of his fate, the hours he passed in the company of this remarkable man were so much lightened by the varied play of his imagination and the depth of his knowledge of human nature, that since the period of his becoming a prisoner of war, which relieved him at once from the cares of his doubtful and dangerous station among the insurgents, and from the consequences of their suspicious resentment, his hours flowed on less anxiously than at any time since his having commenced actor in public life. He was now, with respect to his fortune, like a rider who has flung his reins on the horse's neck, and while he abandoned himself to circumstances, was at least relieved from the task of attempting to direct them in this mood. He journeyed on, the number of his companions being continually augmented by detached parties of horse, who came in from every quarter of the country, bringing with them, for the most part, the unfortunate persons who had fallen into their power. At length, they approached Edinburgh. Our council, said Claverhouse, being resolved, I suppose, to testify by their present exultation the extent of their former terror, have decreed a kind of triumphal entry to us victors and our captives. But as I do not quite approve the taste of it, I am willing to avoid my own part in the show, and at the same time to save you from yours. So saying, he gave up the command of the forces to Allen, now a lieutenant-colonel, and turning his horse into a by-lane rode into the city, privately accompanied by Morton and 2 or 3 servants. When Claverhouse arrived at the quarters which he usually occupied in the Canongate, he assigned to his prisoner a small apartment, with an intimation that his parole confined him to it for the present. After about a quarter of an hour spent in solitary musing on the strange vicissitudes of his late life, the attention of Morton was summoned to the window by a great noise in the street. Beneath, trumpets, drums, and kettle-drums contended in noise with the shouts of a numerous rabble, and apprised him that the royal cavalry were passing in the triumphal attitude which Claverhouse had mentioned. The magistrates of the city, attended by their guard of halberds, had met the victors with their welcome at the gate of the city, and now preceded them as a part of the procession. The next object was 2 heads borne upon pikes, and before each bloody head were carried the hands of the dismembered sufferers, which were, by the brutal mockery of those who bore them, often approached towards each other, As if in the attitude of exhortation or prayer, these bloody trophies belonged to two preachers, who had fallen at Bothwell Bridge. After them came a cart led by the executioner's assistant, in which were placed McBriar and other two prisoners who seemed of the same profession. They were bareheaded and strongly bound, yet looked around them with an air rather of triumph than dismay, and appeared in no respect moved either by the fate of their companions, of which the bloody evidences were carried before them, or by dread of their own approaching execution, which these preliminaries so plainly indicated. Behind these prisoners, thus held up to public infamy and derision, came a body of horse brandishing their broadswords, and filling the wide street with acclamations, which were answered by the tumultuous outcries and shouts of the rabble, who in every considerable town are too happy in being permitted to huzza for anything whatever which calls them together. In the rear of these troopers came the main body of the prisoners, at the head of whom were some of their leaders, who were treated with every circumstance of inventive mockery and insult. Several were placed on horseback, with their faces to the animal's tail. Others were chained to long bars of iron, which they were obliged to support in their hands like the galley slaves in Spain, when traveling to the port where they are to be put on shipboard. The heads of others who had fallen were borne in triumph before the survivors, some on pikes and halberds, some in sacks, bearing the names of the slaughtered persons labeled on the outside. Such were the objects who headed the ghastly procession, who seemed as effectually doomed to death as if they wore the sanbenitos of the condemned heretics in an auto-da-fe note. David Haxton of Rathillet, who was wounded and made prisoner in the skirmish of Ayers Moss, in which the celebrated Cameron fell, was on entering Edinburgh, by order of the council, received by the magistrates at the Watergate, and set on a horse's bare back with his face to the tail, and the other three laid on a goad of iron, and carried up the street, Mr. Cameron's head being on a halberd before them. Behind them came on the nameless crowd, to the number of several hundreds, some retaining under their misfortunes a sense of confidence in the cause for which they suffered captivity, and were about to give a still more bloody testimony. Others seemed pale, dispirited, dejected, questioning in their own minds their prudence in espousing a cause which Providence seemed to have disowned, and looking about for some avenue through which they might escape from the consequences of their rashness. Others there were who seemed incapable of forming an opinion on the subject, or of entertaining either hope, confidence, or fear, but who, foaming with thirst and fatigue, stumbled along like overdriven oxen, lost to everything but their present sense of wretchedness, and without having any distinct idea whether they were led to the shambles or to the pasture. These unfortunate men were guarded on each hand by troopers, and behind them came the main body of the cavalry, whose military music resounded back from the high houses on each side of the street, and mingled with their own songs of jubilee and triumph, and the wild shouts of the rabble. Morton felt himself heartsick while he gazed on the dismal spectacle, and recognized in the bloody heads, and still more miserable and agonized features of the living sufferers' faces, which had been familiar to him during the brief insurrection. He sunk down in a chair in a bewildered and stupefied state, from which he was awakened by the voice of Cuddy. "Lord Forgy, sir," said the poor fellow, his teeth chattering like a pair of nutcrackers, his hair erect like boar's bristles, and his face as pale as that of a corpse. "Lord Forgy, sir, we maun instantly gang before the council. O Lord, what made them send for a pure bodie like me? Sae money bra. Lords and gentle sand, there's my mither come on the lang tramp frae Glasgow to see to Garmy testify, as she cass it, that is to say confess and be hanged. But deal tack me if they mak sic a goose o' Cuddy, if I can do better. But here's Claverhouse himsel, Lord preserve, and Forgius I say ains mair." "You must immediately attend the council, Mr. Morton," said Claverhouse, who entered while Cuddy spoke, "and your servant must go with you. You need be under no apprehension for the consequences to yourself personally. But I warn you that you will see something that will give you much pain, and from which I would willingly have saved you, if I had possessed the power. My carriage waits us. Shall we go?" It will be readily supposed that Morton did not venture to dispute this invitation. However unpleasant, he rose and accompanied Claverhouse. "I must apprise you," said the latter, as he led the way downstairs, "that you will get off cheap, and so will your servant, provided he can keep his tongue quiet." Cuddy caught these last words, to his exceeding joy. "Deil a fear o' me," said he, "and my mither disna pit her finger in the pie." At that moment, his shoulder was seized by old Moz, who had contrived to thrust herself forward into the lobby of the apartment. "Oh, hinny, hinny," said she to Cuddy, hanging upon his neck, "glad and proud and sorry, and humbled am I ane, and the same instant to see my bairn, ganging to testify for the truth gloriously with his mouth in council, as he did with his weapon in the field. Wisht, mither, cried Cuddy impatiently, Audie daft wife. Is this a time to speak the things? I tell ye ill testify neathing either I gate or another. I hae spoken to Mr. Poundtext, and ill tack the declaration, or whate'er they cate, and we're to win free off if we do thaithes gotten life for himsel and a his folk. And that's a minister for my siller, I like nane o' your sermons, that end in a psalm at the Grassmarket note. Then the place of public execution. O Cuddy man laith wad I be they suld hurt, ye said old Maws, divided grievously between the safety of her son's soul, and that of his body. But mind my bonny bairn, ye hae battled for the faith, and dinna let the dread o' losing creature comforts withdraw ye frae the gude fight. Hout tout mither, replied Cuddy, I hae fought in o'er muckle already, and to speak plain I am wearied oth trade I hae swaggered, wi' a thee arms and muskets and pistols buffcoats and bandoliers, lang enug, and I like the plugpiddle a hantle better I ken, neathing suld gar a man fight, that's to say when he's no angry by, and out taken the dread o' being hanged or killed, if he turns back. But my dear Cuddy, continued the persevering Maws, your bridal garmento hinny dinna sully, the marriage garment. Owa, mither, replied Cuddy dinna. Ye see the folks waiting for me never fear, me I ken how to turn this far better than ye doffer your bleezing awa about marriage, and the job is how we are to win by hanging. So saying he extricated himself out of his mother's embraces, and requested the soldiers, who took him in charge, to conduct him to the place of examination without delay. He had been already preceded by Claverhouse and Morton. Chapter Roman 15, My Native Land, Good Night. Lord Byron. The Privy Council of Scotland, in whom the practice since the union of the crowns, vested great judicial powers, as well as the general superintendence of the executive department, was met in the ancient dark Gothic room, adjoining to the House of Parliament in Edinburgh, when General Graham entered, and took his place amongst the members at the council table. You have brought us a leash of game today, General, said a nobleman of high place amongst them. Here is a craven to confess a cock of the game to stand at bay, and what shall I call the third general? Without further metaphor, I will entreat your grace to call him a person in whom I am specially interested, replied Claverhouse. And a wig into the bargain, said the nobleman, lolling out a tongue, which was at all times too big for his mouth, and accommodating his coarse features to a sneer to which they seemed to be familiar. Yes, please your grace, a wig as your grace was in 1640. One, replied Claverhouse, with his usual appearance of imperturbable civility. He has you there, I think, my Lord Duke, said one of the privy councillors. Aye, returned the Duke, laughing, there's no speaking to him, since Drunkligbut come bring in the prisoner sand. Do you, Mr. Clerk, read the record? The clerk read forth a bond in which General Graham of Claverhouse and Lord Evandale entered themselves securities that Henry Morton younger of Milnwood should go abroad and remain in foreign parts, until his Majesty's pleasure was further known in respect of the said Henry Morton's accession to the late rebellion, and that under penalty of life and limb to the said Henry Morton, and of 10,000 marks to each of his securities. Do you accept of the King's mercy upon these terms, Mr. Morton? Said the Duke of Lauderdale, who presided in the council. I have no other choice, my lord, replied Morton. Then subscribe your name in the record. Morton did so without reply, conscious that in the circumstances of his case, it was impossible for him to have escaped more easily. MacBriar, who was at the same instant brought to the foot of the council table bound, upon a chair, for his weakness, prevented him from standing, beheld Morton in the act of what he accounted apostasy. He hath summed his defection, by owning the carnal power of the tyrant, he exclaimed, with a deep groan, fallen star, a fallen star. Hold your peace, sir, said the Duke, and keep your ain breath to cool your ain porridge. Find them scalding hot, I promise you. Call in the other fellow, who has some common sense. One sheep will leap the ditch when another goes first. Cuddy was introduced unbound, but under the guard of 2 halberdiers, and placed beside MacBriar at the foot of the table. The poor fellow cast a piteous look around him, in which were mingled awe for the great men in whose presence he stood, and compassion for his fellow-sufferers, with no small fear of the personal consequences which impended over himself. He made his clownish obeisances with a double portion of reverence, and then awaited the opening of the awful scene. Were you at the Battle of Bothwell Brig? Was the first question, which was thundered in his ears. Cuddy meditated a denial, but had sense enough upon reflection to discover that the truth would be too strong for him. So he replied with true Caledonian indirectness of response, "Ill no say, but it may be possible that I might hae been there." Answer directly, you knavies, or no you know you were there. It's no for me, to contradict your lordship's graces, honour, said Cuddy. Once more, sir, were you there, eyes, or no, said the Duke impatiently. Dear stir again, replied Cuddy, how can ane mind precisely where they hae been of the days o' their life? Speak out, you scoundrel, said General Doutsell, or ill dash your teeth out with my dudgeon haft. Do you think we can stand here all day to be turning and dodging with you like greyhounds after a hare note? The general is said to have struck one of the captive Whigs when under examination with the hilt of his sabre, so that the blood gushed out. The provocation for this unmanly violence was that the prisoner had called the fierce veteran a Muscovy beast, who used to roast men. Doutsell had been long in the Russian service, which in those days was no school of humanity. "I will then," said Cuddy, "since neathing else will please ye, write down that I cannot deny, but I was there." Well, sir, said the Duke, and do you think that the rising upon that occasion was rebellion or not? I'm no just free to gie my opinion, stir, said the cautious captive, on what might cost my neck, but I doubt it will be very little better. Better than what? Just than rebellion, as your honour casts it, replied Cuddy. Well, sir, that's speaking to the purpose, replied his grace. And are you content to accept of the king's pardon for your guilt as a rebel, and to keep the church and pray for the king? Blithely, stir, answered the unscrupulous Cuddy, and drink his health into the bargain when the ale's gued. Egad, said the Duke, this is a hearty cock what brought you into such a scrape, mine honest friend. Just ill example, stir, replied the prisoner, and a daft auld jod of a mither. Why, reverence to your grace's honour. Why, God a mercy, my friend, replied the Duke, take care of bad advice another time. I think you are not likely to commit treason on your own score. Make out his free pardon, and bring forward the rogue in the chair. McBriar was then moved forward to the post of examination. Were you at the battle of Bothwell Bridge? Was in like manner demanded of him. I was, answered the prisoner in a bold and resolute tone. Were you armed? I was not. I went in my calling as a preacher of God's word, to encourage them that drew the sword in his cause. In other words, to aid and abet the rebels, said the Duke. Thou hast spoken it, replied the prisoner. Well then, continued the interrogator, let us know if you saw John Balfour of Burley among the party. I presume you know him. I bless God that I do know him, replied McBriar. He is a zealous and a sincere Christian. And when and where did you last see this pious personage? Was the query which immediately followed. I am here to answer for myself, said McBriar in the same dauntless manner, and not to endanger others. We shall know, said Doutsell, how to make you find your tongue. If you can make him fancy himself in a conventicle, answered Lauderdale, he will find it without you. Come, laddie, speak. While the play is goodier, too young to bear the burden will be laid on you else. I defy you, retorted McBriar. This has not been the first of my imprisonments, or of my sufferings, and young as I may be, I have lived long enough to know how to die when I am called upon. Aye, but there are some things which must go before an easy death if you continue obstinate, said Lauderdale, and rung a small silver bell, which was placed before him on the table. A dark crimson curtain, which covered a sort of niche or Gothic recess in the wall, rose at the signal, and displayed the public executioner, a tall, grim, and hideous man, having an oaken table before him, on which lay thumbscrews, and an iron case called the Scottish boot, used in those tyrannical days to torture accused persons. Morton, who was unprepared for this ghastly apparition, started when the curtain arose, but McBriar's nerves were more firm. He gazed upon the horrible apparatus with much composure, and if a touch of nature called the blood from his cheek, for a second resolution, sent it back to his brow with greater energy. Do you know who that man is? Said Lauderdale, in a low, stern voice, almost sinking into a whisper. He is, I suppose, replied McBriar, the infamous executioner of your bloodthirsty commands upon the persons of God's people. He and you are equally beneath my regard, and I bless God I no more fear what he can inflict than what you can command. Flesh and blood may shrink under the sufferings you can do me to, and poor frail nature may shed tears, or send forth cries. But I trust my soul is anchored firmly on the rock of ages. Do your duty, said the Duke to the executioner. The fellow advanced, and asked with a harsh and discordant voice, upon which of the prisoner's limbs he should first employ his engine. Let him choose for himself, said the Duke, I should like to oblige him in anything that is reasonable. Since you leave it to me, said the prisoner, stretching forth his right leg, take the best, I willingly bestow it in the cause for which I suffer. Note. This was the reply actually made by James Mitchell, when subjected to the torture of the boot, for an attempt to assassinate Archbishop Sharp. The executioner, with the help of his assistants, enclosed the leg and knee within the tight iron boot or case, and then, placing a wedge of the same metal between the knee and the edge of the machine, took a mallet in his hand, and stood waiting for farther orders. A well-dressed man by profession, a surgeon, placed himself by the other side of the prisoner's chair, bared the prisoner's arm, and applied his thumb to the pulse, in order to regulate the torture, according to the strength of the patient. When these preparations were made, the president of the council repeated with the same stern voice the question, when and where did you last see John Balfour of Burleigh? The prisoner, instead of replying to him, turned his eyes to heaven, as if imploring divine strength, and muttered a few words of which the last were distinctly audible. Thou hast said thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power. The Duke of Lauderdale glanced his eye around the council, as if to collect their suffrages, and judging from their mute signs, gave on his own part a nod to the executioner, whose mallet instantly descended on the wedge, and forcing it between the knee and the iron boot occasioned the most exquisite pain, as was evident from the flush, which instantly took place on the brow and on the cheeks of the sufferer. The fellow then again raised his weapon, and stood prepared to give a second blow. Will you yet say, repeated the Duke of Lauderdale, where, and when you last parted from Balfour of Burleigh? You have my answer, said the sufferer resolutely, and the second blow fell. The third and fourth succeeded. But at the fifth, when a larger wedge had been introduced, the prisoner set up a scream of agony. Morton, whose blood boiled within him at witnessing such cruelty, could bear no longer, and although unarmed and himself in great danger, was springing forward, when Claverhouse, who observed his emotion, withheld him by force, laying one hand on his arm and the other on his mouth, while he whispered, for God's sake, think where you are. This movement, fortunately for him, was observed by no other of the councillors, whose attention was engaged with the dreadful scene before them. He is gone, said the surgeon, has fainted, my lords, and human nature can endure no more. Release him, said the Duke, and added, turning to Doutsell, he will make an old proverb good for hell scarce ride today, though he has had his boots on. I suppose we must finish with him. I dispatch a sentence, and have done with him. We have plenty of drudgery behind. Strong waters and essences were busily employed to recall the senses of the unfortunate captive, and when his first faint gasps intimated a return of sensation, the Duke pronounced sentence of death upon him, as a traitor taken in the act of open rebellion, and adjudged him to be carried from the bar to the common place of execution, and there hanged by the neck, his head and hands to be stricken off after death, and disposed of according to the pleasure of the council. Note. The pleasure of the council respecting the relics of their victims was often as savage as the rest of their conduct. The heads of the preachers were frequently exposed on pikes between their two hands, the palms displayed as in the attitude of prayer. When the celebrated Richard Cameron's head was exposed in this manner, a spectator bore testimony to it, as that of one who lived praying and preaching and died praying and fighting, and all and sundry his movable goods and gear escheat, and inbrought to his Majesty's use. Doomster, he continued, repeat the sentence to the prisoner. The office of Doomster was in those days, until a much later period, held by the executioner in commandum, with his ordinary functions. Note. See a note on the subject of this office, in the heart of Midlothian. The duty consisted in reciting to the unhappy criminal the sentence of the law as pronounced by the judge, which acquired an additional and horrid emphasis from the recollection that the hateful personage by whom it was uttered was to be the agent of the cruelties he denounced. MacBride had scarce understood the purport of the words, as first pronounced by the Lord President of the Council, but he was sufficiently recovered to listen, and to reply to the sentence when uttered by the harsh and odious voice of the ruffian who was to execute it. And at the last awful words, and this I pronounce for doom, he answered boldly, my lords, I thank you for the only favor I looked for or would accept at your hands, namely, that you have sent the crushed and maimed carcass, which has this day sustained your cruelty to this hasty end. It were indeed little to me whether I perish on the gallows, or in the prison house. But if death following close on what I have this day suffered had found me in my cell of darkness and bondage, many might have lost the sight how a Christian man can suffer in the good cause. For the rest I forgive you, my lords, for what you have appointed, and I have sustained, and why should I not ye send me to a happy exchanged, the company of angels, and the spirits of the just for that of frail dust, and ashes ye, send me from darkness into day, from mortality to immortality, and in a word from earth to heaven. If the thanks therefore, and pardon of a dying man, can do you good, take them at my hand, and may your last moments be as happy as mine. As he spoke thus, with a countenance radiant with joy and triumph, he was withdrawn by those who had brought him into the apartment, and executed within half an hour, dying with the same enthusiastic firmness which his whole life had evinced. The council broke up, and Morton found himself again in the carriage with General Graham. "Marvelous firmness and gallantry," said Morton, as he reflected upon MacBriar's conduct. "What a pity it is that with such self-devotion and heroism should have been mingled the fiercer features of his sect." "You mean," said Claverhouse, "his resolution to condemn you to death, to that he would have reconciled himself by a single text, for example, and fine has arose and executed judgment, or something to the same purpose. But wot ye where you are now bound, Mr. Morton?" "We are on the road to Leith, I observe," answered Morton. "Can I not be permitted to see my friend's heir? I leave my native land." "Your uncle," replied Graham, "has been spoken to, and declines visiting you. The good gentleman is terrified, and not without some reason, that the crime of your treason may extend itself over his lands and tenement. Sends you, however, his blessing, and a small sum of money. Lord Evandale continues extremely indisposed. Major Bellenden is at Tilliatudlem putting matters in order. The scoundrels have made great havoc there with Lady Margaret's muniments of antiquity, and have desecrated and destroyed what the good lady called the throne of his most sacred majesty. Is there anyone else whom you would wish to see?" Morton sighed deeply, as he answered, "Noit would avail nothing, but my preparation, small as they are, some must be necessary." "They are all ready for you," said the general. "Lord Evandale has anticipated all you wish. Here is a packet from him, with letters of recommendation for the court of the Stadtholder Prince of Orange, to which I have added one or two. I made my first campaigns under him, and first saw fire at the Battle of Senef. Note August 1674. Claverhouse greatly distinguished himself in this action, and was made captain. There are also bills of exchange for your immediate wants, and more will be sent when you require it." Morton heard all this, and received the parcel with an astounded and confused look, so sudden was the execution of the sentence of banishment. "And my servant," he said, "he shall be taken care of, and replaced, if it be practicable, in the service of Lady Margaret Bellenden. I think he will hardly neglect the parade of the feudal retainers, or go a-wigging a second time. But here we are upon the quay, and the boat waits you." It was even as Claverhouse said. A boat waited for Captain Morton, with the trunks and baggage belonging to his rank. Claverhouse shook him by the hand, and wished him good fortune, and a happy return to Scotland in quieter times. "I shall never forget," he said, "the gallantry of your behavior to my friend Evandale, in circumstances when many men would have sought to rid him out of their way." Another friendly pressure, and they parted. As Morton descended the pier to get into the boat, a hand placed in his a letter folded up in very small space. He looked round. The person who gave it seemed much muffled up. He pressed his finger upon his lip, and then disappeared among the crowd. The incident awakened Morton's curiosity, and when he found himself on board of a vessel bound for Rotterdam, and saw all his companions of the voyage busy making their own arrangements, he took an opportunity to open the billet thus mysteriously thrust upon him. It ran thus: "Thy courage on the fatal day when Israel fled before his enemies hath in some measure atoned for thy unhappy owning of the Erastian interest. These are not days for Ephraim to strive with Israel. I know thy heart is with the daughter of the stranger. But turn from that folly, for in exile, and in flight, and even in death itself, shall my hand be heavy against that bloody and malignant house, and Providence hath given me the means of meeting unto them with their own measure of ruin and confiscation. The resistance of their stronghold was the main cause of our being scattered at Bothwell Bridge, and I have bound it upon my soul to visit it upon them. Wherefore think of her no more, but join with our brethren in banishment, whose hearts are still towards this miserable land to save. And to relieve her, there is an honest remnant in Holland, whose eyes are looking out for deliverance. Join thyself unto them, like the true son of the stout and worthy Silas Morton, and thou wilt have good acceptance among them for his sake. And for thine own working, shouldst thou be found worthy again to labor in the vineyard, thou wilt at all times hear of my incomings and outgoings, by inquiring after Quintin Mackell of Irongray, at the house of that singular Christian woman Bessie, McClure near to the place called the Houff, where Neil Blaine entertaineth guests so much from him, who hopes to hear again from thee in brotherhood, resisting unto blood, and striving against sin meanwhile. Possess thyself in patience, keep thy sword girded, and thy lamp burning as one that wakes in the night, for he who shall judge the mount of Esau, and shall make false professors as straw and malignants, as stubble, will come in the fourth watch, with garments dyed in blood. And the house of Jacob shall be for spoil, and the house of Joseph for fire. I am he that hath written it, whose hand hath been on the mighty in the waste field. This extraordinary letter was subscribed J.B. of B. But the signature of these initials was not necessary for pointing out to Morton that it could come from no other than Burleigh. It gave him new occasion to admire the indomitable spirit of this man, who with art equal to his courage and obstinacy, was even now endeavoring to re-establish the web of conspiracy, which had been so lately torn to pieces. But he felt no sort of desire in the present moment to sustain correspondence which must be perilous, or to renew an association which in so many ways had been nearly fatal to him. The threats which Burleigh held out against the family of Bellenden he considered as a mere expression of his spleen on account of their defense of Tilliatudlem, and nothing seemed less likely than that, at the very moment of their party being victorious, their fugitive and distressed adversary could exercise the least influence over their fortunes. Morton, however, hesitated for an instant whether he should not send the Major or Lord Evandale intimation of Burleigh's threats. Upon consideration, he thought he could not do so without betraying his confidential correspondence, for to warn them of his menaces would have served little purpose unless he had given them a clue to prevent them by apprehending his person, while by doing so he deemed he should commit an ungenerous breach of trust to remedy an evil which seemed almost imaginary upon mature consideration. Therefore he tore the letter, having first made a memorandum of the name and place where the writer was to be heard of, and threw the fragments into the sea. While Morton was thus employed, the vessel was unmoored, and the white sails swelled out before a favorable northwest wind. The ship leaned her side to the gale, and went roaring through the waves, leaving a long and rippling furrow. To track her course, the city and port, from which he had sailed, became undistinguishable in the distance. The hills, by which they were surrounded, melted finally into the blue sky, and Morton was separated for several years from the land of his nativity. Chapter Romans 16. Whom does time gallop withal? As you like it. It is fortunate for tale-tellers that they are not tied down like theatrical writers to the unities of time and place, but may conduct their personages to Athens and Thebes at their pleasure, and bring them back at their convenience. Time, to use Rosalind's simile, has hitherto paced with the hero of our tale, for betwixt Morton's first appearance as a competitor for the popinjay and his final departure for Holland, hardly 2 months elapsed. Years, however, glided away ere we find it possible to resume the thread of our narrative, and time must be held to have galloped over the interval. Craving, therefore, the privilege of my cast, I entreat the reader's attention to the continuation of the narrative, as it starts from a new era, being the year immediately subsequent to the British Revolution. Scotland had just begun to repose from the convulsion occasioned by a change of dynasty, and through the prudent tolerance of King William, had narrowly escaped the horrors of a protracted civil war. Agriculture began to revive, and men whose minds had been disturbed by the violent political concussions and the general change of government in church and state had begun to recover their ordinary temper, and to give the usual attention to their own private affairs in lieu of discussing those of the public. The Highlanders alone resisted the newly established order of things, and were in arms in a considerable body, under the Viscount of Dundee, whom our readers have hitherto known by the name of Graham of Claverhouse. But the usual state of the Highlands was so unruly that their being more or less disturbed was not supposed greatly to affect the general tranquillity of the country, so long as their disorders were confined within their own frontiers in the lowlands. The Jacobites, now the undermost party, had ceased to expect any immediate advantage by open resistance, and were in their turn driven to hold private meetings and form associations for mutual defense, which the government termed treason, while they cried out persecution. The triumphant Whigs, while they re-established Presbytery as the national religion, and assigned to the general assemblies of the kirk their natural influence, were very far from going the lengths which the Cameronians and more extravagant portion of the nonconformists under Charles and James loudly demanded. They would listen to no proposal for re-establishing the Solemn League and Covenant, and those who had expected to find in King William a zealous covenanted monarch were grievously disappointed, when he intimated with the phlegm peculiar to his country his intention to tolerate all forms of religion, which were consistent with the safety of the state. The principles of indulgence thus espoused and gloried in by the government gave great offense to the more violent party, who condemned them as diametrically contrary to Scripture, for which narrow-spirited doctrine they cited various texts, all as it may well be supposed detached from their context, and most of them derived from the charges given to the Jews in the Old Testament dispensation to extirpate idolaters out of the promised land. They also murmured highly against the influence assumed by secular persons in exercising the rights of patronage, which they termed a rape upon the chastity of the Church. They censured and condemned as Erastian many of the measures by which government after the Revolution showed an inclination to interfere with the management of the Church, and they positively refused to take the oath of allegiance to King William and Queen Mary until they should on their part have sworn to the solemn legant covenant, the Magna Charta, as they termed it, of the Presbyterian Church. This party therefore remained grumbling and dissatisfied, and made repeated declarations against defections and causes of wrath, which had they been prosecuted, as in the two former reigns, would have led to the same consequence of open rebellion. But as the murmurers were allowed to hold their meetings uninterrupted, and to testify as much as they pleased against Socinianism, Erastianism, and all the compliances and defections of the time, their zeal, unfanned by persecution, died gradually away. Their numbers became diminished, and they sunk into the scattered remnant of serious, scrupulous, and harmless enthusiasts, of whom old Mortality, whose legends have afforded the groundwork of my tale, may be taken as no bad representative. But in the years which immediately succeeded the Revolution, the Cameronians continued a sect strong in numbers and vehement in their political opinions, whom government wished to discourage, while they prudently temporized with them. These men formed one violent party in the state, and the Episcopalian and Jacobite interest, notwithstanding their ancient and national animosity, yet repeatedly endeavored to intrigue among them, and avail themselves of their discontents to obtain their assistance in recalling the Stuart family. The revolutionary government, in the mean, while was supported by the great bulk of the lowland interest, who were chiefly disposed to a moderate presbytery, and formed in a great measure the party who in the former oppressive reigns were stigmatized by the Cameronians for having exercised that form of worship under the Declaration of Indulgence issued by Charles Roman II. Such was the state of parties in Scotland immediately subsequent to the Revolution. It was on a delightful summer evening that a stranger well mounted, and having the appearance of a military man of rank, rode down a winding descent, which terminated in view of the romantic ruins of Bothwell Castle, and the River Clyde, which winds so beautifully between rocks and woods, to sweep around the towers formerly built by Aymer de Valence. Bothwell Bridge was at a little distance, and also in sight. The opposite field, once the scene of slaughter and conflict, now lay as placid and quiet as the surface of a summer lake. The trees and bushes, which grew around in romantic variety of shade, were hardly seen to stir under the influence of the evening breeze. The very murmur of the river seemed to soften itself into unison with the stillness of the scene around. The path through which the traveler descended was occasionally shaded by detached trees of great size, and elsewhere by the hedges and boughs of flourishing orchards, now laden with summer fruits. The nearest object of consequence was a farmhouse, or it might be the abode of a small proprietor situated on the side of a sunny bank, which was covered by apple and pear trees. At the foot of the path, which led up to this modest mansion, was a small cottage pretty much in the situation of a porter's lodge. Though obviously not designed for such a purpose, the hut seemed comfortable and more neatly arranged than is usual in Scotland. It had its little garden, where some fruit trees and bushes were mingled with kitchen herbs. A cow and 6 sheep fed in a paddock hard by. The cock strutted and crowed and summoned his family around him before the door. A heap of brushwood and turf neatly made up indicated that the winter fuel was provided, and the thin blue smoke which ascended from the strawbone chimney and winded slowly out from among the green trees showed that the evening meal was in the act of being made ready. To complete the little scene of rural peace and comfort, a girl of about 5 years old was fetching water in a pitcher from a beautiful fountain of the purest transparency, which bubbled up at the root of a decayed old oak tree, about 20 yards from the end of the cottage. The stranger reined up his horse, and called to the little nymph, desiring to know the way to ferry. No, the child set down her water pitcher, hardly understanding what was said to her, put her fair flaxen hair apart on her brows, and opened her round blue eyes, with the wondering what's your wool, which is usually a peasant's first answer, if it can be called one to all questions whatever. I wish to know the way to Fairy No. Mammy, mammy, exclaimed the little rustic running towards the door of the hut, come out, and speak to the gentleman. Her mother appeared a handsome young countrywoman to whose features originally sly and a spiggle in expression. Matrimony had given that decent matronly air, which peculiarly marks the peasant's wife of Scotland. She had an infant in one arm, and with the other she smoothed down her apron, to which hung a chubby child of 2 years old. The elder girl, whom the traveller had first seen, fell back behind her mother as soon as she appeared, and kept that station, occasionally peeping out to look at the stranger. What was your pleasure, sir? Said the woman with an air of respectful breeding, not quite common in her rank of life, but without anything resembling forwardness. The stranger looked at her with great earnestness for a moment, and then replied, I am seeking a place called Fairy No, and a man called Cuthbert Hedrig. You can probably direct me to him. It's my Gutenberg, sir, said the young woman with a smile of welcome. Will you alight, sir, and come into our pure dwelling? Cuddy, a white-headed rogue of 4 years, appeared at the door of the hutrin. Owa, my bonny man, and tell your father a gentleman wants him, or stay Jenny yell hey mare sense rin ye awa, and tell him he's down at the 4 acres park. Winna ye light down and bide a blink, sir, or would ye take a mouthful o' bread and cheese, or a drink o' ale, till our Gudeman comes? It's Gude ale, though I shouldna say sae that brews it. But ploughman lads work hard, and mon hae something to keep their hearts abune by ordinar sae. I pit a Gude gaupen o mount to the broust. As the stranger declined her courteous offers, Cuddy, the reader's old acquaintance, made his appearance in person. His countenance still presented the same mixture of apparent dullness, with occasional sparkles, which indicated the craft so often found in the clouded shoe. He looked on the rider as on one whom he never had before seen, and like his daughter and wife, opened the conversation with the regular query, what's your wool? Why me, sir? I have a curiosity to ask some questions about this country, said the traveller, and I was directed to you, as an intelligent man who can answer them. Nae doubt, sir, said Cuddy after a moment's hesitation, but I would first like to ken what sort of questions they are. I hae had sae money questions speered at me in my day, and in sick queer ways that if ye kenned, ye wadna wonder at my jalousing a thing about them. My mother Gardy, me learned the single carriage wilk was a great vex. Then I behoved to learn about my godfathers and godmothers to please the auld leddy, and whiles I jumbled them together and pleased nane o' them. And when I cam to man's yestate, cam another kind o' questioning in fashion that I liked war than effectual calling, and the did promise and vow of the tape were yocket to the end o' the t'other sae. Ye see, sir, I like to hear questions asked before I answer them. You have nothing to apprehend from mine, my good friend, they only relate to the state of the country. Country, replied Cuddy, o' the country's wheel enug, and it werena that dour devil Clavers, they ca him Dundee now, that stirring about, yet in the Highlands they say why, o' the Donalds and Duncans, and Dougalds that ever wore bottomless breeks, driving about why him to set things asteer again. Now, we hae got them a reasonably weel settled, but Mackay will pit him down, there's little doubt. Oh, that hell jye him, his faring ill be caution for it. What makes you so positive of that, my friend? Asked the horseman. I heard it why my ain lugs, answered Cuddy Fortall to him, by a man that had been 3 hours staying dead, and came back to this earth again, just to tell him his mind. It was at a place they ca Drumshanel. Indeed, said the stranger, I can hardly believe you, my friend. Ye might ask my mither, then if she were in life, said Cuddy. It was her explained it to me, for I thought the man had only been wounded. At ony rate, he spake of the casting out of the Stuarts, by their very names, and the vengeance that was brewing for Clavers. And his dragoons, they cad the man Habakkuk Mucklerath. His brain was a wee agi, but he was a braw preacher for that. You seem, said the stranger, to live in a rich and peaceful country. It's no to complain, o sir, and we get the crap wheel in, quoth Cuddy. But if ye had seen the blued rinnin, as fast on the tap o' that brig yonder, as ever the water ran below it, ye wadna hae thought it sae bonny a spectacle. You mean the battle some years since. I was waiting upon Monmouth that morning, my good friend, and did see some part of the action, said the stranger. Then ye saw a bonny stour, said Cuddy, that sail served me for fighting o' the days o' my life. I judged ye wad be a trooper by your red scarlet lacecoat, and your looped hat. And which side were you upon, my friend? Continued the inquisitive stranger. Aha, lad, retorted Cuddy with a knowing look, or what he designed for such there nae use, in telling that unless I kenned wha was asking me. I commend your prudence, but it is unnecessary. I know you acted on that occasion as servant to Henry Morton. I said Cuddy in surprise, how came ye by that secret know, that I need care a bodie about it for the sons on our side? Oh the hedge now, I wish my master were living to get a blink aught. And what became of him, said the writer. He was lost in the vessel gone to that weary Hollandclean lost, and a body perished, and my poor master among them neither man nor mouse was ever heard o' mair. Then Cuddy uttered a groan. You had some regard for him, then continued the stranger. How could I help it? His face was made of a fiddle, as they say, for a body that looked on him liked him, and a braw soldier he was and ye had. But seen him down at the brig, there fleeing about like a fleeing dragon to gar folk fight, that had unto little will, till there was he and that sour Whigamore they cad Burley. If twa men could hae won a field, we wadna hae gotten our skins paid that day. You mention Burley, do you know if he yet lives? I ken a muckle about him. Folk say he was abroad, and our sufferers wad hold no communion wi him, because o' his having murdered the Archbishop Sae, he cam hame 10 times dowerer than ever and broke aff wi money o' the Presbyterians. And at this last coming of the Prince of Orange, he could get nae countenance nor command for fear of his devilish temper, and he hasna been heard of since. Only some folk say that pride and anger hae driven him clean wud. And then said the traveller, after considerable hesitation, do you know anything of Lord Evan Dale? Div I ken onything o' Lord Evandale, div I know, is not my young leddy up by yonder at the house, that's as gude as married to him? And are they not married? Then said the writer hastily. No, only what they ca betrothed me and my wife were witnesses. It's no mony months bypast, it was a lang courtship. Few folk ken the reason by Jenny and mysel. But will ye no light down? I down abide to see ye sitting up there, and the clouds are casting up thick in the west o'er Glasgoward, and mayest scaly folk think that bodes rain. In fact, a deep black cloud had already surmounted the setting sun, a few large drops of rain fell, and the murmurs of distant thunder were heard. The deal's in this man, said Cuddy to himself. I wish he would either light aff or ride, on that he may quarter himsel in Hamilton, or the shower begin. But the rider sate motionless on his horse, for 2 or 3 moments after his last question, like one, exhausted by some uncommon effort, at length recovering himself. As if with a sudden and painful effort, he asked Cuddy if Lady Margaret Bellenden still lived. She does, replied Cuddy, but in a very small way. They hae been a sad changed family, since the rough times began. They hae suffered enug first, and lasten to lose the auld tower, and of the bonny barony, and the homes that I hae pluged sae often, and the mains and my kailyard that I sold hae gotten back again, and a for neathing as a body may say, but just the want o' some bits of sheepskin that were lost in the confusion of the taking of Tilliatudlem. I have heard something of this, said the stranger, deepening his voice, and averting his head. I have some interest in the family, and would willingly help them, if I could. Can you give me a bed in your house tonight, my friend? It's but a corner of a place, sir, said Cuddy, but we's try rather than ye sold ride on in the rain, and thunner for to be free. Why ye, sir, I think ye seem know that o'er weel. I am liable to a dizziness, said the stranger, but it will soon wear off. I ken we can gie ye a decent supper, sir, said Cuddy, and well see about a bed, as weel as we can. We wad be laith a stranger sold, lack what we have, though we are jimply provided for in beds, rather for Jenny, has sae money bairns, God bless them, and her that troth I maun speak to Lord Evandale to gie us a bit ike, or outshot, o' some sort to the onstead. I shall be easily accommodated, said the stranger as he entered the house. And ye may rely on your nag being weel sorted, said Cuddy. I ken weel what belangs to suppering a horse, and this is a very gude ane. Cuddy took the horse to the little cowhouse, and called to his wife to attend in the mean, while to the stranger's accommodation, the officer entered and threw himself on a settle at some distance from the fire, and carefully turning his back to the little lattice window, Jenny, or Mrs. Hedrig, if the reader pleases, requested him to lay aside the cloak, belt, and flapped hat which he wore upon his journey, but he excused himself under pretence of feeling cold, and to divert the time till Cuddy's return, he entered into some chat with the children, carefully avoiding during the interval the inquisitive glances of his landlady. Chapter Romans 17, What tragic tears bedim the eye. What deaths we suffer ere we die. Our broken friendships we deplore, and loves of youth that are no more. Logans. Cuddy soon returned, assuring the stranger with a cheerful voice that the horse was properly suppered up, and that the gudewife should make a bed up for him at the house, mere purpose-like, and comfortable than the like. Oh, them could jie him. Are the family at the house, said the stranger with an interrupted and broken voice. No stir there a wow why the servants thee keep only twa nowadays and my gudewife. There has the keys, and the charge though she's no a feed servant she has been born and bred in the family, and has a trust and management, if they were there we behovena to take sick freedom without their order. But when they are awa, they will be weel pleased. We serve a stranger gentleman, Miss Bellenden wad help o' the hale world in her power, whereas gude as her will, and her grandmother Letty Margaret, has an unto respect for the gentry. And she's no ill to the poor bodies neither and, now wife what for are ye no getting for it why the so-ins? Never mind lad rejoined, Jenny ye sall hae them in gude time I ken weel, that ye like your bros het. Cuddy fidgeted and laughed with a peculiar expression of intelligence at this repartee, which was followed by a dialogue of little consequence, betwixt his wife and him, in which the stranger took no share at length. He suddenly interrupted them by the question, can you tell me when Lord Evandale's marriage takes place? Very soon we expect, answered Jenny, before it was possible for her husband to reply it wad hae been o'er afore now, but for the death o' auld Major Bellenden. The excellent old man, said the stranger, I heard at Edinburgh, he was no more was he long ill. He couldna be said to haud up his head, after his brother's wife and his niece were turned out o' their ain house, and he had himself sair borrowing siller to stand the law, but it was in the latter end o' King James days, and Basil Oliphant, who claimed the estate, turned a papist to please the managers, and then neathing was to be refused him, sae the law gied again the leddies at last after. They had fought a weary sort o' years about it, and as I said before the Major near held up his head again, and then cam the pitting awa o' the Stuart line, and though he had but little reason to like them, he couldna brook that, and it clean broke the heart o' him, and creditors cam to Charnwood, and cleaned out a that was their he was never rich the gude auld man for he dowd na see onybody want. He was indeed, said the stranger with a faltering voice, an admirable man that, as I have heard that he was so the ladies were left without fortune, as well as without a protector. They will neither want the tane nor the t'other, while Lord Evandale lives, said Jenny. He has been a true friend in their griefs e'en to the house they live in, is his lordship's, and never man, as my auld Gudemather used to say since the days of the patriarch Jacob, served sae lang and sae sair for a wife as gude Lord Evandale has dune. And why, said the stranger with a voice that quivered with emotion, why was he not sooner rewarded by the object of his attachment? There was the lawsuit to be ended, said Jenny readily, forby many other family arrangements. Na, but, said Cuddy, there was another reason forby for the young leddy. Wished hand your tongue, and sup your so-ins, said his wife, I see the gentleman's far frae weel, and down a eat our course supper, I wad kill him a chicken in an instant. There is no occasion, said the stranger, I shall want only a glass of water, and to be left alone. Y'all jie yoursel the trouble then to follow me, said Jenny, lighting a small lantern, and I'll show you the way. Cuddy also proffered his assistance, but his wife reminded him that the bairns would be left to fight the gither, and coo ane another into the fire, so that he remained to take charge of the menage. His wife led the way up a little winding path, which after threading some thickets of sweetbriar and honeysuckle, conducted to the back door of a small garden. Jenny undid the latch, and they passed through an old-fashioned flower garden with its clipped yew hedges and formal parterres to a glass-sash door which she opened with a master key, and lighting a candle which she placed upon a small work-table, asked pardon for leaving him there for a few minutes. Until she prepared his apartment, she did not exceed 5 minutes in these preparations, but when she returned was startled to find that the stranger had sunk forward with his head upon the table, in what she at first apprehended to be swoon. As she advanced to him, however, she could discover by his short-drawn sobs that it was a paroxysm of mental agony. She prudently drew back until he raised his head, and then, showing herself without seeming to have observed his agitation, informed him that his bed was prepared. The stranger gazed at her a moment, as if to collect the sense of her words. She repeated them, and only bending his head as an indication that he understood her, he entered the apartment, the door of which she pointed out to him. It was a small bedchamber used, as she informed him, by Lord Evandale, when a guest at Fairy No, connecting on one side with a little china cabinet which opened to the garden, and on the other with a saloon from which it was only separated by a thin wainscot partition. Having wished the stranger better health and good rest, Jenny descended, as speedily as she could, to her own mansion. "Oh, Cuddy," she exclaimed to her helpmate, as she entered I doubt were ruined folk. How can that be what's the matter why ye returned the imperturbed Cuddy, who was one of those persons, who do not easily take alarm at anything. Wha do ye think yon gentleman is that ever ye sold hay asked him to light here, exclaimed Jenny. Why the muckle deal die say, he is there's nae law against harbouring and intercommunicating. Now said Cuddy sae Whig or Tory, what need we care wha he be? Aye but it's ane will ding Lord Evandale's marriage agi, yet if it's no the better look to said Jenny. It's Miss Edith's, first Joe your ain, auld Maister Cuddy. The deal woman, exclaimed Cuddy starting up crow ye, that I am blind I wad hae kenned Mr. Henry Morton amang a hunder. Aye but Cuddy lad, replied Jenny, though ye are no blind ye are no sae notice-taking as I am. Weel what for needs ye cast that up to me just now, or what did ye see about the man that was like our Maister Harry? I will tell ye, said Jenny, I jaloused his keeping his face frae us, and speaking why a maid-like voice sae I e'en tried him why some tales o' lang syne, and when I spake o' the bros ye ken, he didna just laugh as o'er grave for that nowadays, but he gie a gledge why his that I kenned he took up what I said and his distress is about Miss Edith's marriage, and I near saw a man mair teen down why true love in my days I might say man or woman, only I mind how ill Miss Edith was, when she first gat word, that him and you ye muckle graceless loon were coming against Tilliatudlem, why the rebels but what's the matter why the man now? What's the matter why me indeed, said Cuddy, who was again hastily putting on some of the garments he had stripped himself of I no gone up this instant to see my maester. At will Cuddy ye are gone nae sick gate, said Jenny coolly, and resolutely. The deal's in the wife, said Cuddy D, ye think I am to be John Tamson's man, and maestered by women o' the days o' my life. And waste man wad ye be, and wad ye hae to maester ye, but me Cuddy lad, answered Jenny, ill gar ye comprehend, in the making of a haben nebody kens, that this young gentleman is living, but ourselves, and fray that he keeps himsel up sae. Close, I am judging that he's purposing if he fand Miss Edith either married or just gone to be married, he wad just slide awa easy and gie them nae mair trouble, but if Miss Edith kenned that he was living, and if she were standing before the very minister why Lord Evandale, when it was told to her warrant she wad say no, when she sold say yes. Weel, replied Cuddy, and what's my business why that if Miss Edith likes her auld Joe better than her new ain what for sold, she no be free to change her mind like other folk ye ken Jenny Halliday, I threeps, he had a promise frae yoursel. Halliday's a liar and you're neething but a gomeril to hearken till him Cuddy, and then for this led his choice lackaday, ye may be sure the gowd Mr. Morton has is on the outside o' his coat, and how can he keep Letty Margaret, and the young Letty? Isna there Milnwood, said Cuddy, nae doubt, the auld laird left his housekeeper the liferent, as he heard not o' his nephew, but it's but speaking the auld wife fair, and they may alive brawly the gither Letty Margaret, and a rout tout lad, replied Jenny, ye ken them little to think Letties o' their rank wad set up house why auld Ailey Wilson, when they're mayest o'er proud to take favours, frae Lord Evandale himsel, none they maun follow the camp, if she tak Morton. That wad sort ill why the auld Letty to be sure, said Cuddy, she wad hardly win o'er a lang day in the baggage wain. Then sick a flighting, as there wad be between them, about Whig and Tory, continued Jenny. To be sure, said Cuddy, the auld Letty unto kittle in thee points. And then Cuddy continued his helpmate, who had reserved her strongest argument to the last, if this marriage why Lord Evandale is broken off what comes o' our ain bit free house, and the kale yard, and the cow's grass I trow that baith us and thee bonny bairns will be turned on the wide world. Here Jenny began to whimper, Cuddy writhed himself this way, and that way the very picture of indecision at length. He broke out, Weel woman, canna ye tell us what we suld do without a this din about it? Just do neething at a, said Jenny, never seem to ken onything about this gentleman, and for your life say a word that he suld hae been here or up at the house, and I had kenned I wad hae gene him my ain bed and sleep it in the byre, or he had gane up by. But it canna be helpit now the niece things to get him cannily awa the morn, and I judge he'll be in nae hurry to come back again. My pure maester, said Cuddy, and mon, I no speak to him then. For your life no, said Jenny, you're no obliged to ken him, and I wadna hae told ye, only I feared ye wad ken him in the morning. Awil, said Cuddy, sighing heavily, I see a wa to plug the outfield then, for if I am no to speak to him, I wad rather be out o' the gate. Very right, my dear hinny, replied Jenny, nebody has better sense than you, when ye crack a bit why me o'er your affairs. but ye sold near do onything af hand out o your ain head. Ain wad think it's true quoth Cuddy, for I had some carline or queen or another to gar me gang their gate. Instead, o my ain, there was first my mither, he continued, as he undressed, and tumbled himself into bed. Then there was Letty Margaret didna let me ca my soul my ain, then my mither, and her quarrelled and pewed me twa ways at ains, as if ilk ain had an end o me like punch, and the devil rugging about the baker at the fair. And now I hae gotten a wife, he murmured in continuation, as he stowed the blankets around his person, and she's like to tack the guiding o me a the gither. And amna, I the best guide ye ever had in a your life, said Jenny, as she closed the conversation, by assuming her place beside her husband, and extinguishing the candle. Leaving this couple to their repose, we have next to inform the reader that early on the next morning 2 ladies on horseback, attended by their servants, arrived at the house of Fairy No, whom to Jenny's utter confusion, she instantly recognized as Miss Bellenden and Lady Emily Hamilton, a sister of Lord Evandale. Had I no better gang to the house, to put things to rights, said Jenny, confounded with this unexpected apparition. We want nothing, but the passkey, said Miss Bellenden Guddiel, will open the windows of the little parlor. The little parlor's locked, and the lock's spoiled, answered Jenny, who recollected the local SB between that apartment and the bedchamber of her guest. In the red parlor, then, said Miss Bellenden, and rode up to the front of the house, but by an approach different from that through which Morton had been conducted. All will be out, thought Jenny, unless I can get him smuggled out of the house the back way. So saying, she sped up the bank in great tribulation and uncertainty. I had better hae said it, auntie, there was a stranger, there was her next natural reflection. But then they wad hae been for asking him to breakfast, oh safe us, what will I do, and there's Guddiel walking in the garden too, she exclaimed internally on approaching the wicket, and I don't a gang in the back way, till he's aft the coast, oh sirs, what will become of us? In this state of perplexity, she approached the sidevant butler with the purpose of decoying him out of the garden, but John Guddiel's temper was not improved by his decline in rank and increase in years, like many peevish people too. He seemed to have an intuitive perception as to what was most likely to tease those whom he conversed with. And on the present occasion, all Jenny's efforts to remove him from the garden served only to root him in it, as fast as if he had been one of the shrubs. Unluckily, also, he had commenced florist during his residence at Fairy No, and leaving all other things to the charge of Lady Emily's servant, his first care was dedicated to the flowers which he had taken under his special protection, and which he propped, dug, and watered, prosing all the while upon their respective merits, to poor Jenny, who stood by him trembling, and almost crying with anxiety, fear, and impatience. Fate seemed determined to win a match against Jenny this unfortunate morning. As soon as the ladies entered the house, they observed that the door of the little parlor, the very apartment out of which she was desirous of excluding them on account of its contiguity to the room in which Morton slept, was not only unlocked, but absolutely ajar. Miss Bellenden was too much engaged with her own immediate subjects of reflection to take much notice of the circumstance, but desiring the servant to open the window shutters, walked into the room along with her friend. "He is not yet come," she said. "What can your brother possibly mean? Why express so anxious a wish that we should meet him here? And why not come to Castle Dinnan, as he proposed? I own, my dear Emily, that even engaged as we are to each other, and with the sanction of your presence, I do not feel that I have done quite right in indulging him." "Evandale was never capricious," answered his sister. "I am sure he will satisfy us with his reasons, and if he does not, I will help you to scold him." "What I chiefly fear," said Edith, "is his having engaged in some of the plots of this fluctuating and unhappy time. I know his heart is with that dreadful Claverhouse and his army, and I believe he would have joined them ere now. But for my uncle's death, which gave him so much additional trouble on our account, how singular that one so rational and so deeply sensible of the errors of the exiled family should be ready to risk all for their restoration." "What can I say?" answered Lady Emily. "It is a point of honor with Evandale. Our family have always been loyal. He served long in the Guards, the Viscount of Dundee was his commander and his friend for years. He is looked on with an evil eye by many of his own relations who set down his inactivity to the score of want of spirit. You must be aware, my dear Edith, how often family connections and early predilections influence our actions more than abstract arguments. But I trust Evandale will continue quiet, though, to tell you truth, I believe you are the only one who can keep him so." "And how is it in my power," said Miss Bellenden. "You can furnish him with the scriptural apology for not going forth with the host has married a wife, and therefore cannot come." "I have promised," said Edith in a faint voice, "but I trust I shall not be urged on the score of time." "Nay," said Lady Emily, "I will leave Evandale, and here he comes to plead his own cause." "Stay, stay, for God's sake," said Edith, endeavoring to detain her. Not I," said the young lady, making her escape. "The third person makes a silly figure on such occasions. When you want me for breakfast, I will be found in the willow walk by the river." As she tripped out of the room, Lord Evandale entered. "Good morrow, brother, and good be till breakfast time," said the lively young lady. "I trust you will give Miss Bellenden some good reasons for disturbing her rest so early in the morning." And so saying, she left them together without waiting a reply. "And now, my lord," said Edith, "may I desire to know the meaning of your singular request to meet you here at so early an hour?" She was about to add that she hardly felt herself excusable in having complied with it, but upon looking at the person whom she addressed, she was struck dumb by the singular and agitated expression of his countenance, and interrupted herself to exclaim, "For God's sake, what is the matter?" "His Majesty's faithful subjects have gained a great and most decisive victory near Blair of Athole, but alas, my gallant friend Lord Dundee has fallen," said Edith, anticipating the rest of his tidings. "True, most true, he has fallen in the arms of victory, and not a man remains of talents and influence sufficient to fill up his loss in King James's service. This, Edith, is no time for temporizing with our duty. I have given directions to raise my followers, and I must take leave of you this evening." "Do not think of it, my lord," answered Edith. "Your life is essential to your friend Stowe. Not throw it away in an adventure so rash. What can your single arm, and the few tenants or servants who might follow you, do against the force of almost all Scotland, the Highland clans only excepted?" "Listen to me, Edith," said Lord Evandale. "I am not so rash as you may suppose me, nor are my present motives of such light importance as to affect only those personally dependent on myself, the Life Guards with whom I served so long, although new-modelled and new-officered by the Prince of Orange, retain a predilection for the cause of their rightful master." And in here he whispered, as if he feared even the walls of the apartment had ears. "When my foot is known to be in the stirrup, 2 regiments of cavalry have sworn to renounce the usurper's service and fight under my orders. They delayed only till Dundee should descend into the lowlands. But since he is no more, which of his successors dare take that decisive step, unless encouraged by the troops declaring themselves? Meantime, the zeal of the soldiers will die away. I must bring them to a decision, while their hearts are glowing with the victory their old leader has obtained, and burning to avenge his untimely death." "And will you, on the faith of such men, as you know these soldiers to be, said Edith, take a part of such dreadful moment?" "I will," said Lord Evandale. "I must, my honor and loyalty are both pledged for it." "And all for the sake," continued Miss Bellenden, "of a prince whose measures while he was on the throne no one could condemn more than Lord Evandale." "Most true," replied Lord Evandale, "and as I resented even during the plenitude of his power his innovations on church and state like a freeborn subject, I am determined I will assert his real rights when he is in adversity like a loyal one. Let courtiers and sycophants flatter power and desert misfortune. I will neither do the one nor the other. And if you are determined to act what my feeble judgment must still term rashly, why give yourself the pain of this untimely meeting?" "Were it not enough to answer," said Lord Evandale, "that ere rushing on battle, I wish to bid adieu to my betrothed bride, surely it is judging coldly of my feelings, and showing too plainly the indifference of your own to question my motive for a request so natural." "But why in this place, my lord?" said Edith, "and why with such peculiar circumstances of mystery?" "Because," he replied, putting a letter into her hand, "I have yet another request, which I dare hardly proffer, even when prefaced by these credentials." In haste and terror, Edith glanced over the letter, which was from her grandmother. "My dearest child," such was its tenor in style and spelling. "I never more deeply regretted the rheumatism, which disqualified me from riding on horseback, than at this present writing, when I would most have wished to be where this paper will soon be, that is at Fairy No, with my poor dear Willie's only child, but it is the will of God I should not be with her, which I conclude to be the case, as much for the pain I now suffer, as because it hath now not given way either to chamomile poultices, or to decoction of wild mustard, wherewith I have often relieved others. Therefore I must tell you by writing, instead of word of mouth, that as my young Lord Evandale is called to the present campaign, both by his honor and his duty, he hath earnestly solicited me, that the bonds of holy matrimony be knitted before his departure to the wars between you and him in implement of the indenture formerly entered into for that effect whereuntil as I see no reasonable objection, so I trust that you who have been always a good and obedient child will not devise any which has less than reason. It is true that the contracts of our house have heretofore been celebrated in a manner more befitting our rank, and not in private and with few witnesses, as a thing done in a corner, but it has been heaven's own free, as well as those of the kingdom, where we live, to take away from us our estate and from the king his throne. Yet I trust he will yet restore the rightful heir to the throne, and turn his heart to the true Protestant Episcopal faith, which I have the better right to expect to see even with my old eyes, as I have beheld the royal family when they were struggling as sorely with masterful usurpers and rebels as they are now, that is to say, when His Most Sacred Majesty Charles II of happy memory honored our poor house of Tilliatudlem by taking his disjune therein, etc., etc., etc. We will not abuse the reader's patience by quoting more of Lady Margaret's prolix epistle. Suffice it to say that it closed by laying her commands on her grandchild to consent to the solemnization of her marriage, without loss of time. I never thought till this instant, said Edith, dropping the letter from her hand, that Lord Evandale would have acted ungenerously. Ungenerously, Edith, replied her lover, and how can you apply such a term to my desire to call you mine ere I part from you perhaps for ever? Lord Evandale ought to have remembered, said Edith, that when his perseverance and I must add a due sense of his merit, and of the obligations we owed him, wrung from me a slow consent that I would one day comply with his wishes, I made it my condition that I should not be pressed to a hasty accomplishment of my promise, and now he avails himself of his interest with my only remaining relative to hurry me with precipitate and even indelicate importunity. There is more selfishness than generosity, my lord, in such eager and urgent solicitation. Lord Evandale, evidently much hurt, took 2 or 3 turns through the apartment ere he replied to this accusation. At length he spoke. I should have escaped this painful charge durst I at once have mentioned to Miss Bellenden my principal reason for urging this request. It is one which she will probably despise on her own account, but which ought to weigh with her for the sake of Lady Margaret. My death in battle must give my whole estate to my heirs, of entail my forfeiture as a traitor by the usurping government, may vest it in the Prince of Orange, or some Dutch favourite. In either case, my venerable friend and betrothed bride must remain unprotected, and in poverty vested with the rights and provisions of Lady Evandale. Edith will find in the power of supporting her aged parents some consolation for having condescended to share the titles and fortunes of one who does not pretend to be worthy of her. Edith was struck dumb by an argument which she had not expected, and was compelled to acknowledge that Lord Evandale's suit was urged with delicacy as well as with consideration. And yet, she said, such is the waywardness with which my heart reverts to former times, that I cannot, she burst into tears, suppress a degree of ominous reluctance at fulfilling my engagement upon such a brief summons. We have already fully considered this painful subject, said Lord Evandale, and I hoped, my dear Edith, your own inquiries, as well as mine, had fully convinced you that these regrets were fruitless. Fruitless indeed, said Edith, with a deep sigh which, as if by an unexpected echo, was repeated from the adjoining apartment. Miss Bellenden started at the sound, and scarcely composed herself upon Lord Evandale's assurances that she had heard but the echo of her own respiration. It sounded strangely distinct, she said, and almost ominous, but my feelings are so harassed that the slightest trifle agitates them. Lord Evandale eagerly attempted to soothe her alarm and reconcile her to a measure which, however hasty, appeared to him the only means by which he could secure her independence. He urged his claim in virtue of the contract, her grandmother's wish, and command the propriety of ensuring her comfort and independence, and touched lightly on his own long attachment, which he had evinced by so many and such various services. These Edith felt the more the less they were insisted upon, and at length, as she had nothing to oppose to his ardor, excepting a causeless reluctance, which she herself was ashamed to oppose against so much generosity, she was compelled to rest upon the impossibility of having the ceremony performed upon such hasty notice at such a time and place. But for all this Lord Evandale was prepared, and he explained with joyful alacrity that the former chaplain of his regiment was in attendance at the lodge, with a faithful domestic, once a non-commissioned officer in the same corps that his sister was also possessed of the secret, and that Hedrig and his wife might be added to the list of witnesses if agreeable to Miss Bellenden. As to the place he had chosen it on very purpose, the marriage was to remain a secret, since Lord Evandale was to depart in disguise very soon after it was solemnized, a circumstance which, had their union been public, must have drawn upon him the attention of the government as being altogether unaccountable unless, from his being engaged in some dangerous design, having hastily urged these motives, and explained his arrangements, he ran without waiting for an answer to summon his sister to attend his bride, while he went in search of the other persons whose presence was necessary. When Lady Emily arrived, she found her friend in an agony of tears of which she was at some loss to comprehend the reason, being one of those damsels who think there is nothing either wonderful or terrible in matrimony, and joining with most who knew him in thinking that it could not be rendered peculiarly alarming by Lord Evandale. Being the bridegroom influenced by these feelings, she exhausted in succession all the usual arguments for courage, and all the expressions of sympathy and condolence ordinarily employed on such occasions. But when Lady Emily beheld her future sister-in-law deaf to all those ordinary topics of consolation, when she beheld tears follow fast, and without intermission, down cheeks as pale as marble, when she felt that the hand which she pressed in order to enforce her arguments turned cold within her grasp, and lay like that of a corpse, insensible and unresponsive to her caresses, her feelings of sympathy gave way to those of hurt pride and pettish displeasure. "I must own," she said, "that I am something at a loss to understand all this. Miss Bellenden, months have passed since you agreed to marry my brother, and you have postponed the fulfillment of your engagement from one period to another, as if you had to avoid some dishonorable or highly disagreeable connection. I think I can answer for Lord Evandale that he will seek no woman's hand against her inclination. And, though his sister, I may boldly say that he does not need to urge any lady further than her inclinations carry her. You will forgive me, Miss Bellenden, but your present distress augurs ill for my brother's future happiness, and I must needs say that he does not merit all these expressions of dislike and dolour, and that they seem an odd return for an attachment which he has manifested so long and in so many ways." "You are right, Lady Emily," said Edith, drying her eyes, and endeavouring to resume her natural manner, though still betrayed by her faltering voice, and the paleness of her cheeks. "You are quite right. Lord Evandale merits such usage from no one, least of all from her whom he is honoured with his regard. But if I have given way for the last time to a sudden and irresistible burst of feeling, it is my consolation, Lady Emily, that your brother knows the cause, that I have hid nothing from him, and that he at least is not apprehensive of finding in Edith Bellenden a wife undeserving of his affection. But still, you are right, and I merit your censure for indulging for a moment fruitless regret and painful remembrances. It shall be so. No longer my lot is cast with Evandale, and with him I am resolved to bear it. Nothing shall in future occur to excite his complaints, or the resentment of his relations. No idle recollections of other days shall intervene to prevent the zealous and affectionate discharge of my duty. No vain illusions recall the memory of other days." As she spoke these words, she slowly raised her eyes, which had before been hidden by her hand, to the latticed window of her apartment, which was partly open, uttered a dismal shriek, and fainted. Lady Emily turned her eyes in the same direction, but saw only the shadow of a man, which seemed to disappear from the window, and terrified more by the state of Edith than by the apparition she had herself witnessed, she uttered shriek upon shriek for assistance. Her brother soon arrived with the chaplain and Jenny Dennison, but strong and vigorous remedies were necessary ere they could recall Miss Bellenden to sense and motion. Even then her language was wild and incoherent, uttered a dismal shriek, and fainted. "Press me no farther," she said to Lord Evandale. "It cannot be. Heaven and earth, the living and the dead, have leagued themselves against this alone union. Take all I can give me sisterly regard, my devoted friendship. I will love you as a sister, and serve you as a bondswoman, but never speak to me more of marriage." The astonishment of Lord Evandale may easily be conceived. "Emily," he said to his sister, "this is your doing. I was accursed when I thought of bringing you here. Some of your confounded folly has driven her mad." "On my word, brother," answered Lady Emily, you're sufficient to drive all the women in Scotland mad. Because your mistress seems much disposed to jilt you, you quarrel with your sister, who has been arguing in your cause, and had brought her to a quiet hearing, when all of a sudden a man looked in at a window, whom her crazed sensibility mistook either for you or someone else, and has treated us gratis with an excellent tragic scene. What man, what window, said Lord Evandale in impatient displeasure. Miss Bellenden is incapable of trifling with me, and yet what else could have? Hush, hush, said Jenny, whose interest lay particularly in shifting further inquiry for heaven's sake. My lord, speak low, for my lady begins to recover. Edith was no sooner somewhat restored to herself than she begged, in a feeble voice, to be left alone with Lord Evandale. All retreated Jenny, with her usual air of officious simplicity, Lady Emily, and the chaplain with that of awakened curiosity. No sooner had they left the apartment than Edith beckoned Lord Evandale to sit beside her on the couch. Her next motion was to take his hand in spite of his surprised resistance to her lips. Her last was to sink from her seat, and to clasp his knees. Forgive me, my lord, she exclaimed, forgive me, I must deal most untruly by you, and break a solemn engagement. You have my friendship, my highest regard, my most sincere gratitude, you have my word, and my faith. Buteau, forgive me, for the fault is not mine, you have not my love, and I cannot marry you without a sin. You dream, my dearest Edith, said Evandale, perplexed in the utmost degree. You let your imagination beguile you. This is but some delusion of an oversensitive mind. The person whom you preferred to me has been long in a better world, where your unavailing regret cannot follow him, or if it could would only diminish his happiness. You are mistaken, Lord Evandale, said Edith solemnly. I am not a sleepwalker or a madwoman, no, I could not have believed from anyone what I have seen, but having seen him, I must believe mine own eyes. Seen him, seen whom? Asked Lord Evandale in great anxiety. Henry Morton, replied Edith, uttering these two words, as if they were her last, and very nearly fainting when she had done so. Miss Bellenden, said Lord Evandale, you treat me like a fool or a child. If you repent your engagement to me, he continued indignantly, I am not a man to enforce it against your inclination, but deal with me as a man, and forbear this trifling. He was about to go on when he perceived from her quivering eye and pallid cheek that nothing less than imposture was intended, and that by whatever means her imagination had been so impressed, it was really disturbed by unaffected awe and terror. He changed his tone, and exerted all his eloquence in endeavoring to soothe and extract from her the secret cause of such terror. I saw him, she repeated, I saw Henry Morton stand at that window and look into the apartment at the moment. I was on the point of abjuring him, for ever his face was darker, thinner, and paler than it was wont to be. His dress was a horseman's cloak, and hat looped down over his face. His expression was like that he wore on that dreadful morning when he was examined by Claverhouse at Tilliatudlem. Ask your sister, ask Lady Emily, if she did not see him as well as Roman one. I know what has called him up came to upbraid me, that while my heart was with him in the deep and dead sea, I was about to give my hand to another. My lord, it is ended between you and me. Be the consequences what they will, she cannot marry whose union disturbs the repose of the dead. Good heaven, said Evandale, as he paced the room half mad himself with surprise and vexation, her fine understanding must be totally overthrown, and that by the effort which she has made to comply with my ill-timed though well-meant request, without rest and attention, her health is ruined forever. At this moment, the door opened, and Halliday, who had been Lord Evandale's principal personal attendant, since they both left the guards on the Revolution, stumbled into the room with a countenance as pale and ghastly as terror could paint it. What is the matter? Next, Halliday, cried his master, starting up. Any discovery of the... He had just recollection sufficient to stop short in the midst of the dangerous sentence. No, sir, said Halliday, it is not that nor anything like that, but I have seen a ghost. A ghost, you eternal idiot, said Lord Evandale, forced altogether out of his patience. Has all mankind sworn to go mad in order to drive me? So what ghost, you simpleton? The ghost of Henry Morton, the Whig captain at Bothwell Bridge, replied Halliday. He passed by me like a fireflaft when I was in the garden. This is midsummer madness, said Lord Evandale, or there is some strange villainy afloat. Jenny, attend your lady to her chamber, while I endeavor to find a clue to all this. But Lord Evandale's inquiries were in vain. Jenny, who might have given, had she chosen, a very satisfactory explanation, had an interest to leave the matter in darkness, and interest was a matter which now weighed principally with Jenny, since the possession of an active and affectionate husband in her own proper right had altogether allayed her spirit of coquetry, she had made the best use of the first moments of confusion hastily to remove all traces of anyone having slept in the apartment adjoining to the parlor, and even to erase the mark of footsteps beneath the window through which she conjectured Morton's face had been seen, while attempting ere he left the garden to gain one look at her, whom he had so long loved, and was now on the point of losing forever. That he had passed Halliday in the garden was equally clear, and she learned from her elder boy, whom she had employed to have the stranger's horse saddled and ready for his departure, that he had rushed into the stable, thrown the child, a broad gold piece, and mounting his horse had ridden with fearful rapidity down towards the Clyde. The secret was therefore in their own family, and Jenny was resolved it should remain so. For to be sure, she said, although her lady and Halliday kenned Mr. Morton by broad daylight, that was nae reason I suld own to kenning him in the gloaming, and by candlelight, and him keeping his face frae Cuddy and me at the time. So she stood resolutely upon the negative when examined by Lord Evandale. As for Halliday, he could only say that as he entered the garden door, the supposed apparition met him walking swiftly, and with a visage on which anger and grief appeared to be contending. He knew him well, he said, having been repeatedly guard upon him, and obliged to write down his marks of stature and visage in case of escape, and there were few faces like Mr. Morton's. But what should make him haunt the country where he was neither hanged nor shot, he, the said Halliday, did not pretend to conceive. Lady Emily confessed she had seen the face of a man at the window, but her evidence went no farther. John Guddiel deponed nil novit in causa. He had left his gardening to get his morning dram, just at the time when the apparition had taken place. Lady Emily's servant was waiting orders in the kitchen, and there was not another being within a quarter of a mile of the house. Lord Evandale returned perplexed and dissatisfied in the highest degree at beholding a plan which he thought necessary, not less for the protection of Edith in contingent circumstances, than for the assurance of his own happiness, and which he had brought so very near perfection, thus broken off without any apparent or rational cause. His knowledge of Edith's character set her beyond the suspicion of covering any capricious change of determination by a pretended vision, but he would have set the apparition down to the influence of an overstrained imagination agitated by the circumstances in which she had so suddenly been placed, had it not been for the coinciding testimony of Halliday, who had no reason for thinking of Morton more than any other person, and knew nothing of Miss Bellenden's vision. When he promulgated his own, on the other hand, it seemed, in the highest degree, improbable that Morton, so long and so vainly sought after, and who was with such good reason supposed to be lost, when the Vrijheid of Rotterdam went down with crew and passengers, should be alive and lurking in this country, where there was no longer any reason why he should not openly show himself, since the present government favoured his party in politics. When Lord Evandale reluctantly brought himself to communicate these doubts to the chaplain, in order to obtain his opinion, he could only obtain a long lecture on demonology, in which, after quoting Delrio and Berthug, and de Anker on the subject of apparitions, together with sundry civilians and common lawyers on the nature of testimony, the learned gentleman expressed his definite and determined opinion to be either that there had been an actual apparition of the deceased Henry Morton's spirit, the possibility of which he was as a divine and a philosopher neither fully prepared to admit or to deny, or else that the said Henry Morton, being still in rerum natura, had appeared in his proper person that morning, or finally, that some strong deceptio visus, or striking similitude of person, had deceived the eyes of Miss Bellenden and of Thomas Halliday. Which of these was the most probable hypothesis, the doctor declined to pronounce, but expressed himself ready to die in the opinion that one or other of them had occasioned that morning's disturbance. Lord Evandale soon had additional cause for distressful anxiety. Miss Bellenden was declared to be dangerously Roman 99. I will not leave this place, he exclaimed, till she is pronounced to be in safety. I neither can nor ought to do so, for whatever may have been the immediate occasion of her illness, I gave the first cause for it by my unhappy solicitation. He established himself therefore as a guest in the family, which the presence of his sister, as well as of Lady Margaret Bellenden, who, in despite of her rheumatism, caused herself to be transported thither when she heard of her granddaughter's illness, rendered a step equally natural and delicate, and thus he anxiously awaited, until without injury to her health Edith could sustain a final explanation ere his departure on his expedition. She shall never said the generous young man look on her engagement with me as the means of fettering her to a union, the idea of which seems almost to unhinge her understanding. Chapter Roman 18. Ah, happy hills, ah, pleasing shades. Ah, fields beloved in vain, where once my careless childhood strayed, a stranger yet to pain. Ode on a distant prospect of Eton College. It is not by corporal wants and infirmities only that men of the most distinguished talents are leveled during their lifetime with the common mass of mankind. There are periods of mental agitation, when the firmest of mortals must be ranked with the weakest of his brethren, and when in paying the general tax of humanity, his distresses are even aggravated by feeling that he transgresses, in the indulgence of his grief, the rules of religion and philosophy by which he endeavors in general to regulate his passions and his actions. It was during such a paroxysm that the unfortunate Morton left Fairy to know that his long-loved and still-beloved Edith, whose image had filled his mind for so many years, was on the point of marriage to his early rival, who had laid claim to her heart, by so many services, as hardly left her a title, to refuse his addresses bitter, as the intelligence was yet came not as an unexpected blow. During his residence abroad, he had once written to Edith it was to bid her farewell forever, and to conjure her to forget him. He had requested her not to answer his letter, yet he half hoped for many a day that she might transgress his injunction. The letter never reached her to whom it was addressed, and Morton, ignorant of its miscarriage, could only conclude himself laid aside and forgotten according to his own self-denying request. All that he had heard of their mutual relations since his return to Scotland prepared him to expect that he could only look upon Miss Bellenden as the betrothed bride of Lord Evandale, and even if freed from the burden of obligation to the latter, it would still have been inconsistent with Morton's generosity of disposition to disturb their arrangements by attempting the assertion of a claim, proscribed by absence, never sanctioned by the consent of friends and barred by 1,000 circumstances of difficulty. Why then did he seek the cottage which their broken fortunes had now rendered the retreat of Lady Margaret Bellenden, and her granddaughter? He yielded, we are under the necessity of acknowledging, to the impulse of an inconsistent wish, which many might have felt in his situation. Accident apprised him, while traveling towards his native district, that the ladies near whose mansion he must necessarily pass were absent, and learning that Cuddy and his wife acted as their principal domestics, he could not resist pausing at their cottage to learn, if possible, the real progress which Lord Evandale had made in the affections of Miss Bellenden. No longer his Edith. This rash experiment ended, as we have related, and he parted from the house of Fairy, no conscious that he was still beloved by Edith, yet compelled by faith and honor to relinquish her forever. With what feelings he must have listened to the dialogue between Lord Evandale and Edith, the greater part of which he involuntarily overheard, the reader must conceive, for we dare not attempt to describe them 100 times. He was tempted to burst upon their interview, or to exclaim aloud, Edith, I yet live, and as often the recollection of her plighted troth, and of the debt of gratitude which he owed Lord Evandale, to whose influence with Claverhouse he justly ascribed his escape from torture, and from death, withheld him from a rashness which might indeed have involved all in further distress, but gave little prospect of forwarding his own happiness. He repressed forcibly these selfish emotions, though with an agony which thrilled his every nerve. No, Edith, was his internal oath, never will I add a thorn to thy pillow, that which heaven has ordained let it be, and let me not add by my selfish sorrows one atom's weight to the burden thou hast to bear. I was dead to thee when thy resolution was adopted, and never, never shalt thou know that Henry Morton still lives. As he formed this resolution, diffident of his own power to keep it, and seeking that firmness in flight, which was every moment shaken by his continuing within hearing of Edith's voice, he hastily rushed from his apartment by the little closet, and the sash door which led to the garden. But firmly as he thought his resolution was fixed, he could not leave the spot where the last tones of a voice so beloved still vibrated on his ear, without endeavoring to avail himself of the opportunity which the parlor window afforded to steal one last glance at the lovely speaker. It was in this attempt made, while Edith seemed to have her eyes unalterably bent upon the ground, that Morton's presence was detected by her raising them suddenly so soon as her wild scream made this known to the unfortunate object of a passion so constant, and which seemed so ill-fated. He hurried from the place, as if pursued by the Furies. He passed Halliday in the garden, without recognizing, or even being sensible, that he had seen him throw himself on his horse, and by a sort of instinct rather than recollection, took the first byroad in preference to the public route to Hamilton. In all probability, this prevented Lord Evandale from learning that he was actually in existence, for the news that the Highlanders had obtained a decisive victory at Killiecrankie had occasioned an accurate lookout, to be kept by order of the government, on all the passes for fear of some commotion among the Lowland Jacobites. They did not omit to post sentinels on Bothwell Bridge, and as these men had not seen any traveller pass westward in that direction, and as besides their comrades stationed in the village of Bothwell, were equally positive that none had gone eastward, the apparition in the existence of which Edith and Hal were equally positive became yet more mysterious in the judgment of Lord Evandale, who was finally inclined to settle in the belief that the heated and disturbed imagination of Edith had summoned up the phantom she stated herself to have seen, and that Halliday had in some unaccountable manner been infected by the same superstition. Meanwhile the bypath which Morton pursued with all the speed which his vigorous horse could exert brought him in a very few seconds to the brink of the Clyde, at a spot marked with the feet of horses, who were conducted to it as a watering place. The steed, urged as he was to the gallop, did not pause a single instant, but throwing himself into the river, was soon beyond his depth. The plunge which the animal made, as his feet quitted the ground with the feeling that the cold water rose above his sword belt, were the first incidents which recalled Morton, whose movements had been hitherto mechanical, to the necessity of taking measures for preserving himself, and the noble animal which he bestrode a perfect master of all manly exercises. The management of a horse in water was as familiar to him as when upon a meadow he directed the animal's course somewhat down the stream towards a low plain or home, which seemed to promise an easy egress from the river. In the first and second attempt to get on shore, the horse was frustrated by the nature of the ground, and nearly fell backwards on his rider. The instinct of self-preservation seldom fails, even in the most desperate circumstances, to recall the human mind to some degree of equipoise, unless when altogether distracted by terror, and Morton was obliged to the danger in which he was placed for complete recovery of his self-possession. A third attempt, at a spot more carefully and judiciously selected, succeeded better than the former, and placed the horse and his rider in safety upon the farther and left-hand bank of the Clyde. But whither, said Morton in the bitterness of his heart, am I now to direct my course? Or rather, what does it signify to which point of the compass a wretch so forlorn betakes himself? I would to God, could the wish be without a sin, that these dark waters had flowed over me, and drowned my recollection of that which was, and that which is. The sense of impatience which the disturbed state of his feelings had occasioned scarcely had vented itself in these violent expressions, ere he was struck with shame at having given way to such a paroxysm. He remembered how signally the life which he now held so lightly in the bitterness of his disappointment had been preserved through the almost incessant perils which had beset him since he entered upon his public career. I am a fool, he said, and worse than a fool, to set light by that existence which heaven has so often preserved in the most marvelous manner. Something there yet remains for me in this world, were it only to bear my sorrows like a man, and to aid those who need my assistance. What have I seen, what have I heard, but the very conclusion of that which I knew was to happen? They durst not utter their names even in soliloquy, are embarrassed, and in difficulties she is stripped of her inheritance, and he seems rushing on some dangerous career with which, but for the low voice in which he spoke, I might have become acquainted. Are there no means to aid or to warn them? As he pondered upon this topic, forcibly withdrawing his mind from his own disappointment, and compelling his attention to the affairs of Edith and her betrothed husband, the letter of Burleigh, long forgotten, suddenly rushed on his memory like a ray of light darting through a mist. Their ruin must have been his work, was his internal conclusion. If it can be repaired, it must be through his means, or by information obtained from him. I will search him out. Stern, crafty, and enthusiastic as he is, my plain and downright rectitude of purpose has more than once prevailed with him. I will seek him out at least, and who knows what influence the information I may acquire from him may have on the fortunes of those whom I shall never see more, and who will probably never learn that I am now suppressing my own grief, to add if possible to their happiness. Animated by these hopes, though the foundation was but slight, he sought the nearest way to the highroad, and as all the tracks through the valley were known to him, since he hunted through them in youth, he had no other difficulty than that of surmounting one or two enclosures, ere he found himself on the road to the small burg where the feast of the popinjay had been celebrated. He journeyed in a state of mind sad indeed, and dejected yet relieved from its earlier and more intolerable state of anguish, for virtuous resolution and manly disinterestedness seldom fail to restore tranquility, even where they cannot create happiness. He turned his thoughts with strong effort upon the means of discovering Burleigh, and the chance there was of extracting from him any knowledge which he might possess favorable to her in whose cause he interested himself, and at length formed the resolution of guiding himself by the circumstances in which he might discover the object of his quest, trusting that from Cuddy's account of a schism betwixt Burleigh and his brethren of the Presbyterian persuasion, he might find him less rancorously disposed against Miss Bellenden, and inclined to exert the power which he asserted himself to possess over her fortunes more favorably than heretofore. Noontide had passed away when our traveler found himself in the neighborhood of his deceased uncle's habitation of Milnwood. It rose among glades and groves that were checkered with 1,000 early recollections of joy and sorrow, and made upon Morton that mournful impression, soft and affecting yet withal soothing, which the sensitive mind usually receives from a return to the haunts of childhood and early youth, after having experienced the vicissitudes and tempests of public life. A strong desire came upon him to visit the house itself. Old Allison, he thought, will not know me more than the honest couple whom I saw yesterday. I may indulge my curiosity and proceed on my journey without her having any knowledge of my existence. I think they said my uncle had bequeathed to her my family mansion. Well be it, so I have enough to sorrow for to enable me to dispense with lamenting such a disappointment as that, and yet methinks he has chosen an odd successor in my grumbling old dame, to a line of respectable, if not distinguished ancestry. Let it be as it may, I will visit the old mansion at least once more. The house of Milnwood, even in its best days, had nothing cheerful about it, but its gloom appeared to be doubled under the auspices of the old housekeeper. Everything indeed was in repair. There were no slates deficient upon the steep grey roof, and no panes broken in the narrow windows, but the grass in the courtyard looked as if the foot of man had not been there for years. The doors were carefully locked, and that which admitted to the hall seemed to have been shut for a length of time, since the spiders had fairly drawn their webs over the doorway, and the Staples' living sight, or sound, there was none, until after much knocking, Morton heard the little window through which it was usual to reconnoiter visitors open with much caution. The face of Allison, puckered with some score of wrinkles, in addition to those with which it was furrowed when Morton left Scotland, now presented itself enveloped in a toy from under the protection of which some of her grey tresses had escaped in a manner more picturesque than beautiful. While her shrill, tremulous voice demanded the cause of the knocking, "I wish to speak an instant with one Allison Wilson, who resides here," said Henry. "She's no at hame, the day," answered Mrs. Wilson in propria persona, the state of whose headdress perhaps inspired her with this direct mode of denying herself. "And ye are but a misleared person to speer for her in sick a manner. Ye might hae had an M under your belt for Mistress Wilson of Milnwood." "I beg pardon," said Morton, internally smiling at finding in old Ailey the same jealousy of disrespect which she used to exhibit upon former occasions. "I beg pardon. I am but a stranger in this country, and have been so long abroad that I have almost forgotten my own language." "Did ye come frae foreign parts?" said Ailey. "Then maybe ye may hae heard of a young gentleman of this country that they ca' Henry Morton." "I have heard," said Morton, "of such a name in Germany." "Then bide a wee bit where ye are friend or staygang round by the back o' the house, and ye'll find a leg door. It's on the latch, for it's never barred. Till sunset ye ll open tan tack, care ye dinna fa ower the tub, for the entry's dark end. Then ye'll turn to the right, and then ye'll hand straught forward, and then ye'll turn to the right again, and ye ll tack heed o' the cellar stairs, and then ye ll be at the door o' the little kitchenets o' the kitchen that's at Milnwood. No and ill come down tie. And whate'er ye wad say to Mistress Wilson, ye may very safely tell it to me." A stranger might have had some difficulty, notwithstanding the minuteness of the directions supplied by Ailey, to pilot himself in safety through the dark labyrinth of passages that led from the back door to the little kitchen. But Henry was too well acquainted with the navigation of these straits to experience danger either from the Scylla which lurked on one side in shape of a bucking tub, or the Charybdis which yawned on the other in the profundity of a winding cellar stair. His only impediment arose from the snarling and vehement barking of a small cocking spaniel, once his own property, but which, unlike to the faithful Argus, saw his master return from his wanderings without any symptom of recognition. "The little dogs and all," said Morton to himself, on being disowned by his former favorite I, am so changed that no breathing creature that I have known and loved will now acknowledge me. At this moment he had reached the kitchen, and soon after the tread of Allison's high heels and the pat of the crutch-handled cane, which served at once to prop and to guide her footsteps, were heard upon the Stairsson Annunciation, which continued for some time, ere she fairly reached the kitchen. Morton had therefore time to survey the slender preparations for housekeeping, which were now sufficient in the house of his ancestors. The fire, though coals are plenty in that neighborhood, was husbanded, with the closest attention to economy of fuel, and the small pipkin in which was preparing the dinner of the old woman, and her maid of all-work, a girl of 12 years old, intimated by its thin and watery vapor that Ailey had not mended her cheer with her improved fortune. When she entered the head, which nodded with self-importance the features in which an irritable peevishness acquired by habit and indulgence strove with a temper naturally affectionate, and good-natured the coif, the apron, the blue-checked gown were all those of old Ailey, but laced pinners hastily put on to meet the stranger with some other trifling articles of decoration, marked the difference between Mrs. Wilson Liefrentrix of Milnwood and the housekeeper of the late proprietor. "What were ye pleased to want?" "Why, Mrs. Wilson, sir, I am." Mrs. Wilson was her first address for the 5 minutes' time which she had gained for the business of the toilet, entitled her. She conceived to assume the full merit of her illustrious name, and shine forth on her guest in unchastened splendor. Morton's sensations, confounded between the past and present, fairly confused him so much that he would have had difficulty in answering her, even if he had known well what to say. But as he had not determined what character he was to adopt while concealing that which was properly his own, he had an additional reason for remaining silent. Mrs. Wilson, in perplexity, and with some apprehension, repeated her question. "What were ye pleased to want?" "Why, me, sir, ye said ye kenned Mr. Harry Morton." "Pardon me, madam," answered Henry, "it was of one Silas Morton. I spoke." The old woman's countenance. "It was his father, then ye kent the brother the late Milnwood. Ye canna mind him abroad, I wad think. Was come hame afore ye were born. I thought ye had brought me news of poor Maester Harry." "It was from my father I learned to know Colonel Morton," said Henry of the Sun. "I know little or nothing. Groomer says he died abroad on his passage to Holland." "That's ower like to be true," said the old woman with a sigh and money a tear. "It's cost my auld in his uncle, poor gentleman, just suffed a Wyatt in his mouth. He had been jying me precise directions and at the bread, and the wine and the brandy at his burial, and how often it was to be handed round the company for dead or alive. He was a prudent, frugal, painstaking man. And then he said he, Ailey, he I cad me. Ailey, we were auld acquaintance. Ailey, take ye care, and haud the gear wheel the gither for the name of Morton of Milnwood. Gain out like the last suff of an auld sang. And sae he fell out I dwam into another, and near spak. A word mair, unless it were something we cowdna mak out about a dipped candle being gued enug to see to dy. He cowed near bide to see a moulded ane, and there was ane by ill luck on the table." While Mrs. Wilson was thus detailing the last moments of the old miser, Morton was pressingly engaged in diverting the assiduous curiosity of the dog, which recovered from his first surprise, and combining former recollections, had after much snuffing and examination begun a course of capering and jumping upon the stranger, which threatened every instant to betray him. At length, in the urgency of his impatience, Morton could not forbear exclaiming, in a tone of hasty impatience, "Down, Elfin, down, sir." "Ye ken our dog's name," said the old lady, struck with great and sudden surprise. "I ken our dog's name, and it's no a common ane, and the creature kens you too," she continued in a more agitated and shriller tone. "God guide us, it's my ain bairn." So saying, the poor old woman threw herself around Morton's neck, clung to him, kissed him as if he had been actually her child, and wept for joy. There was no parrying the discovery. If he could have had the heart to attempt any further disguise, he returned the embrace with the most grateful warmth and answered, "I do indeed live, dear Ailey, to thank you for all your kindness past and present, and to rejoice that there is at least one friend to welcome me to my native country." "Friends," exclaimed Ailey, "yell hae money friends, hae money friends, for you will hae gear hinny will hae gear heaven mak ye a gude guide aught. But sirs," she continued, pushing him back from her with her trembling hand and shriveled arm, and gazing in his face, as if to read at more convenient distance the ravages which sorrow rather than time had made on his face. "Sirs, your sair altered hinny, your face is turned pale, and your een are sunken, and your bonny redand white cheeks are turned a dark and sunburnt o weary on. The war's money the comely face they destroy, and when cam ye here hinny, and where hae ye been, and what hae ye been doing, and what for did ye now write to us, and how cam ye to pass yourself for dead, and what for did ye come creepin to your ain house as if ye had been an unto body to jie poor auld Ailey sick, a start, she concluded smiling through her tears. It was some time ere Morton could overcome his own emotion, so as to give the kind old woman the information which we shall communicate to our readers in the next chapter. Chapter Roman 19 Omral that was. But that is gone for being Richard's friend. And madam, you must call him Rutland now. Richard Roman 2. The scene of explanation was hastily removed from the little kitchen to Mrs. Wilson's own matted room, very same which she had occupied as housekeeper, and which she continued to retain. It was, she said, better secured against sifting winds than the hall which she had found dangerous to her rheumatisms, and it was more fitting for her use than the late Milnwood's apartment honest man, which gave her sad thoughts. And as for the great oak parlor, it was never opened, but to be aired, washed, and dusted, according to the invariable practice of the family, unless, upon their most solemn festivals, in the matted room. Therefore they were settled, surrounded by picklepots and conserves of all kinds, which the sidevant housekeeper continued to compound out of mere habit, although neither she herself nor anyone else ever partook of the comfits which she so regularly prepared. Morton, adapting his narrative to the comprehension of his auditor, informed her briefly of the wreck of the vessel, and the loss of all hands excepting 2 or 3 common seamen who had early secured the skiff, and were just putting off from the vessel when he leaped from the deck into their boat, and unexpectedly, as well as contrary to their inclination, made himself partner of their voyage, and of their safety landed at Flushing. He was fortunate enough to meet with an old officer who had been in service with his father. By his advice, he shunned going immediately to The Hague, but forwarded his letters to the court of the stadtholder. Our prince, said the veteran, must as yet keep terms with his father-in-law, and with your King Charles, and to approach him in the character of a Scottish malcontent would render it imprudent for him to distinguish you by his favor. Wait, therefore, his orders without forcing yourself on his notice. Observe the strictest prudence and retirement. Assume for the present a different name, shun the company of the British exiles, and depend upon it, you will not repent your prudence. The old friend of Celia's, Morton, argued justly. After a considerable time had elapsed, the Prince of Orange, in a progress through the United States, came to the town, where Morton, impatient at his situation, and the incognito which he was obliged to observe, still continued, nevertheless, to be a resident, he had an hour of private interview assigned, in which the prince expressed himself highly pleased with his intelligence, his prudence, and the liberal view which he seemed to take of the factions of his native country, their motives and their purposes. I would gladly, said William, attach you to my own person, but that cannot be without giving offense in England. But I will do as much for you, as well out of respect for the sentiments you have expressed, as for the recommendations you have brought me. Here is a commission in a Swiss regiment at present in garrison, in a distant province, where you will meet few or none of your countrymen. Continue to be Captain Melville, and let the name of Morton sleep till better days. Thus began my fortune, continued Morton, and my services have on various occasions been distinguished by His Royal Highness, until the moment that brought him to Britain as our political deliverer. His commands must excuse my silence to my few friends in Scotland, and I wonder not at the report of my death, considering the wreck of the vessel, and that I found no occasion to use the letters of exchange with which I was furnished by the liberality of some of them, a circumstance which must have confirmed the belief that I had perished. But dear Hinny, asked Mrs. Wilson, did ye find nae Scotch body at the Prince of Orange's court that kenned ye? I wad hae thought Morton Milnwood was kenned a through the country. I was purposely engaged in distant service, said Morton, until a period when few without as deep and kind a motive of interest as yours, Ailey, would have known the stripling Morton in Major General Melville. Melville was your mother's name, said Mrs. Wilson, but Morton sounds far bonnier in my auld lugs, and when ye tack up the lairdship, ye maun tack the auld name and designation again. I am like to be in no haste to do either the one or the other, Ailey, for I have some reasons for the present to conceal my being alive from every one but you, and as for the lairdship of Milnwood, it is in as good hands. As good hands Hinny reached, Ailey, I am hopefu, ye are no meaning mine, the rents and the lands are but a sair fash to me, and I am ower failed to tack a helpmate, though Wiley Mactrichet the writer was very pressing and spak very civilly. but I am ower auld a cat to draw that stree before me. He canna willywaw me as he's doon money a ain. And then I thought ye wad come back, and I wad get my pickle meal and my soup milk, and keep a things right about ye, as I used to do in your pure uncle's time. And it wad be just pleasure enough for me to see ye thrive, and guide the gear canny yell hae learned that in Holland, ease it warrant for there a thrifty folk there, as I hear Talbot yell be for keeping rather a mair house than pure auld Milnwood that's gave, and indeed, I would approve o' your eating butcher meat maybe, as aften as 3 times Owikit keeps the wind out o' the stamach. We will talk of all this another time, said Morton, surprised at the generosity, upon a large scale, which mingled in Ailey's thoughts and actions, with habitual and sordid parsimony, and at the odd contrast between her love of saving and indifference to self-acquisition. You must know, he continued, that I am in this country only for a few days on some special business of importance to the government, and therefore Ailey not a word of having seen me at some other time. I will acquaint you fully with my motives and intentions. E'en be it sae, my Joe, replied Ailey, I can keep a secret like my neighbours, and we'll auld Milnwood kenned it honest man, for he told me where he keepit his gear, and that's what mayest folk like to hae as private as possibly may be. But come awa wy me hinny, till I show ye the oak parlour how grandly it's keepit, just as if ye had been expected hane every day. I loot nobody sort it, but my ain hands it was a kind o' divertisement to me, though whiles the tear wan into my and I said to mysel, what needs I fash why grates and carpets and cushions, and the muckle brass candlesticks, ony mair for thale near come hame, that ought it rightfully. With these words she hauled him away to this sanctum sanctorum, the scrubbing and cleaning whereof was her daily employment, as its high state of good order constituted the very pride of her heart. Morton, as he followed her into the room, underwent a rebuke for not dighting his shoon, which showed that Ailey had not relinquished her habits of authority. On entering the oak parlour he could not but recollect the feelings of solemn awe with which, when a boy, he had been affected at his occasional and rare admission to an apartment which he then supposed had not its equal save in the halls of princes. It may be readily supposed that the worked worsted chairs with their short ebony legs and long upright backs had lost much of their influence over his mind, that the large brass andirons seemed diminished in splendor, that the green worsted tapestry appeared no masterpiece of the arras loom, and that the room looked on the whole dark, gloomy, and disconsolate. Yet there were 2 objects, the counterfeit presentment of 2 brothers, which, dissimilar as those described by Hamlet, affected his mind with a variety of sensations. One full-length portrait represented his father in complete armor, with a countenance indicating his masculine and determined character, and the other set forth his uncle in velvet and brocade, looking as if he were ashamed of his own finery, though entirely indebted for it to the liberality of the painter. It was an idle fancy, Ailey said, to dress the honest auld man in the expensive fallals that he near wore in his life, instead o' his douce raplock grey, and his band wy the narrow edging. In private, Morton could not help being much of her opinion for anything approaching to the dress of a gentleman, sate as ill on the ungainly person of his relative, as an open or generous expression would have done on his mean and money-making features. He now extricated himself from Ailey to visit some of his haunts in the neighboring wood, while her own hands made an addition to the dinner. She was preparing an incident no otherwise remarkable than as it cost the life of a fowl which, for any event of less importance than the arrival of Henry Morton, might have cackled on to a good old age ere Ailey could have been guilty of the extravagance of killing and dressing it. The meal was seasoned by talk of old times, and by the plans which Ailey laid out for futurity, in which she assigned her young master all the prudential habits of her old one, and planned out the dexterity with which she was to exercise her duty as gouvernante. Morton let the old woman enjoy her daydreams and castle-building during moments of such pleasure, and deferred, till some fitter occasion, the communication of his purpose again to return and spend his life upon the continent. His next care was to lay aside his military dress, which he considered likely to render more difficult his researches. After Burleigh, he exchanged it for a grey doublet and cloak, formerly his usual attire at Milnwood, and which Mrs. Wilson produced from a chest of walnut-tree, wherein she had laid them aside without forgetting carefully to brush and air them from time to time. Morton retained his sword and firearms, without which few persons travelled in those unsettled times when he appeared in his new attire. Mrs. Wilson was first thankful that they fitted him sae decently, since though he was nae fatter, yet he looked mair manly than when he was teen frae Milnwood. Next she enlarged on the advantage of saving old clothes to be what she called beatmasters to the new, and was far advanced in the history of a velvet cloak, belonging to the late Milnwood, which had first been converted to a velvet doublet, and then into a pair of breeches, and appeared each time as good as new when Morton interrupted her account of its transmigration to bid her good be. He gave indeed a sufficient shock to her feelings by expressing the necessity he was under of proceeding on his journey that evening. "And where are ye gone, and what wad ye do that for, and where wad ye sleep, but in your ain house after ye hae been sae mony years frae hame? I feel all the unkindness of it, Ailey, but it must be so, and that was the reason that I attempted to conceal myself from you, as I suspected you would not let me part from you so easily." "But where are ye gone then?" said Ailey, once more sought ear mortal in the like, "oh, you just to come I moment, and flee awa like an arrow out of a bow the neast." "I must go down," replied Morton, "to Neil Blaine the piper's house. He can give me a bed, I suppose." "A bed e say warrant can he," replied Ailey, "and gar ye pay weel for tea into the bargain, laddie, I daresay. Ye hae lost your wits, in the foreign parts, to gang, and jye siller for a supper and a bed, and might hae baith for neathing, and thanks to ye for accepting them." "I assure you, Ailey," said Morton, desirous to silence her remonstrances, "that this is a business of great importance, in which I may be a great gainer, and cannot possibly be a loser. I dinna see how that can be if ye begin by jying maybe the feck o' 12 shillings Scots for your supper, but young folks are aye venturesome, and think to get siller that way. My pure auld master took a surer gait, and never parted Wyatt when he had anes gotten tea." Persevering in his desperate resolution, Morton took leave of Ailey, and mounted his horse to proceed to the little town, after exacting a solemn promise that she would conceal his return, until she again saw or heard from him. "I am not very extravagant," was his natural reflection, as he trotted slowly towards the town, "but were Ailey and I to set up house together, as she proposes, I think my profusion would break the good old creature's heart before a week were out." Chapter Roman 20. Where's the jolly host? "You told me of tea, has been my custom ever to parley with mine host." Lover's Progress. Morton reached the borough town without meeting with any remarkable adventure, and alighted at the little inn. It had occurred to him more than once while upon his journey that his resumption of the dress which he had worn, while a youth, although favorable to his views in other respects, might render it more difficult for him to remain incognito, but a few years of campaigns and wandering had so changed his appearance that he had great confidence that in the grown man, whose brows exhibited the traces of resolution and considerate thought, none would recognize the raw and bashful stripling who won the game of the popinjay. The only chance was that here and there some Whig whom he had led to battle might remember the captain of the Milnwood marksmen, but the risk, if there was any, could not be guarded against. The house seemed full and frequented, as if possessed of all its old celebrity, the person and demeanour of Neil Blaine, more fat and less civil than of yore, intimated that he had increased as well in purse as in corpulence, for in Scotland a landlord's complaisance for his guests decreases in exact proportion to his rise in the world. His daughter had acquired the air of a dexterous barmaid, undisturbed by the circumstances of love and war so apt to perplex her. In the exercise of her vocation, both showed Morton the degree of attention which could have been expected by a stranger travelling without attendance at a time when they were particularly the badges of distinction he took upon himself. Exactly the character his appearance presented, went to the stable, and saw his horse accommodated, then returned to the house, and seating himself in the public room, for to request one to himself would in those days have been thought an overweening degree of conceit, he found himself in the very apartment in which he had some years before celebrated his victory at the game of the popinjay, a jocular preferment, which led to so many serious consequences. He felt himself, as may well be supposed, a much changed man since that festivity, and yet to look around him, the groups assembled in the house seemed not dissimilar to those which the same scene had formerly presented. 2 or 3 burghers husbanded their dribbles, brandy. 2 or 3 dragoons lounged over their muddy ale, and cursed the inactive times that allowed them no better cheer. Their cornet did not indeed play at backgammon with the curate in his cassock, but he drank a little modicum of aqua mirabilis with the grey-cloaked Presbyterian minister. The scene was another, and yet the same, differing only in persons, but corresponding in general character. Let the tide of the world wax or wane as it will, Morton thought as he looked around him, enough will be found to fill the places which chance renders vacant, and in the usual occupations and amusements of life human beings will succeed each other as leaves upon the same tree, with the same individual difference, and the same general resemblance. After pausing a few minutes, Morton, whose experience had taught him the readiest mode of securing attention, ordered a pint of claret, and as the smiling landlord appeared with the pewter measure foaming fresh from the tap for bottling wine, was not then in fashion, he asked him to sit down and take a share of the good cheer. This invitation was peculiarly acceptable to Neil Blaine, who, if he did not positively expect it from every guest not provided with better company, yet received it from many, and was not a whit abashed or surprised at the summons. He sat down along with his guest in a secluded nook near the chimney, and while he received encouragement to drink by far the greater share of the liquor before them, he entered at length, as a part of his expected functions, upon the news of the contrite births, deaths, and marriages, the change of property, the downfall of old families, and the rise of new, but politics, now the fertile source of eloquence. Mine host did not care to mingle in his theme, and it was only in answer to a question of Morton that he replied with an air of indifference, I hae sogers. Among us mair or less there's a ween German horse, down at Glasgow, yonder they ca' their commander Wittebody, or some sick name, though he's as grave and gruesome an auld Dutchman as e'er I saw. Wittenbold perhaps, said Morton. An old man with grey hair, and short black moustaches, speaks seldom, and smokes for ever, replied Neil Blaine. I see your honour kens the man. He may be a very gude man too, for aught I see that is considering, he is a soger and a Dutchman. But if he were 10 generals, and as mony Wittebodies, he has nae skill in the pipes, he garred me stop in the middle of Torfichan's rant. Best piece o' music that ever bag gie wind to. But these fellows, said Morton, glancing his eye towards the soldiers that were in the apartment, are not of his corps. None o' these are Scotch dragoons, said mine hoster, ane auld caterpillars. These were Clavers's lads, a well sign, and wad be again, maybe, if he had the lang 10 in his hand. Is there not a report of his death? Inquired Morton. Troth is there, said the landlord. Your honour is right, there is sick a fleeing rumour, but in my pure opinion it's lang, or the deal die. I wad hae the folks here look to themselves. If he makes an outbreak, hell be down frae the Hielands, or I could drink this glass in war. Are they then a thee hellrakers? O dragoons wad be at his whistle, in a moment, nae doubt they're a Willie's men, e'en now as they were James a while sign and reason good thee fight for their pay. What else hae they to fight for? They hae neither lands nor houses, I trow. There's I gude thing o' the change, or the revolution, as they ca' it. Folks may speak out afore thee birkies, now, and nae fear o' being hauled awa to the guardhouse, or having the thumikins screwed on your finger ends, just as I wad drive the screw through a cork. There was a little pause when Morton, feeling confident in the progress he had made in mine host's familiarity, asked, though with the hesitation proper to one who puts a question on the answer, to which rests something of importance, whether Blaine knew a woman in that neighbourhood called Elizabeth McClure. Whether I ken Bessie McClure, answered the landlord with a landlord's laugh. How can I? But ken my ain wife's Holly be her wrist, my ain wife's first Guteman's sister, Bessie McClure, an honest wife she is. But sair she's been tristed, why misfortunes, loss, o twa decent lads o sons, in the time o the persecution, as they ca' it nowadays, and, dousely and decently, she has borne her burden, blaming nane, and condemning nane. If there's an honest woman in the world, it's Bessie McClure. And to lose her twa sons, as I was saying, and to hae dragoons clink down on her for a month bypast for be Whig or Tory, uppermost they I quarter thee loons on victualerstow lose, as I was saying. This woman keeps an inn, then interrupted Morton. A public in a pure way, replied Blaine, looking round at his own superior accommodations. A sour, browst o sma ale, that she sells to folk that are over drouthy. Why travel to be nice, but neathing to ca' a stirring trade, or a thriving change house. Can you get me a guide there? Said Morton. Your honour will rest here, the night. Ye'll hardly get accommodation at Bessie's, said Neil, whose regard for his deceased wife's relative by no means extended to sending company from his own house to hers. There is a friend, answered Morton, whom I am to meet with there, and I only called here to take a stirrup cup and inquire the way. Your honour had better, answered the landlord, with the perseverance of his calling, send some ane to warn your friend to come on here. I tell you, landlord, answered Morton impatiently, that will not serve my purpose. I must go straight to this woman McClure's house, and I desire you to find me a guide. "I will Sir yell choose for yoursel to be sure," said Neil Blaine, somewhat disconcerted. "But deal a guide yell need, if ye gie down the water for 2 mile or sae, as gin ye were bound for Milnwood House, and then tack the first broken disjasked-looking road, that makes for the Hilsiel Ken T, by a broken ash tree that stands at the side o' a burn. Just where the roads meet, and then travel out the path I canna, Miss Widow McClure's public for deal another house or hald, is on the road for 10 lang Scots miles. And that's worth 20 English. I am sorry your honour would think gone out o' my house, the night, but my wife's sister is a decent woman, and it's no loss that a friend gets." Morton accordingly paid his reckoning, and departed the sunset of the summer day, placed him at the ash tree, where the path led up towards the moors. Here he said to himself, "My misfortunes commenced for just here, when Burleigh and I were about to separate on the first night we ever met. He was alarmed by the intelligence that the passes were secured by soldiers lying in wait for him. Beneath that very ash sate the old woman who apprised him of his danger. How strange that my whole fortunes should have become inseparably interwoven with that man's, without anything more on my part than the discharge of an ordinary duty of humanity. Would to heaven it were possible I could find my humble quiet and tranquility of mind upon the spot where I lost them." Thus arranging his reflections betwixt speech and thought, he turned his horse's head up the path. Evening lowered around him as he advanced up the narrow dell which had once been a wood, but was now a ravine divested of trees, unless were a few from their inaccessible situation on the edge of precipitous banks, or clinging among rocks and huge stones, defied the invasion of men and of cattle like the scattered tribes of a conquered country, driven to take refuge in the barren strength of its mountains. These too wasted and decayed seemed rather to exist than to flourish, and only served to indicate what the landscape had once been. But the stream brawled down among them in all its freshness and vivacity, giving the life and animation which a mountain rivulet alone can confer on the barest and most savage scenes, and which the inhabitants of such a country miss, when gazing even upon the tranquil winding of a majestic stream. Through plains of fertility, and beside palaces of splendor, the track of the road followed the course of the brook, which was now visible, and now only to be distinguished by its brawling herd among the stones, or in the clefts of the rock that occasionally interrupted its course. "Murmurer that thou art," said Morton in the enthusiasm of his reverie, "why chafe with the rocks that stop thy course for a moment? There is a sea to receive thee in its bosom, and there is an eternity for man, when his fretful and hasty course through the vale of time shall be ceased, and over what thy petty fuming is to the deep and vast billows of a shoreless ocean, are our cares, hopes, fears, joys, and sorrows to the objects which must occupy us through the awful and boundless succession of ages." Thus moralizing, our traveller passed on till the dell opened, and the banks receding from the brook left a little green vale, exhibiting a croft or small field on which some corn was growing, and a cottage whose walls were not above 5 feet high, and whose thatched roof, green with moisture, age, houseleek, and grass, had in some places suffered damage from the encroachment of 2 cows whose appetite this appearance of verdure had diverted from their more legitimate pasture. An ill-spelt and worse-written inscription intimated to the traveller that he might here find refreshment for man and horse. No unacceptable intimation rude, as the hut appeared to be considering the wild path he had trod in approaching it, and the high and waste mountains, which rose in desolate dignity behind this humble asylum. It must indeed have been, thought Morton, in some such spot as this that Burleigh was likely to find a congenial confidant. As he approached, he observed the good dame of the house herself, seated by the door. She had hitherto been concealed from him by a huge alder bush. "Good evening, mother," said the traveller. "Your name is Mistress McClure." "Elizabeth McClure, sir, a poor widow was there. Can you lodge a stranger for a night?" "I can, sir, if he will be pleased with the widow's cake and the widow's cruise." "I have been a soldier, good dame," answered Morton, "and nothing can come amiss to me in the way of entertainment." "A soldier, sir," said the old woman with a sigh. "God send ye a better trade. It is believed to be an honorable profession, my good dame. I hope you do not think the worse of me for having belonged to it." "I judge no one, sir," replied the woman, "and your voice sounds like that of a civil gentleman. But I hae witnessed sae muckle ill, why sojourning in this pure land, that I am e'en content that I can see nae mair aught why these sightless organs." As she spoke thus, Morton observed that she was blind. "Shall I not be troublesome to you, my good dame?" said he compassionately. "Your infirmity seems ill calculated for your profession." Nusser answered the old woman, I can gang about the house readily enug, and I hae a bit lassie to help me, and the dragoon lads will look after your horse. When they come hame frae their patrol for a sma matter, they are civiller now than lang syne. Upon these assurances, Morton alighted. Peggy, my bonny bird, continued the hostess, addressing a little girl of 12 years old, who had by this time appeared, tack the gentleman's horse to the stable, and slack his girths, and tack aft the bridle, and shake down a lock o' hay before him, till the dragoons come back. Come this way, sir, she continued, ye'll find my house clean though it's a pure ane. Morton followed her into the cottage accordingly. Chapter Roman 21, Then out and spake the auld mother. And fast her tears did fa. Ye wadna be warned, my son Johnny. Frae the hunting to bide awa. Old Ballad. When he entered the cottage, Morton perceived that the old hostess had spoken truth. The inside of the hut belied its outward appearance, and was neat and even comfortable, especially the inner apartment, in which the hostess informed her guest that he was to sup and sleep. Refreshments were placed before him, such as the little inn afforded, and though he had small occasion for them, he accepted the offer as the means of maintaining some discourse with the landlady. Notwithstanding her blindness, she was assiduous in her attendance, and seemed by a sort of instinct to find her way to what she wanted. Have you no one but this pretty little girl to assist you in waiting on your guests? Was the natural question. None, sir, replied his old hostess. I dwell alone like the widow of Zarephath. Few guests come to this pure place, and I haena custom enug to hire servants. I had ains twa fine sons that look it after a thing, but God gives and takes away, his name be praised. She continued, turning her clouded eyes towards heaven. I was ains better off, that is weirdly speaking, even since I lost them, but that was before this last chain. Indeed, said Morton, and yet you are a Presbyterian, my good mother. I am surprised be the light that showed me the right way, replied the landlady. Then I should have thought, continued the guest, the revolution would have brought you nothing but good. If, said the old woman, it has brought the land gude and freedom of worship to tender consciences, it's little matter what it has brought to a pure blind worm like me. Still, replied Morton, I cannot see how it could possibly injure you. It's a lang story, sir, answered his hostess with a sigh, but I night 6 weeks or thereby afore both will brig. A young gentleman stopped at this pure cottage, stiff and bloody, with wounds pale, and do not why riding, and his horse sae weary he couldna drag I foot after the other, and his foes were close ahint him. And he was ane o' our enemies. What could I do, sir? You that's a sojer will think me but a silly auld wife. But I fed him, and relieved him, and keepit him hidden till the pursuit was o'er. And who, said Morton, dares disapprove of your having done so? I canna, answered the blind woman. I gat ill will about it, amang some o' our ain folk. They said I should hae been to him what Yale was to Sisera, but weel I wot I had nae divine command to shed blood, and to save it was baith like a woman and a Christian. And then they said I wanted natural affection, to relieve ane that belanged to the band that murdered my twa sons. That murdered your 2 sons? I, sir, though maybe yell jie their deaths another name, the tane fell wy sword in hand, fighting for a broken national covenant. The t'other they took him, and shot him dead on the green before his mother's face. My Aldine dazzled, when the shots were looten off, and to my thought they waxed weaker and weaker ever since that weary day, and sorrow and heartbreak, and tears that would not be dried might help on the disorder. But alas, betraying Lord Evandel's young blood to his enemies, sword wad near hae brought my Ninian, and Johnny alive again. Lord Evandel, said Morton in surprise, was it Lord Evandel whose life you saved? In troth, even his, she replied, and kind he was to me after, and gie me a cow and calf malt meal and siller, and nane durst steer me when he was in power. But we live on an outside bit of Tilliatudlem land, and the estate was sair plead between Lady Margaret Bellenden and the present Laird Basil Oliphant, and Lord Evandel backed the auld leddy for love o' her daughter Miss Edith, as the country said ane o' the best and bonniest lasses in Scotland, but they behoved to jie way, and Basil gat the castle and land. And on the back o' that came the revolution, and wa to turn coat faster than the laird, for he said he had been a true Whig o' the time, and turned papist only for fashion's sake. And then he got favour, and Lord Evandel's head was under water, for he was o'er proud, and manfu to bend to every blast o' wind. Though money a ain may ken as weel as me that be his ain principles, as they might, he was nae ill friend to our folk, when he could protect us, and far kinder than Basil Oliphant, that I keepit the cobble head down the stream. But he was set by, and ill looked on, and his word near asked, And then Basil was, a revengeful man set himself to vex him in a shapes, and especially by oppressing and despoiling. The auld blind widow Bessie McClure that saved Lord Evandel's life, and that he was sae kind to, but he's mistine if that's his end for it will be Lang or Lord Evandale. Here's a word frae me about the selling my kye for rent or ere it was due, or the putting the dragoons on me when the country's quiet, or onything else that will vex him I can bear my ain burden patiently, and world's loss is the least part aught. Astonished and interested at this picture of patient grateful and high-minded resignation, Morton could not help bestowing an execration upon the poor-spirited rascal who had taken such a dastardly course of vengeance. "Dinna curse him, sir," said the old woman. "I have heard a good man say that a curse was like a stone flung up to the heavens, and mayest like to return on the head that sent it. But if ye ken Lord Evandale, bid him look to himsel', for I hear strange words pass atween the sojers that are lying here, and his name is often mentioned, and the tane o' them has been twice up at Tilliatudlem. He's a kind of favourite wy, the laird though he was in former times ane, o' the mayest cruel oppressors ever rade through a country outtaken Sergeant Bothwelthy, ca him Inglis. I have the deepest interest in Lord Evandale's safety," said Morton, "and you may depend on my finding some mode to apprise him of these suspicious circumstances. And in return, my good friend, will you indulge me with another question? Do you know anything of Quintin Mackell of Irongray?" "Do I know whom?" echoed the blind woman in a tone of great surprise and alarm. "Quintin Mackell of Irongray," repeated Morton. "Is there anything so alarming in the sound of that name?" "None," answered the woman with hesitation, "but to hear him asked after by a stranger, and a sodder gude protect us what mischief is to come next." "None by my means, I assure you," said Morton. "The subject of my inquiry has nothing to fear from me, if, as I suppose, this Quintin Mackell is the same with John Ball." "Do not mention his name," said the widow, pressing his lips with her fingers. "I see you have his secret and his password, and ill be free why you. But for God's sake speak loud and low in the name of heaven. I trust ye seek him not to his hurt. Ye said ye were a sojer." "I said truly, but one he has nothing to fear, from I commanded a party at Bothwell Bridge." "Indeed," said the woman, "and verily there is something in your voice. I can trust ye speak prompt and readily, and like an honest man." "I trust I am so," said Morton. "But nae displeasure to you, sir, in the weefu times," continued Mrs. McClure. "The hand of brother is against brother, and he fears as mickle almayest frae this government, as ere he did frae the auld persecutors." "Indeed," said Morton in a tone of inquiry, "I was not aware of that, but I am only just now returned from abroad." "Ill tell ye," said the blind woman, first assuming an attitude of listening that showed how effectually her powers of collecting intelligence had been transferred from the eye to the ear, for instead of casting a glance of circumspection around, she stooped her face and turned her head slowly around in such a manner as to ensure that there was not the slightest sound stirring in the neighborhood, and then continued, "I'll tell ye ken how he has labored to raise up again the covenant burned broken, and buried in the hard hearts and selfish devices of this stubborn people now, when he went to Holland far from the countenance and thanks of the great and the comfortable fellowship of the godly, both whilk he was in right to expect the Prince of Orange wad show him no favour, and the ministers no godly communion. This was hard to bide for ane that had suffered and done mickle or mickle it may be, but why suld I be a judge? He came back to me and to the auld place o' refuge that had often received him in his distresses, mair especially before the great day of victory at Drumclog, for I sail near forget how he was bending hither of a nights in the year on that evening after the play when young Milnwood won the popinjay, but I warned him off for that time." "What?" exclaimed Morton. "It was you that sat in your red cloak by the highroad, and told him there was a lion in the path." "In the name of heaven, wha are ye?" said the old woman, breaking off her narrative in astonishment. "But be wha ye may," she continued, resuming it with tranquillity, "ye can ken neething war o' me, than that I hae been willing to save the life o' friend and foe. I know no ill of you, Mrs. McClure, and I mean no ill by you. I only wish to show you that I know so much of this person's affairs that I might be safely entrusted with the rest. Proceed, if you please, in your narrative." "There is a strange command in your voice," said the blind woman. "Though its tones are sweet, I have little mair to say. The Stuarts hae been dethroned, and William and Mary reign in their stead. But nae mair word of the covenant, than if it were a dead letter. They hae ta'en the indulged clergy, and an Erastian General Assembly of the anti-pure and triumphant Kirk of Scotland, even into their very arms and bosoms, our faithful champions. Oh, the testimony agree in war why this than why. The open tyranny and apostasy of the persecuting times for souls are hardened and deadened, and the mouths of fasting multitudes are crammed why fisenless bran, instead of the sweet word in season and money, and hungry starving creature, when he sits down on a Sunday forenoon to get something that might warm him to the great work, has a dry clatter o' morality driven about his lugs. And, in short, said Morton, desirous to stop a discussion which the good old woman as enthusiastically attached to her religious profession as to the duties of humanity might probably have indulged longer, in short, you are not disposed to acquiesce in this new government, and Burleigh is of the same opinion. Many of our brethren, sir, are of belief we fought for the covenant, and fasted and prayed, and suffered for that grand national league. And now we are like neither to see nor hear tell of that which we suffered and fought and fasted, and prayed for and ains. It was thought something might be made by bringing back the auld family on a new bargain, and a new bottom, as after when King James went awa. I understand the great quarrel of the English against him was in behalf of 7 unhallowed prelates, and sae, though I part of our people were free to join why the present model, and levied an armed regiment under the Earl of Angus, yet our honest friend and others that stood up for purity of doctrine and freedom of conscience were determined to hear the breath o' the Jacobites before they took part again them, fearing to fa to the ground like a wall built with unslaked mortar, or from sitting between twa stools. They chose an odd quarter, said Morton, from which to expect freedom of conscience and purity of doctrine. Oh dear sir, said the landlady, the natural dayspring rises in the east, but the spiritual dayspring may rise in the north, for what we blinded mortals can. And Burleigh went to the north to seek it, replied the guest. Truly I, sir, and he saw Clavers himself that they cawed indeed now. What, exclaimed Morton, in amazement, I would have sworn that meeting would have been the last of one of their lives. None nusser in troubled times, as I understand, said Mrs. McClure. There's sudden changes Montgomery and Ferguson, and money ain mair that were King James' greatest fays are on his side. Now Clavers spake our friend fair, and sent him to consult with Lord Evandale. But then there was a break-off, for Lord Evandale wadna look at here or speak why him, and now he's ains wud and I war and roars for revenge again Lord Evandale, and will hear naught of onything but burn and slay. And o' thee, starts o' passion they unsettle his mind, and jie the enemy sair advantages. The enemy, said Morton, what enemy? What enemy are ye acquainted familiarly why John Balfour o' Burleigh and dinna ken, that he has had sair and frequent combats to sustain against the evil one. Did ye ever see him alone, but the Bible was in his hand, and the drawn sword on his knee? Did ye never sleep in the same room why him, and hear him strive in his dreams with the delusions of Satan? Oh, ye ken little o' him, if ye have seen him only in fair daylight, for nae man can put the face upon his doleful visits, and strifes, that he can do. I hae seen him after sick a strife of agony tremble, that an infant might hae held him, while the hair on his brow was drapping as fast as ever my pure thatched roof did in a heavy rain. As she spoke, Morton began to recollect the appearance of Burleigh during his sleep in the hayloft at Milnwood, the report of Cuddy that his senses had become impaired, and some whispers current among the Cameronians, who boasted frequently of Burleigh's soul exercises, and his strifes with the foul fiend, which several circumstances led him to conclude that this man himself was a victim to those delusions, though his mind, naturally acute and forcible, not only disguised his superstition from those in whose opinion it might have discredited his judgment, but by exerting such a force, as is said to be proper to those afflicted with epilepsy, could postpone the fits which it occasioned until he was either freed from superintendence, or surrounded by such as held him more highly on account of these visitations. It was natural to suppose, and could easily be inferred from the narrative of Mrs. McClure, that disappointed ambition wrecked hopes, and the downfall of the party, which he had served with such desperate fidelity, were likely to aggravate enthusiasm into temporary insanity. It was indeed no uncommon circumstance in those singular times that men like Sir Harry Vane Harrison Overton, and others themselves slaves to the wildest and most enthusiastic dreams, could, when mingling with the world, conduct themselves not only with good sense in difficulties and courage in dangers, but with the most acute sagacity and determined valor. The subsequent part of Mrs. McClure's information confirmed Morton in these impressions. In the grey of the morning, she said, my little Peggy sail show ye the gate to him before the sojers are up, but ye maun let his hour of danger as he cast it be o'er afore ye venture on him, in his place of refuge. Peggy will tell ye, when to venture in she kens his ways weel, for while she carries him some little helps that he canna do without to sustain life. And in what retreat, then said Morton, has this unfortunate person found refuge? An awesome place, answered the blind woman, as ever living creature took refuge in they ca it the Black Linn of Linklater. It's a doleful place, but he loves it abuna others, because he has often been in safe hiding there, and it's my belief he prefers it to a tapestried chamber and a down bed. But yell CT, I hae seen it mysel money a day sign, I was a daft hempy lassie then, and little thought what was to come out wad ye choose ony thing sir ere ye betake yoursel to your rest, for ye monster, why the first dawn o' the grey light. Nothing more, my good mother, said Morton, and they parted for the evening. Morton recommended himself to heaven, threw himself on the bed, heard, between sleeping and waking, the trampling of the dragoon horses at the riders' return from their patrol, and then slept soundly after such painful agitation. Chapter Roman 22, the darksome cave they enter, where they found the accursed man low sitting on the ground, musing full sadly in his sullen mind. Spencer. As the morning began to appear on the mountains, a gentle knock was heard at the door of the humble apartment in which Morton slept, and a girlish treble voice asked him from without if he wad please gang to the Linn, or the folk raise. He arose upon the invitation, and dressing himself hastily went forth, and joined his little guide. The mountain maid tripped lightly before him through the grey haze over hill and moor. It was a wild and varied walk, unmarked by any regular or distinguishable track, and keeping upon the whole the direction of the ascent of the brook, though without tracing its windings. The landscape, as they advanced, became waster and more wild, until nothing but heath and rock encumbered the side of the valley. Is the place still distant? Said Morton. Nearly a mile off, answered the girl. Well be there believe. And do you often go this wild journey, my little maid? When granny sends me why milk and meal to the Linn, answered the child. And are you not afraid to travel so wild a road alone? Hout nusser, replied the guide, nay living creature wad touch, sick a bit thing, as I am, and granny says we need never fear onything else when we are doing a gude turn. Strong in innocence, as in triple mail, said Morton to himself, and followed her steps in silence. They soon came to a decayed thicket, where brambles and thorns supplied the room of the oak and birches of which it had once consisted. Here the guide turned short off the open heath, and by a sheep-track conducted Morton to the brook. A hoarse and sullen roar had in part prepared him for the scene which presented itself, yet it was not to be viewed without surprise and even terror. When he emerged from the devious path which conducted him through the thicket, he found himself placed on a ledge of flat rock, projecting over one side of a chasm, not less than 100 feet deep, where the dark mountain stream made a decided and rapid shoot over the precipice, and was swallowed up by a deep, black yawning gulf. The eye in vain strove to see the bottom of the fall it could catch, but one sheet of foaming uproar and sheer descent, until the view was obstructed by the Procting crags, which enclosed the bottom of the waterfall, and hid from sight the dark pool, which received its tortured waters far beneath. At the distance of perhaps quarter of a mile, the eye caught the winding of the stream as it emerged into a more open course, but for that distance they were lost to sight, as much as if a cavern had been arched over them, and indeed the steep and projecting ledges of rock, through which they wound their way in darkness, were very nearly closing and overroofing their course. While Morton gazed at this scene of tumult, which seemed by the surrounding thickets, and the clefts into which the waters descended to seek to hide itself from every eye, his little attendant, as she stood beside him on the platform of rock, which commanded the best view of the fall, pulled him by the sleeve, and said in a tone which he could not hear without stooping his ear near the speaker, "Hear till him, hear till him." Morton listened more attentively, and out of the very abyss into which the brook fell, and amidst the tumultuary sounds of the cataract, thought he could distinguish shouts, screams, and even articulate words, as if the tortured demon of the stream had been mingling his complaints with the roar of his broken waters. "This is the way," said the little girl. "Follow me, gin ye please, sir, but tack tent to your feet." And with the daring agility which custom had rendered easy, she vanished from the platform on which she stood, and by notches and slight projections in the rock scrambled down its face into the chasm which it overhung. Steady, bold, and active Morton hesitated not to follow her, but the necessary attention to secure his hold and footing in a descent, where both foot and hand were needful for security, prevented him from looking around him, till having descended nigh 20 feet, and being 60 or 70 above the pool, which received the fall, his guide made a pause, and he again found himself by her side, in a situation that appeared equally romantic and precarious. They were nearly opposite to the waterfall, and in point of level situated at about 1/4's depth from the point of the cliff over which it thundered, and 3/4 of the height above the dark, deep, and restless pool, which received its fall. Both these tremendous points, first shoot namely of the yet unbroken stream, and the deep and somber abyss into which it was emptied, were full before him, as well as the whole continuous stream of billowy froth which, dashing from the one, was eddying and boiling in the other. They were so near this grand phenomenon that they were covered with its spray and well nigh deafened by the incessant roar, but crossing in the very front of the fall, and at scarce 3 yards distance from the cataract, an old oak tree flung across the chasm in a manner that seemed accidental, formed a bridge of fearfully narrow dimensions, and uncertain footing. The upper end of the tree rested on the platform on which they stood. The lower or uprooted extremity extended behind a projection on the opposite side, and was secured. Morton's eye could not discover where from behind the same projection glimmered a strong red light, which, glancing in the waves of the falling water, and tinging them partially with crimson, had a strange preternatural and sinister effect when contrasted with the beams of the rising sun, which glanced on the first broken waves of the fall, though even its meridian splendor could not gain the third of its full depth. When he had looked around him for a moment, the girl again pulled his sleeve, and pointing to the oak, and the projecting point beyond it, for hearing speech was now out of the question, indicated that there lay his farther passage. Morton gazed at her with surprise, for although he well knew that the persecuted Presbyterians had in the preceding reigns sought refuge among dells and thickets, caves, and cataracts in spots the most extraordinary and secluded, although he had heard of the champions of the Covenant who had long abidden beside Dobslean on the wild heights of Palmody, and others who had been concealed in the yet more terrific cavern, called Crehoplin, in the parish of Closperneat, his imagination had never exactly figured out the horrors of such a residence, and he was surprised how the strange and romantic scene which he now saw had remained concealed from him, while a curious investigator of such natural phenomena. But he readily conceived that, lying in a remote and wild district, and being destined as a place of concealment to the persecuted preachers and professors of nonconformity, the secret of its existence was carefully preserved by the few shepherds to whom it might be known. As breaking from these meditations, he began to consider how he should traverse the doubtful and terrific bridge which, skirted by the cascade, and rendered wet and slippery by its constant drizzle, traversed the chasm above 60 feet from the bottom of the fall. His guide, as if to give him courage, tripped over and back, without the least hesitation, envying for a moment the little bare feet which caught a safer hold of the rugged side of the oak than he could pretend to with his heavy boots. Morton, nevertheless, resolved to attempt the passage, and fixing his eye firm on a stationary object on the other side, without allowing his head to become giddy or his attention to be distracted by the flash, the foam, and the roar of the waters around him, he strode steadily and safely along the uncertain bridge, and reached the mouth of a small cavern on the farther side of the torrent. Here he paused, for a light proceeding from a fire of red-hot charcoal permitted him to see the interior of the cave, and enabled him to contemplate the appearance of its inhabitant, by whom he himself could not be so readily distinguished. Being concealed by the shadow of the rock, what he observed would by no means have encouraged a less determined man to proceed with the task which he had undertaken. Burleigh, only altered from what he had been formerly by the addition of a grisly beard, stood in the midst of the cave with his clasped Bible in one hand, and his drawn sword in the other. His figure, dimly ruddied by the light of the red charcoal, seemed that of a fiend in the lurid atmosphere of pandemonium, and his gestures and words, as far as they could be heard, seemed equally violent and irregular. All alone, and in a place of almost unapproachable seclusion, his demeanor was that of a man who strives for life and death with a mortal enemy. "Ha Hatharether," he exclaimed, accompanying each word with a thrust urged with his whole force against the impassable and empty air, "did I not tell thee so? I have resisted, and thou fleest from me. Coward as thou art, come in all thy terrors, come with mine own evil deeds, which render thee most terrible of all. There is enough betwixt the boards of this book to rescue me. What mutterest thou of grey hairs? It was well done to slay him. More ripe the corn, the readier for the sickle. Art gone, I have ever known thee but a coward. Ha ha ha." With these wild exclamations, he sunk the point of his sword, and remained standing still in the same posture like a maniac, whose fit is over. The dangerous time is by now, said the little girl who had followed it, seldom lasts beyond the time that the sun's o'er the hill. Ye may gang in and speak why him now ill wait for you at the other side of the linn. He can abide to see twa folk at ains. Slowly and cautiously, and keeping constantly upon his guard, Morton presented himself to the view of his old associate in command. What comest thou again, when thine hour is over, was his first exclamation, and flourishing his sword, aloft his countenance assumed an expression in which ghastly terror seemed mingled with the rage of a demoniac. I am come, Mr. Balfour, said Morton in a steady and composed tone, to renew an acquaintance which has been broken off since the fight of Bothwell Bridge. As soon as Burleigh became aware that Morton was before him in person, an idea, which he caught with marvellous celerity, at once exerted that mastership over his heated and enthusiastic imagination, the power of enforcing which was a most striking part of his extraordinary character. He sunk his sword point at once, and as he stole it composedly into the scabbard, he muttered something of the damp and cold which sent an old soldier to his fencing exercise to prevent his blood from chilling. This done, he proceeded in the cold, determined manner which was peculiar to his ordinary discourse. Thou hast tarried long, Henry Morton, and hast not come to the vintage before the 12th hour has struck. Art thou yet willing to take the right hand of fellowship, and be one with those who look not to thrones or dynasties, but to the rule of Scripture for their directions? Morton and Black Lynn. I am surprised, said Morton, evading the direct answer to his question, that you should have known me after so many years. The features of those who ought to act with me are engraved on my heart, answered Burleigh, and few, but Silas Morton's son durst have followed me into this my castle of retreat. Seest thou that drawbridge of nature's own construction? He added, pointing to the prostrate oak-tree-own spurn of my foot, and it is overwhelmed in the abyss below, bidding foemen on the farther side stand at defiance, and leaving enemies on this at the mercy of one who never yet met his equal in single fight. Of such defenses, said Morton, I should have thought you would now have had little need. Little need, said Burleigh impatiently. What little need when incarnate fiends are combined against me on earth? And Sathan himself, but it matters not, added he, checking himself enough, that I like my place of refuge, my cave of Adullam, and would not change its rude ribs of limestone rock for the fair chambers of the castle of the Earls of Torwood, with their broad bounds and barony. Thou, unless the foolish fever fit be over, mayst think differently. It was of those very possessions I came to speak, said Morton, and I doubt not to find Mr. Balfour the same rational and reflecting person which I knew him to be in times when zeal disunited brother. I, said Burleigh, indeed, is such truly your hope? Wilt thou express it more plainly? In a word, then, said Morton, you have exercised by means at which I can guess a secret, but most prejudicial influence over the fortunes of Lady Margaret Bellenden and her granddaughter, and in favor of that base, oppressive, apostate Basil Oliphant, whom the law, deceived by thy operations, has placed in possession of their lawful property. Sayest thou, said Balfour. I do say so, replied Morton, and face to face, you will not deny what you have vouched by your handwriting. And suppose I deny it not, said Balfour, and suppose that thy eloquence were found equal to persuade me to retrace the steps I have taken on matured resolve, you will be thy meed. Dost thou still hope to possess the fair-haired girl with her wide and rich inheritance? I have no such hope, answered Morton calmly. And for whom then hast thou ventured to do this great thing? To seek to rend the prey from the valiant, to bring forth food from the den of the lion, and to extract sweetness from the maw of the devourer, for whose sake hast thou undertaken to read this riddle more hard than Samson's? For Lord Evandale's, and that of his bride, replied Morton firmly. Think better of mankind, Mr. Balfour, and believe there are some who are willing to sacrifice their happiness to that of others. Then as my soul liveth, replied Balfour, thou art to wear beard and back a horse, and draw a sword, the tamest and most gawless puppet that ever sustained injury, unavenged. What thou wouldst help that accursed Evandale to the arms of the woman that thou lovest, thou wouldst endow them with wealth and with heritages, and thou thinkst that there lives another man, offended even more deeply than thou, yet equally cold-livered and mean-spirited, crawling upon the face of the earth, and hast dared to suppose that one other to be John Balfour. For my own feelings, said Morton composedly, I am answerable to none, but heaven to you, Mr. Balfour. I should suppose it of little consequence whether Basil Oliphant or Lord Evandale possess these estates. Thou art deceived, said Burleigh, both are indeed in outer darkness, and strangers to the light as he whose eyes have never been opened to the day. But this Basil Oliphant is a Nabal, a Damaz, a base churl, whose wealth and power are at the disposal of him who can threaten to deprive him of them. He became a professor because he was deprived of these lands of Tiliatudlum. He turned a papist to obtain possession of them. He called himself an Erastian that he might not again lose them. And he will become what I list while I have in my power the document that may deprive him of them. These lands are a bit between his jaws and a hook in his nostrils. And the rein and the line are in my hands to guide them as I think meet. And his they shall therefore be unless I had assurance of bestowing them on a sure and sincere friend. But Lord Evandale is a malignant of heart, like flint and brow. Like adamant, the goods of the world fall on him like leaves on the frostbound earth, and unmoved. He will see them whirled off by the first wind. The heathen virtues of such as he are more dangerous to us than the sordid cupidity of those who, governed by their interest, must follow where it leads, and who therefore themselves, the slaves of avarice, may be compelled to work in the vineyard were it but to earn the wages of sin. This might have been all well some years since, replied Morton, and I could understand your argument, although I could never acquiesce in its justice. But at this crisis, it seems useless to you to persevere in keeping up an influence which can no longer be directed to an useful purpose. The land has peace, liberty, and freedom of conscience. What would you more? More, exclaimed Burleigh again, unsheathing his sword with a vivacity which nearly made Morton start. Look at the notches upon that weapon. They are 3 in number, are they not? It seems so, answered Morton, but what of that? The fragment of steel that parted from this first gap rested on the skull of the perjured traitor, who first introduced episcopacy into Scotland. This second notch was made in the ribbon of an impious villain, the boldest and best soldier that upheld the prelatic cause at Drumclog. This third was broken on the steel headpiece of the captain who defended the chapel of Holyrood when the people rose at the Revolution. I cleft him to the teeth through steel and bone. It has done great deeds, this little weapon, and each of these blows was a deliverance to the church. This sword, he said again, sheathing, it has yet more to do weed out this base and pestilential heresy of Erastianism, to vindicate the true liberty of the Kirk in her purity, to restore the covenant in its glory. Then let it moulder and rust beside the bones of its master. You have neither men nor means, Mr. Balfour, to disturb the government, as now settled, argued Morton. The people are in general satisfied, excepting only the gentlemen of the Jacobite interest, and surely you would not join with those who would only use you for their own purposes. It is they, answered Burleigh, that should serve ours. I went to the camp of the malignant Claverhouse. As the future king of Israel sought the land of the Philistines, I arranged with him a rising. And but for the villain Evandale, the Erastians ere now had been driven from the west. I could slay him, he added with a vindictive scowl, were he grasping the horns of the altar. He then proceeded in a calmer tone, if thou, son of mine, ancient comrade, were suitor for thyself to this Edith Bellenden, and wert willing to put thy hand to the great work with zeal equal to thy courage, think not I would prefer the friendship of Basil Oliphant to thine. Thou shouldst then have the means that this document, he produced a parchment, affords to place her in possession of the lands of her fathers. This have I longed to say to thee ever since I saw thee fight the good fight so strongly at the fatal bridge. The maiden loved thee, and thou her. Morton replied firmly, I will not dissemble with you, Mr. Balfour, even to gain a good end. I came in hopes to persuade you to do a deed of justice to others, not to gain any selfish end of my own. I have failed, I grieve for your sake, more than for the loss which others will sustain by your injustice. You refuse my proffer, then, said Burleigh with kindling eyes. I do, said Morton. Would you be really, as you are desirous to be thought, a man of honor and conscience, you would, regardless of all other considerations, restore that parchment to Lord Evandale, to be used for the advantage of the lawful heir. Sooner shall it perish, said Balfour, and casting the deed into the heap of red charcoal, beside him pressed it down with the heel of his boot. While it smoked, shriveled, and crackled in the flames, Morton sprung forward to snatch it, and Burleigh catching hold of him, a struggle ensued. Both were strong men. But although Morton was much the more active and younger of the two, yet Balfour was the most powerful and effectually prevented him from rescuing the deed. Until it was fairly reduced to a cinder, they then quitted hold of each other, and the enthusiast, rendered fiercer by the contest, glared on Morton with an eye expressive of frantic revenge. "Thou hast my secret," he exclaimed, "thou must be mine or die." "I contemn your threats," said Morton, "I pity you and leave you." But as he turned to retire, Burleigh stepped before him, pushed the oak trunk from its resting place, and as it fell thundering and crashing into the abyss beneath, drew his sword, and cried out with a voice that rivaled the roar of the cataract and the thunder of the falling oak, "Now thou art at bay, fight, yield or die." And standing in the mouth of the cavern, he flourished his naked sword. "I will not fight with the man that preserved my father's life," said Morton. "I have not yet learned to say the words 'I yield,' and my life I will rescue as I best can." So speaking, and ere Balfour was aware of his purpose, he sprung past him, and exerting that youthful agility of which he possessed an uncommon share, leaped clear across the fearful chasm, which divided the mouth of the cave from the projecting rock on the opposite side, and stood there safe and free from his incensed enemy. He immediately ascended the ravine, and as he turned saw Burleigh stand for an instant aghast with astonishment, and then with the frenzy of disappointed rage rush into the interior of his cavern. It was not difficult for him to perceive that this unhappy man's mind had been so long agitated by desperate schemes and sudden disappointments that it had lost its equipoise, and that there was now in his conduct a shade of lunacy, not the less striking from the vigor and craft with which he pursued his wild designs. Morton soon joined his guide, who had been terrified by the fall of the oak. This he represented as accidental, and she assured him in return that the inhabitant of the cave would experience no inconvenience from it being always provided with materials to construct another bridge. The adventures of the morning were not yet ended. As they approached the hut, the little girl made an exclamation of surprise at seeing her grandmother groping her way towards them at a greater distance from her home than she could have been supposed capable of traveling. "Oh, sir, sir," said the old woman, when she heard them approach, "Gin ear, ye loved Lord Evandale help now, or never God be praised, that left my hearing, when he took my poor eyesight come this waythis way. And oh, tread lightly, Peggy Hinny, gang saddle the gentleman's horse, and lead him cannily ahint the thorny shaw, and bide him there." She conducted him to a small window, through which, himself unobserved, he could see two dragoons seated at their morning draught of ale, and conversing earnestly together. "The more I think of it," said the one, "the less I like it. Inglis Evandale was a good officer, and the soldier's friend, and though we were punished for the mutiny at Tilliatudlem, yet by Frank you must own we deserved it." "Dn seize me if I forgive him for it, though," replied the other, "and I think I can sit in his skirts now." "Why, man, you should forget and forgive better. Take the start with him, along with the rest, and join the ranting Highlanders. We have all eat King James bread." "Thou art an ass. The start, as you call it, will never happen. Days put off, Halliday's seen a ghost, or Miss Bellendon's fallen sick of the pip, or some blasted nonsense, or another. The thing will never keep 2 days longer, and the first bird that sings out will get the reward." "That's true too," answered his comrade. "And will this fellow's Basil Oliphant pay handsomely?" "Like a prince, man," said Inglis Evandale, "is the man on earth whom he hates worst, and he fears him besides about some law business, and were he once rubbed out of the way, all he thinks will be his own." "But shall we have warrants and force enough?" said the other fellow. "Few people here will stir against my lord, and we may find him with some of our own fellows at his back." "Thou art a cowardly fool, Dick," returned Inglis. "He is living quietly down at Ferry No, to avoid suspicion. Oliphant is a magistrate, and will have some of his own people that he can trust along with him. There are us too, and the laird says he can get a desperate fighting Whig fellow called Quintin Mackell, that has an old grudge at Evandale." "Well, well, you are my officer, you know," said the private with true military conscience, "and if anything is wrong, I'll take the blame." Said Inglis, "Come another pot of ale, and let us to Tilliatudlem here, blind Beswye, where the devil has the old hag crept to." "Delay them as long as you can," whispered Morton, as he thrust his purse into the hostess' hand. "All depends on gaining time." Then walking swiftly to the place where the girl held his horse ready to ferry No alone, "I could not protect them. I must instantly to Glasgow. Wittenbold the commandant there will readily give me the support of a troop, and procure me the countenance of the civil power. I must drop a caution. As I pass come Moorkopf," he said, addressing his horse, as he mounted him, "this day must try your breath and speed." Chapter Roman 23. Yet could he not his closing eyes withdraw, though less and less of Emily he saw. So speechless for a little space he lay, then grasped the hand he held, and sighed his soul away. Palamon and a sight. The indisposition of Edith confined her to bed during the eventful day. on which she had received such an unexpected shock from the sudden apparition of Morton next morning. However, she was reported to be so much better that Lord Evandale resumed his purpose of leaving Fairy No at a late hour in the forenoon. Lady Emily entered the apartment of Edith with a peculiar gravity of manner. Having received and paid the compliments of the day, she observed, "It would be a sad one for her, though it would relieve Miss Bellenden of an encumbrance. My brother leaves us today." "Miss Bellenden leaves us?" exclaimed Edith in surprise. "For his own house, I trust." "I have reason to think he meditates a more distant journey," answered Lady Emily. "He has little to detain him in this country." "Good heaven!" exclaimed Edith. "Why was I born to become the wreck of all that is manly and noble? What can be done to stop him from running headlong on ruin? I will come down instantly. Say that I implore he will not depart until I speak with him." "It will be in vain, Miss Bellenden, but I will execute your commission," and she left the room as formally as she had entered it, and informed her brother Miss Bellenden was so much recovered as to propose coming downstairs ere he went away. "I suppose," she added pettishly, "the prospect of being speedily released from our company has wrought a cure on her shattered nerves." "Sister," said Lord Evandale, "you are unjust if not envious." "Unjust I may be, Evandale, but I should not have dreamt, glancing her eye at a mirror, of being thought envious without better cause. But let us go to the old lady. She is making a feast in the other room, which might have dined all your troop when you had won." Lord Evandale accompanied her in silence to the parlor, for he knew it was in vain to contend with her prepossessions and offended pride. They found the table covered with refreshments arranged under the careful inspection of Lady Margaret. "Ye could hardly weel be said to breakfast this morning, my Lord Evandale, and ye maun e'en partake of a small collation before ye ride. Such as this poor house, whose inmates are so much indebted to you, can provide in their present circumstances. For my ain part, I like to see young folk take some refection before they ride out upon their sports or their affairs." And I said as much to his most sacred Majesty when he breakfasted at Tilliatudlem in the year of grace 1651, and his most sacred Majesty was pleased to reply, drinking to my health at the same time, in a flagon of Rhenish wine. Lady Margaret, ye speak like a Highland oracle. These were his Majesty's very words, so that your lordship may judge whether I have not good authority to press young folk to partake of their vivers. It may be well supposed that much of the good lady's speech failed Lord Evandale's ears, which were then employed in listening for the light step of Edith. His absence of mind on this occasion, however natural, cost him very dear. While Lady Margaret was playing the kind hostess a part she delighted and excelled, Inch was interrupted by John Guddiel, who, in the natural phrase for announcing an inferior to the mistress of a family, said there was ane wanting to speak to her ladyship. "Ane, what ane has he? Nay, name, ye speak as if I kept a shop, and was to come at everybody's whistle." "Yes, he has a name," answered John, "but your ladyship likes ill to heart." "What is it, you fool?" "It's Calf Gibby, my lady," said John in a tone rather above the pitch of decorous respect, on which he occasionally trespassed, confiding in his merit as an ancient servant of the family, and a faithful follower of their humble fortunes. "It's Calf Gibby, and your ladyship will heat that keeps Eddie Henshaw's kye down yonder at the Brigand. That's him that was Goose Gibby at Tilliatudlem and gied to the Wappenshaw, and that—" "Hold your peace, John," said the old lady, rising in dignity. "You are very insolent to think I wad speak why a person like that let him tell his business to you, or Mrs. Hedrig. Hell no hear that, my lady. He says them that sent him bade him gie the thing to your ladyship's ain hand direct, or to Lord Evandale's. He wots no wilk, but to say the truth he's far frae fresh, and he's but an idiot and he were." "Then turn him out," said Lady Margaret, "and tell him to come back tomorrow, when he is sober. I suppose he comes to crave some benevolence as an ancient follower o' the house. Like Enug, my lady, for he's a in rags poor creature." Guddiel made another attempt to get at Gibbe's commission, which was indeed of the last importance, being a few lines from Morton to Lord Evandale, acquainting him with the danger in which he stood from the practices of Oliphant, and exhorting him either to instant flight or else to come to Glasgow and surrender himself where he could assure him of protection. This billet, hastily written, he entrusted to Gibby, whom he saw feeding his herd beside the bridge, and backed with a couple of dollars his desire that it might instantly be delivered into the hand to which it was addressed. But it was decreed that Goose Gibbe's intermediation, whether as an emissary or as a man-at-arms, should be unfortunate to the family of Tilliatudlem. He unluckily tarried so long at the alehouse to prove if his employer's coin was good, that, when he appeared at Ferry No, the little sense which nature had given him was effectually drowned in ale and brandy, and instead of asking for Lord Evandale, he demanded to speak with Lady Margaret, whose name was more familiar to his ear, being refused admittance to her presence. He staggered away, with the letter undelivered, perversely faithful to Morton's instructions, in the only point in which it would have been well had he departed from them a few minutes after he was gone. Edith entered the apartment Lord Evandale, and she met with mutual embarrassment which Lady Margaret, who only knew in general that their union had been postponed by her granddaughter's indisposition, set down to the bashfulness of a bride and bridegroom, and to place them at ease began to talk to Lady Emily on indifferent topics. At this moment Edith, with a countenance as pale as death, muttered, rather than whispered to Lord Evandale a request to speak with him. He offered his arm, and supported her into the small anteroom, which, as we have noticed before, opened from the parlor. He placed her in a chair, and taking one himself, awaited the opening of the conversation. "I am distressed, my lord," were the first words she was able to articulate, and those with difficulty. "I scarce know what I would say nor how to speak it." "If I have any share in occasioning your uneasiness," said Lord Evandale mildly, "you will soon, Edith, be released from it." "You are determined, then, my lord," she replied, "to run this desperate course with desperate men, in spite of your own better reason, in spite of your friends' entreaties, in spite of the almost inevitable ruin which yawns before you. Forgive me, Miss Bellenden, even your solicitude on my account must not detain me. When my honor calls, my horses stand ready saddled, my servants are prepared, the signal for rising will be given so soon as I reach Kilsyth. If it is my fate that calls me, I will not shun meeting it. It will be something," he said, taking her hand, "to die deserving your compassion, since I cannot gain your love." "Oh, my lord, remain," said Edith in a tone which went to his heart. "Time may explain the strange circumstance which has shocked me so much. My agitated nerves may recover their tranquility. Oh, do not rush on death and ruin. Remain to be our prop and stay, and hope everything from time." "It is too late, Edith," answered Lord Evandale, "and I were most ungenerous could I practice on the warmth and kindliness of your feelings towards me. I know you cannot love me. Nervous distress so strong as to conjure up the appearance of the dead or absent indicates a predilection too powerful to give way to friendship and gratitude alone. But were it otherwise, the die is now cast." As he spoke thus, Cuddy burst into the room, terror and haste in his countenance. "Oh, my lord, hide yourself, they hay beset the outlets o' the house," was his first exclamation. "They who?" said Lord Evandale. "A party of horse headed by Basil Oliphant," answered Cuddy. "Oh, hide yourself, my lord," echoed Edith, in an agony of terror. "I will not, by heaven," answered Lord Evandale. "What right has the villain to assail me or stop my passage? I will make my way were he backed by a regiment. Tell Halliday and Hunter to get out the horses, and now farewell." Edith, he clasped her in his arms, and kissed her tenderly, then bursting from his sister, who with Lady Margaret endeavoured to detain him, rushed out, and mounted his horse. All was in confusion. The women shrieked and hurried in consternation to the front windows of the house, from which they could see a small party of horsemen, of whom two only seemed soldiers. They were on the open ground before Cuddy's cottage at the bottom of the descent from the house, and showed caution in approaching it, as if uncertain of the strength with it. He may escape," said Edith. "Oh, would he but take the by-road." But Lord Evandale, determined to face a danger which his high spirit undervalued, commanded his servants to follow him, and rode composedly down the avenue. Old Guddiel ran to arm himself, and Cuddy snatched down a gun, which was kept for the protection of the house, and although on foot followed Lord Evandale. It was in vain. His wife, who had hurried up on the alarm, hung by his skirts, threatening him with death by the sword or halter for meddling with other folks' matters. "Hand your peace, ye be," said Cuddy, "and that's braid Scotch, or I wotna what is it ither folks' matters to see Lord Evandale murdered before my face." And down the avenue he marched. But considering on the way that he composed the whole infantry, as John Guddiel had not appeared, he took his vantage ground behind the hedge, hammered his flint, cocked his piece, and taking a long aim at Laird Basil, as he was called, stood prompt for action. As soon as Lord Evandale appeared, Oliphant's party spread themselves a little, as if preparing to enclose him. Their leader stood fast, supported by 3 men, 2 of whom were dragoons, the third in dress and appearance a countryman, all well armed. But the strong figure, stern features, and resolved manner of the third attendant made him seem the most formidable of the party, and whoever had before seen him could have no difficulty in recognizing Balfour of Burleigh. "Follow me," said Lord Evandale to his servants, "and if we are forcibly opposed, do, as I do." He advanced at a hand gallop towards Oliphant, and was in the act of demanding why he had thus beset the road, when Oliphant called out, "Shoot the traitor," and the whole four fired their carabines upon the unfortunate nobleman. He reeled in the saddle, advanced his hand to the holster, and drew a pistol, but unable to discharge it fell from his horse. Mortally wounded, his servants had presented their carabines. Hunter fired at random, but Halliday, who was an intrepid fellow, took aim at Inglis, and shot him dead on the spot. At the same instant a shot from behind the hedge still more effectually avenged Lord Evandale, for the ball took place in the very midst of Basil Oliphant's forehead, and stretched him lifeless on the ground. His followers, astonished at the execution done in so short a time, seemed rather disposed to stand inactive, when Burleigh, whose blood was up with the contest, exclaimed, "Down with the Midianites," and attacked Halliday sword in hand. At this instant the clatter of horses' hoofs was heard, and a party of horse rapidly advancing on the road from Glasgow appeared on the fatal field. They were foreign dragoons, led by the Dutch commandant Wittenbold, accompanied by Morton and a civil magistrate. A hasty call to surrender in the name of God, and King William was obeyed by all except Burleigh, who turned his horse and attempted to escape. Several soldiers pursued him by command of their officer, but being well mounted only, the two headmost seemed likely to gain on him. He turned deliberately twice, and discharging first one of his pistols, and then the other, rid himself of the one pursuer by mortally wounding him, and of the other by shooting his horse, and then continued his flight to Bothwell Bridge, where for his misfortune he found the gates shut and guarded. Turning from thence, he made for a place where the river seemed passable, and plunged into the stream, the bullets from the pistols and carabines of his pursuers whizzing around him. 2 balls took effect when he was past the middle of the stream, and he felt himself dangerously wounded. He reined his horse round in the midst of the river, and returned towards the bank he had left, waving his hand, as if with the purpose of intimating that he surrendered. The troopers ceased firing at him accordingly, and awaited his return, 2 of them riding a little way into the river to seize and disarm him. But it presently appeared that his purpose was revenge, not safety. As he approached the 2 soldiers, he collected his remaining strength, and discharged a blow on the head of one, which tumbled him from his horse. The other dragoon, a strong muscular man, had in the mean, while laid hands on him. Burleigh, in requital, grasped his throat, as a dying tiger seizes his prey, and both, losing the saddle in the struggle, came headlong into the river, and were swept down the stream. Their course might be traced by the blood which bubbled up to the surface. They were twice seen to rise, the Dutchman striving to swim, and Burleigh clinging to him in a manner that showed his desire that both should perish. Their corpses were taken out about a quarter of a mile down the river, as Balfour's grasp could not have been unclenched without cutting off his hands. Both were thrown into a hasty grave, still marked by a rude stone and a ruder epitaph. Gentle reader, I did request of mine honest friend Peter Proudfoot, travelling merchant, known to many of this land for his faithful and just dealings, as well in muslins and cambrics as in small wares too, procure me on his next peregrinations to that vicinage a copy of the epitaphion alluded to, and according to his report, which I see no ground to discredit, it runneth thus: Here lies ane saint to prelates surly, being John Balfour, sometime of Burleigh, who stirred up to vengeance take, for solemn league and covenant's sake, upon the Magismore in Fife, did tack James Sharp the apostate's life, by Dutchman's hands was hacked and shot, then drowned in Clyde near the Somme spot. While the soul of this stern enthusiast flitted to its account, that of the brave and generous Lord Evandale was also released. Morton had flung himself from his horse, upon perceiving his situation, to render his dying friend all the aid in his power. He knew him, for he pressed his hand, and being unable to speak, intimated by signs his wish to be conveyed to the house. This was done with all the care possible, and he was soon surrounded by his lamenting friends. But the clamorous grief of Lady Emily was far exceeded in intensity by the silent agony of Edith. Unconscious even of the presence of Morton, she hung over the dying man, nor was she aware that fate, who was removing one faithful lover, had restored another, as if from the grave, until Lord Evandale, taking their hands in his, pressed them both, affectionately united them together, raised his face, as if to pray for a blessing on them, and sunk back and expired in the next moment. Conclusion. I had determined to waive the task of a concluding chapter, leaving to the reader's imagination the arrangements, which must necessarily take place after Lord Evandel's death. But as I was aware that precedents are wanting for a practice, which might be found convenient both to readers and compilers, I confess myself to have been in a considerable dilemma, when fortunately, I was honored with an invitation to drink tea with Miss Martha Busbuddy, a young lady who has carried on the profession of mantua-making at Gandersklug and in the neighborhood with great success for about 40 years. Knowing her taste for narratives of this description, I requested her to look over the loose sheets the morning before I waited on her, and enlighten me by the experience which she must have acquired in reading through the whole stock of 3 circulating libraries in Gandersklug and the 2 next market towns. When with a palpitating heart I appeared before her in the evening, I found her much disposed to be complimentary. "I have not been more affected," said she, wiping the glasses of her spectacles, "by any novel, excepting The Tale of Jimmy and Jenny Jessamy, which is indeed pathos itself. But your plan of omitting a formal conclusion will never do. You may be as harrowing to our nerves as you will in the course of your story. But unless you had the genius of the author of Julia de Rauband, never let the end be altogether overclouded. Let us see a glimpse of sunshine in the last chapter. It is quite essential." "Nothing would be more easy for me, madam, than to comply with your injunctions, for in truth the parties in whom you have had the goodness to be interested did live long and happily, and begot sons and daughters." "It is unnecessary, sir," she said, with a slight nod of reprimand, "to be particular concerning their matrimonial comforts. But what is your objection to let us have in a general way a glimpse of their future felicity?" "Really, madam," said I, "you must be aware that every volume of a narrative turns less and less interesting as the author draws to a conclusion, just like your tea, which though excellent hyson is necessarily weaker and more insipid in the last cup now, as I think the one is by no means improved by the luscious lump of half-dissolved sugar usually found at the bottom of it. So I am of opinion that a history growing already vapid is but dully crutched up by a detail of circumstances, which every reader must have anticipated, even though the author exhaust on them every flowery epithet in the language." "This will not do, Mr. Pattison," continued the lady. "You have, as I may say, basted up your first story very hastily and clumsily at the conclusion. And in my trade, I would have cuffed the youngest apprentice, who had put such a horrid and bungled spot of work out of her hand. And if you do not redeem this gross error by telling us all about the marriage of Morton and Edith, and what became of the other personages of the story from Lady Margaret down to Goose Gibby, I apprise you that you will not be held to have accomplished your task handsomely." "Well, madam," I replied, "my materials are so ample that I think I can satisfy your curiosity, unless it descend to very minute circumstances indeed." "First then," said she, "for that is most essential, did Lady Margaret get back her fortune and her castle?" "She did, madam, and in the easiest way imaginable, as heir, namely to her worthy cousin Basil Oliphant, who died without a will, and thus by his death not only restored, but even augmented the fortune of her whom during his life he had pursued with the most inveterate malice. John Guddiel, reinstated in his dignity, was more important than ever, and Cuddy with rapturous delight entered upon the cultivation of the mains of Tilliatudlem and the occupation of his original cottage. But with the shrewd caution of his character, he was never heard to boast of having fired the lucky shot which repossessed his lady and himself in their original habitations, after he said to Jenny, who was his only confidant, "Auld Basil Oliphant was my lady's cousin and a grand gentleman, and though he was acting again the law, as I understand, for he ne'er showed ony warrant, or required Lord Evandale to surrender, and though I mind killing him, nay mair than I wad do a muircock, yet it es just as weel to keep a calm suff about it. He not only did so, but ingeniously enough countenanced a report that old Guddiel had done the deed, which was worth many a gill of brandy to him, from the old butler, who, far different in disposition from Cuddy, was much more inclined to exaggerate than suppress his exploits of manhood. The blind widow was provided for in the most comfortable manner, as well as the little guide to the Lynn. And, but what is all this to the Mariageth marriage of the principal personages?" interrupted Miss Busbuddy, impatiently tapping her snuff-box. "The marriage of Morton and Miss Bellenden was delayed for several months, as both went into deep mourning on account of Lord Evandale's death. They were then wedded." "I hope not without Lady Margaret's consent, sir," said my fair critic. "I love books which teach a proper deference in young persons to their parents. In a novel, the young people may fall in love without their countenance, because it is essential to the necessary intricacy of the story, but they must always have the benefit of their consent. At last even old Delville received Cecilia, though the daughter of a man of low birth. And even so, madam, replied I, Lady Margaret was prevailed on to countenance Morton, although the old Covenanter his father stuck sorely with her. For some time Edith was her only hope, and she wished to see her happy Morton, or Melville Morton, as he was more generally called, stood so high in the reputation of the world, and was in every other respect such an eligible match, that she put her prejudice aside, and consoled herself with the recollection that marriage went by destiny, as was observed to her, she said, by his most sacred Majesty Charles II of happy memory, when she showed him the portrait of her grandfather Fergus, 3rd Earl of Torwood, the handsomest man of his time, and that of Countess Jane, his second lady, who had a humpback, and only one eye. This was his Majesty's observation, she said, on one remarkable morning, when he deigned to take his disjune. Nay, said Miss Busbody again, interrupting me, if she brought such authority to countenance her acquiescing in a misalliance, there was no more to be said. And what became of old Mrs. What's her name, the housekeeper? Mrs. Wilson, madam, answered Roman 1. She was perhaps the happiest of the party, for once a year, and not oftener, Mr. and Mrs. Melville Morton dined in the great wainscoted chamber in solemn state, the hangings being all displayed, the carpet laid down, and the huge brass candlesticks set on the table stuck round with leaves of laurel. The preparing the room for this yearly festival employed her mind for 6 months before it came about, and the putting matters to rights occupied old Allison the other 6, so that a single day of rejoicing found her business for all the year round. And Neil Blaine, said Miss Busbody, lived to a good old age, drank ale and brandy with guests of all persuasions, played Whig or Jacobite tunes, as best pleased his customers, and died worth as much money as Mary Jenny to a cock laird. I hope, mom, you have no other inquiries to make, for really. Goose Gibby, sir, said my persevering friend Goose Gibby, whose ministry was fraught with such consequences to the personages of the narrative. Consider, my dear Miss Busbody, I beg pardon for the familiarity, but pray, consider even the memory of the renowned Scheherazade, that Empress of Talatellers, could not preserve every circumstance. I am not quite positive as to the fate of Goose Gibby, but am inclined to think him the same with one Gilbert Dudden alias Calf Gibby, who was whipped through Hamilton for stealing poultry. Miss Busbody now placed her left foot on the fender, crossed her right leg over her knee, lay back on the chair, and looked towards the ceiling. When I observed her assume this contemplative mood, I concluded she was studying some farther cross-examination, and therefore took my hat and wished her a hasty good-night ere the demon of criticism had supplied her with any more queries. In like manner, gentle reader, returning you my thanks for the patience which has conducted you thus far, I take the liberty to withdraw myself from you for the present. Peroration. It was mine earnest wish, most courteous reader, that the tales of my landlord should have reached thine hands in one entire succession of tomes or volumes, but as I sent some few more manuscript quires, containing the continuation of these most pleasing narratives, I was apprised somewhat unceremoniously by my publisher that he did not approve of novels, as he injuriously called these real histories, extending beyond 4 volumes, and if I did not agree to the first 4 being published separately, he threatened to decline the article O. Ignorance, as if the vernacular article of our mother English were capable of declension, whereupon, somewhat moved by his remonstrances, and more by heavy charges for print and paper, which he stated to have been already incurred, I have resolved that these 4 volumes shall be the heralds or avant-couriers of the tales, which are yet in my possession, nothing doubting that they will be eagerly devoured, and the remainder anxiously demanded by the unanimous voice of a discerning public. I rest, esteemed reader, thine as thou shalt construe me. Jedediah Cleshbotham Ganderklug, Nov 15, 1816.